Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? What's going on? TGI freaking F! How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Vodka stream. That's right. The end of the month, last day of the month. How's everybody doing? Cheers! Cheersies, everybody. Am I sounding okay? Okay, good. There you go. Cheers. Just doing the vodka tonight. The vodka and LaCroix. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the weekend. That's what I just saw that. Good job, Scott. What's going on? Who's out there? No, that's just StreamYard's thing. What a name. What a name. Thank you. Appreciate it. Name's Dave. Film junkie. Appreciate that. Mr. Men in Tights, how you doing? Let's go, Saggy. All right, elbow cough. We got Miss Rhea right here. All right, always good to see you. Do what she says. Smash that like, thumbs up. Do all that. Subscribe, everything. What's going on, Stephanie T? What is happening? Mr. Rebel, good to see you. We got Mr. Fear Jason, and we got Mama Film Junkie here. Trying to keep it a secret, but hey, it's fine. Birthday is tomorrow. So, yeah, it is. I'm one of those that doesn't like to, make a big deal out of it, but hey, it's fine. So cheers. Thank you, Mom. I will have fun for sure. What's going on, Mr. Phil? And I love you too. Love you also. She's out of town right now, so hopefully you have fun. What's going on, Mr. Jose? Yeah, that's right. Nah, not at all. What are you talking about? Nope, no, it's not gonna be. Nobody's gonna get upset. What are you talking about? Who's gonna get upset? Nobody would get. Somebody got upset last week. I don't remember that. I don't remember last weekend. Who was on last weekend? Anyways, Tet, what is happening? We got Miss Nighthawk right here. Steph, good to see you. Good evening. Tony Chappie, D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. How you doing? Got Mr. Jason McKenzie. Cheers, sir. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate the $50 super chat. It's all good. Appreciate it, guys. Tomorrow, that's right. Tomorrow is, as long as these vodka streams go, I'll probably be celebrating my birthday here. It's probably be happening. So, Amparo, let's see. May all your wishes come true. Yeah. Let's, pray for a new job. Anyways, what's going on? It's Infinity. Good to see you. This will be hella. This stream is about to be hella. What? No, not at all. What are you talking about? Get out of here. What's going on, Mr. Scott McCone? Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. See Simon, how you doing? Scotty to Hottie. There you go. In a few hours, spooky season officially begins. Exactly. Playtalian, what's up? We got Lane right here. Almost died today. I would have watched the stream in heaven. What? He almost died today. Well, okay. I'm glad you didn't die. Oh, don't worry. She's backstage. She'll be here shortly. I'm just saying hi to all the peeps as I do. Let me say, as I saw the first episode of AMC's Interview with the Vampire, and it's freaking amazing. And far surpasses the movie. Wow, that's pretty impressive because the movie's pretty damn great. Yeah. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that. Did you see the Variety report? Black Adam potentially could hit 328 million domestic. That's not bad. What's going on? We got Nikki, Miss Captor Gated Girl. Yeah. All right. Who else we got? Finished Blonde. It was a really boring movie. Yeah. People have been ripping that thing apart, but some people think it's like a freaking masterpiece. And I'm like, I don't know. And, I was just like, I don't know if I want to watch it. Maybe I'll check it out. It's not the top of my list, I know it's very interesting. So we'll see. I know there's a lot of iffy stuff. I know it's NC-17. So, my Lord, man. Anyways, well, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. And we got Jade right here. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It sure is. So that's right. Thank you. Appreciate that. And then we got Mr. Jose right here, the legend. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Well, if tomorrow is October, then yes. I'm hoping so. That's for damn sure. Hoping so. And yeah, I mean it seems like with the clips that I saw, she gives one hell of a performance, but I know like when it comes to showing this part of that life of Marilyn Monroe, it's kind of like I don't know. I know a lot of people aren't liking it. They want to see more of the glamorous side as opposed to the dark side. And a lot of people are saying, yeah, like it's exploitation and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Like I said, one of these days I'll probably check it out. So, okay. Let's go ahead and get my guest in here. Set the tweet up. Go ahead and take that out. Hey, we got Mr. Anthony right here. What is going on, sir? Always good to see you. Has joined the stream. Okay. All right. Let's see. There's one very unnecessary shot in Blonde that is absolutely ridiculous. I busted up laughing. I wonder if it's the shot that a lot of people are talking about. Which was like, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Anyways, guys, without further ado, let's bring in my guest. You know her name. I mean, it's not a common name. It's pretty damn unique. And, she's going to come in here and we're going to have a conversation. And there's not going to be any controversy. What are you talking about? No controversy at all. Saggy Melonz, what's happening?
Dad, no, he's not an actual junkie. It's called Film Junkee. Just click the link. He's not a drug addict. It's films, Dad. You know movies. Remember?
Alcoholic.
I gotta go. I'm on the stream. Sorry, Dad, boomers, dads. You know how parents are.
Yeah, I know exactly how parents are. My mom's in the chat. Jeez, you just can't do anything. Can you? Hey, what's happening?
What's going on? This is exciting. How are you?
Doing pretty good. How you doing?
I mean, I'm pretty good. Watching a lot of stuff.
Yeah. What are you watching?
While I was waiting for you, I was watching House of Dragons because now I have means to watch it. So I think I was on episode 3, and oh my god, I'm loving it.
Are you? See, I'm not. I haven't got on top of the whole Game of Thrones thing. A lot of people go like, yeah, you got to like sacrifice your nerd card because I have not gotten into Game of Thrones at all. It's just not my bag. I mean, I'm one of those. I like cape shit. I like sci-fi shit, fantasy stuff. I'm kind of, some of it's good, but I just never really. Lord of the Rings, same thing. Like I've seen the movies, but not really into it. Haven't watched the new stuff, so I know I always get shit from people.
I love Game of Thrones, except for how it ended. We won't talk about that, but House of Dragons.
I hear that. Yeah, I keep hearing that stuff. Yeah, that's what I hear too. I guess they're making up for it. A lot of people are like, okay, they're making up for that last season, which it seems like with shows, there's always, when it comes to wrapping it up, a lot of people, it just falls flat for a lot of people. Like no matter what it is, it could be the best show in the world, like Breaking Bad. I love that show. And then some people are like, yeah, I don't like the series finale. What the hell? I'm like, I thought it was fine. Yeah, maybe it could have been a little bit something else. I had something else in my head, but I think that's what we do is we have it all up here in our heads. And then when it doesn't happen like that, we get upset.
That's true.
Yeah,
we still won't talk about Game of Thrones. It was like, because you wait so many years and then they just disappoint you. Oh, yeah. Because it's like the most infuriating thing. Because I get that all the time from people where they're like, I get it. The fans didn't get what they want. Like, it's not even that. It's like, the writing was so good for them to end it with some bad writing was triggering. I'm like, y'all just made you had this whole plan and character story development where like characters got redeemed and then they just spit in your face with that. And I was just like, what were you guys thinking? But okay, I'm over it. House of Dragons, yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
That's how it's making up for it. That's good. Anyways, again, thank you for joining tonight. A lot of people were excited about this little collaboration. I think we've been on some streams together, but we haven't really, done any kind of anything other than just that, huh?
Yeah. I mean, we are two different content creators.
No, what are you talking about? We talk about the same kind of stuff all the time. Yeah, same things. What are you talking? No, we'll get into it. We'll get into all that. But you're on the East Coast, right?
I am.
Yeah. How's it going over there? Where on the East Coast, by the way? You're not in hurricane territory, right?
No. I'm in Boston. It's just getting cold, so winter is coming, Jon Snow.
Watch out. That's a Game of Thrones reference, right? Yes. Right?
It is.
See, I know a little bit. I'm good, right? There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets freaking cold over there, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. It's already getting cold. The daytime's not bad.
See, it's still 90 degrees. It was 100 degrees this week over here. So, and it's going into October. Yeah, it sucks.
I mean, I can't complain. I mean, you're complaining, but I'm sitting here like I just walked my dog before I came on here, and I'm just like, oh my god, we have to get clothes for our dog just because it's getting cold.
Wow, when your dog needs a sweater, crazy. So yeah, guys, make sure you subscribe to Saggy Melonz. I didn't realize when I first set it up, I was like, oh shit, there's a Z at the end, not an S, so a Z at the end of Melonz. I know, fail. I didn't realize it until I was like setting everything else up as I was watching like the third episode of Andor. I was like, oh shit, it's with a Z. Dagnabbit. It happens. People always spell Film Junkee with an IE, so you know, it's just the way it is. But yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Links down below. How long have you had your channel?
The channel I operate off of is, I think, 13, 14 years old.
Oh, wow.
But I've been actively making content for almost a year now, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you started it 13 years ago?
Yeah, so the account itself started back when YouTube was a different monster. I kind of started a new channel, did something over there. Then I was like, I caught up to the sub count on my other channel. So I was like, maybe I can convert those over to that. And so I just rebranded on the account I had. And now I'm Saggy Melonz. And 2K subs later, I'm still sitting here like, how did I get here?
And the name, like coming up with the name. Just did you have other names? Did you have Perky Melons at one point?
Okay, so I play video games, and my partner, his handle was Wrinkle Twinkie, and
wow.
So long story short, I changed my names to Saggy Melonz, so when we go into certain games where you kill people in the game and it shows you who killed you on like the screen, when we wiped out squads, it would say Saggy Melonz and Wrinkle Twinkie killed this person. So we thought it was funny, and I was like, that seems like a good name to be my online persona, and nobody else is using it, so there you go.
It's unique. I mean, and yeah, Wrinkled Twinkie, that's a pretty funny one too. That's a good one too. But yeah, no one's gonna forget that. I mean, when you want to create a name like a brand, especially, you want it to be memorable and stick out. I mean, I when I came up with Film Junkee, I was like, people are is that gonna stand out? And I guess it does. I know somebody, I think it was Aaron Bailey, who pointed out that on Facebook there's a Film Junkee like Facebook, but it's with an IE. And he was like, who are these? I'm like, yeah, they've been around for a while. I'm not sure. I think they came after me. I don't know. Who knows? It's Junkee, whatever. A lot of people use it. They're screen junkies or all that stuff. But Saggy Melonz, no one's using that.
No one's using that. But the funny thing is, though, when you brought up the Z, I didn't realize when I chose that name that if you type Saggy Melonz with the S on YouTube, you get exactly what you typed into the YouTube.
Oh boy.
So people were like, so I went to search for your channel, but I typed it with the S and I'm scarred for life. So I apologize.
And I got that scene from The Shining when that old lady came out of the tub and, something like that. Yeah.
Yep. Don't type it with an S, guys. Please.
Yeah,
I'm
don't
so
do
sorry.
that. Yeah, especially in the Google search. You definitely don't want to do that in the Google search because they won't censor any of that. So you've been active. Yeah, you've been pretty active for about a year and a half. And I mean, you have a gaming channel too, you said, right?
Yeah, I converted one of the channel that I was making content on because it was mainly a gaming channel. So I kind of just made that my gaming channel, which I'm not very active on these days. But
yeah, I was wondering like how is that going? Because I've thought about that too, but I don't know. I haven't pulled the trigger.
I mean, I've seen bigger content creators like it's work because I focus on streaming more and sometimes videos, but with my gaming channel, it's like majority of video edits. So you know how long it takes to edit videos. So sometimes I'm just kind of got lazy with editing videos of my gameplay. So my content there is kind of like slow, but people still sub to it. It's like 300 subs, which is not bad. But I don't actively post on it.
Yeah. Just I've thought about pulling the trigger, but I'm like, that's just if I didn't have a day job, maybe. But because it just seems like 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours could go by real quick. When I was really into gaming before, it would just the time would just jump, and I'd be like, "What? The sun is not even what? What happened? Like, why is it dark?" So I always, so I worry about that, but one of these days maybe. But and then generally, looking at content, what I like. Well, what I like about your content, well, I specifically like a certain part of your content when you go after a certain guy named Andy Signor, as we know who that guy is. Yeah, you've been kind of, I don't know. Yeah, he's a little YouTuber apparently. And I've noticed, some of those, watch some of those, and it's entertaining as hell. That's for damn sure.
Yep. I mean, I have this thing inside of me where if I see something or if I see some crappy people, I just can't keep my mouth shut when I should. Sometimes I'm like, dude, I need to calm down. But then my emotions and my mouth get the better of me, and I say the most craziest stuff. But man, I really hate that guy.
There's a lot of people that don't really find him too pleasant. I've had some exchanges with him in the past, and it's just it's crazy how like even there's been times where even recently where I've seen him post underneath a video or something like that, and I'm like, what are you doing posting underneath? I'm smaller than you, and you are still going around and talking shit to people. Like,
He does that. I still have one of his comments on my video I made of him like months ago, and he commented on it after it was out for months, and I'm like, dude, you're like much bigger of a channel than me. Why do you care what I say? Like, what is your issue? But if he wasn't such a paranoid weirdo, I probably wouldn't have cared. But like when you start lying about me, especially because people think that I just don't like him because he's a bigger YouTuber. But I'm like, I've talked to this guy and I didn't particularly like what he tried to do to me. And then when you see all the other stuff that he's done to other people, you're like, okay, it's not just me that's crazy. So I called it out, and and then he started lying about me, and I'm like, all right, if you're gonna start lying now and trying to like defame me, and I'm literally a nobody, I don't even have fame to be defamed, I guess gloves are off.
Seriously, I mean, it's strange because if you're at a certain point where you're doing this for a living, I mean, obviously he got canceled one time and he should get probably canceled again from what I'm gathering. Anyways, and then he comes back and gets back into that sphere of, I mean, maybe not as obviously not as big as he once was, but then he got to a point where he's doing his thing, and it's like, so why go after people? I mean, are you that much of a narcissist that you hate it when people are talking bad about you? It's like, that's just part of the gig, dude. I mean, you're up there and you're going to say some controversial stuff. You're going to post controversial videos and streams, which I know he covered the trial like to a T. So obviously one side of that fan base is going to be coming after, because obviously he was on the side of Johnny Depp 100%. So it's like, obviously people on the other side are going to be saying some things. And if you're going to be doing some shady shit, people are going to say that too. And, all you got to do is just trek on and just do your thing, man. Don't even worry about it. But it seems like he can't help himself.
He really can. It's like, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And I've had like people close to him reach out to me discreetly and was like, thanks for calling this out. Like, somebody needs to keep putting that pressure on. So I'm like, wow, this is a lot bigger than just my interaction with the guy. And that's the weirdest part of doing YouTube and doing what I do when I call out people, is that the people that come out because they're either afraid or they think that when they come out, it's not going to really do anything. And like, for the most part, me calling him out really didn't do anything. He still grew, but because he ignores me, right? He ignores me to a certain degree. But it's like when people see my videos and they come across it, they're like, thank you for speaking, because like we felt like we were alone in this and we thought we were the only ones who had that negative experience, but it's glad to know that we weren't alone. And it's like a kinship, you know, it's like weird, but it's cool because I feel like I'm actually doing something.
Yeah, and that's good. And I'm glad you're doing that, because when I was seeing, you know, you calling it out and then just, you know, pointing things out on Twitter, and, you know, other people have called him out too. I know there was like a thing with like recent cases that, you know, he's always trying to cover that kind of stuff and just the way that he presents himself. And then when he gets, it's funny when he gets called out by bigger YouTubers, though, it's always kind of nice. But I think he's just when it's the small, I don't know. I think, to me, if he goes after like smaller YouTubers, it just seems like he does have some more skeletons than he had before, more than we know about. That's what I'm kind of thinking that this whole thing is. And he's just constantly just paranoid and just constantly, he probably Googles his name probably about 7 times a day, at least. Probably Googles his name, probably types in his name in YouTube and just looks for all that stuff, because he can't help himself. That's my guess.
It's a team. It's a team effort. The whole entire group is all involved actively. They watch every time there is any mention of him or them. They watch, they know. And you know, I've even sprinkled a little bait one time, and sure enough, they're talking about it on a stream, not saying my name, but saying specifically what I said on a stream. So I knew what it was about. So I know they watch. They'll probably watch this too. And it's just weird.
Hey.
It's just weird. Hi.
Yeah, hi, if you're watching, hey, we're just having a casual conversation. Go ahead, talk. You can use my full name, you know, if you want to. That's fine. You know, I give you permission. That's perfectly fine. You know, it's not the first time other people on streams have said, you know, talk about me in a negative light. What can I say? It happens. But no, keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. I like it. Yeah. I like it. And you also you were pretty good at covering the Ezra Miller stuff too.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah. That was crazy. The more
yeah. Yeah. Your face says it all, because just the little bit that I've covered about it, I try to just be like, hey, this more is coming out. There's things back and forth. Don't take all the shit that you see. When you see like a THR article about it, I've gotten to the point, because, you know, I have people in that business where I know which publications, which trades are going to be negative and which are going to be positive. That's why I always say now, anytime that there's something negative comes out about WBD, which Ezra is a part of that, I'm like, watch something from Deadline, and sure enough, Deadline will post something positive. And I'm like, yeah. So that's why I keep on telling people. But man, when it comes to the Ezra stuff, it's like when something gets posted, you're just like, fuck.
You're right. Like the more I dived into it, because in the beginning, I was kind of on that same mindset everybody else was, like, what the F is going on with this person? Why are they freaking out in Hawaii? What's happening? Something is clearly wrong. William. Hi, William.
William's here. What's going on, buddy? Thank you, sir.
Saggy I'll have to tell you that story, because there's a reason behind that story.
I'm sure there is. And I was like, I mean, I kind of get it, Wayne T-Car, but I don't know where. Yeah, anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, but when I was on board with everybody, I was like, something's up with Ezra. And I thought there was like something, you know, a mental thing. Because, you know, I have that kind of thing where if I'm messed with in public, I'm going to pop off, right? Especially at a bar, I had a few drinks. I get it. But I thought the same thing. But then this accusation came out about the grooming and stuff. And then I was like listening. And then when Takata came out and I heard what Takata said, I said, something's not right with this accusation. There's something more to this. If the alleged victim is coming out, well, they're brainwashed, but it didn't seem that way. So I dug into it. And then everything I saw led me to believe, okay, there is not 100% truth to the story. It seems like a lot of things happen, and then we know the stalker came out, and then that was a whole well. And the more I just dived in, I'm just like, listen, this is why we have to stop just jumping to the conclusion that somebody's guilty even if the headlines look bad, even if the past behaviors look bad, like I've always said, what their actions were in Hawaii does not translate to grooming. That's two separate, it's separate incidents. So I just wanted to like look into it and just be like, listen, we need to start doing innocent before proven guilty, because too many people have been convicted, their career's over based on lies. It basically happened to Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp cleared their name. It's just stupid. So yeah, the Ezra stuff really was something that interests me, and I wanted to kind of know the truth and dig into it. So that's why I started covering it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good. It's just because, talking to people even behind the scenes that might be more in the know, it's just like, when I hear some of this stuff, I'm like, all right, so basically, hopefully, from what I gather, it's like, all right, so Ezra is getting help. It seemed like everything's okay, but no matter what, we're probably going to still get more stuff from THR or Variety or something like that. It just seems like that's going to be the case no matter what. And of course you have the people out there, and I have a mixed bag on my Twitter timeline. I follow people on both sides of the political spectrum, all kinds of opinions. That's what I like. I don't like to just sit in an echo chamber. So I'll see, the word groomer, like you said, that is a buzzword right now, because
right,
when you look out what's happening, some parts of the world, parts of the country, you're just kind of going like, okay, yeah, that's weird. But then that groomer word gets thrown out like big time, and then to the point where I think you can maybe even get kicked off of Twitter for using it too much or something like that. I remember reading or something like that. I don't know how all the logistics of that work. So then naturally you'll see like, all right, certain people are going to be like, Ezra's a monster, Ezra's this, Ezra's that. And then I'm like, well, let me go over here and let me listen to this and talk to people over here and just kind of go, yeah, this doesn't check out, especially if you dig into it, as opposed to just reading a headline. And that's the problem, is people are just going to read the headline and then that's it. Not going to dig anything into it or look into anything else.
Pretty much. Yeah. It was really sad because, people forget these are still human beings. They're still people. And regardless of their status, their wealth, their career, they're still human beings. They are not perfect. They have mental issues they face. I mean, look at how many like celebrities we've lost because of mental health issues. And it's sad because when these things happen, it sucks because the internet just tears them apart and doesn't even care or consider like what the truth is and what these lies could do to somebody's mental state. And that's why I was like, I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon, because we need to know the truth before we condemn or convict. And due process is still a thing. If Ezra was grooming and kidnapping and doing all these heinous things, I would 100% want them to face justice and face the consequences of their actions. But let's make sure that that's what they did, because we live in a day and age where people can easily point fingers at someone and boom, their life is over and there's no questions asked. And we've seen it many times. So that's why I'm a little shocked too, that we still are in that culture where this still happens.
I know, right? I know. It seems like there's no end to it either, because immediately when something happens, you're just going to automatically just take a side, whatever side you're on. And it's just, it's odd. It's really odd. Like, I mean, this is, it came to the Will Smith slap thing. There were sides being taken with that. And it's just like, hey, can we just kind of just relax a little bit and not just immediately take a side? Can we just take in both? I mean, I love Will Smith. What he did, in my opinion, that was wrong. And a lot of people agree that was wrong. Shouldn't have done that. But the guy, something happened where something up here finally went, and it was odd. It was weird. And I love what Dave Chappelle said. I think it was Dave Chappelle that said, he's had this mask on, this good guy mask on for like 30 years. And he finally revealed, what he, underneath it, I guess you could say. And he goes, I hope he leaves the mask off. And I was like, you know what? That's kind of interesting, and I'm like, okay. And but yeah, of course, like that week, it was just back and forth. Like Will Smith, deserves to go to jail. Chris Rock should take. Yeah, it was like back and forth. I'm like, first off, I don't think Chris Rock gives a shit, and he didn't. And then Will Smith, yeah, let's let him work out his problems. But I really want to see him back. I don't think he should be thrown, cast out in the cornfield. Right. I want him to come back because I grew up watching this dude, from Fresh Prince to whatever latest movie he was in. Yes, he's always been one of my favorite actors. So, I hate it when people just automatically take sides, and they do it with every little situation now. And it's just like, shit, guys, come on. Let's just get the facts first, please.
I think with the whole mask off thing, it's like, this isn't the first time Will Smith smacked somebody. People forgot somebody like kissed Will Smith on the cheek and he smacked him real quick. Like, Will Smith has always been that person. It's just you don't often see it. But people also had forgotten that Will Smith's family has been literally like mocked and ridiculed, from his children to his wife, then the cheating stuff and the open relationship thing. Like basically people saying that, oh, Will Smith's a cock and all this stuff and awful things that they've said about his family. It was only a matter of time before Will Smith just lost it and snapped. And we saw it, and that's just what it was.
It just happened to be on one of the biggest stages in Hollywood. And it's like right before he was about to win an Oscar too. I mean, I'm sure that added to it, the pressures of that. It's like, oh yeah, he was like pretty much, people had bets on him winning the Oscar because obviously during award season, he was just winning and winning and winning. So just to do that and then having to go up on stage, man, I mean, that had to be, I remember just watching that speech and just going like, oh my God, like, how is he not just like fucking like, I mean, obviously he was holding his shit together as best as he could, but I was like, man, he must be just inside. He must just have the devil and the angel just fighting with each other and something's going on. And I'm like, holy shit. Like the fact that he still got through that speech. Wow. I mean, good on him. But I just hope that whatever happens, he just gets back into the light again. I think all of us are kind of over the whole thing. Yeah, we can make jokes about it. And I hope he makes a joke about it too one of these days. And I don't know. I know they asked, like, some people were saying like, oh yeah, Chris Rock and Will Smith should host the Oscars next year. I'm like, that would be funny, but that ain't going to happen.
I mean, I think isn't he banned from the Oscars for a while?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's banned anyway.
He's banned, and apparently they did ask Chris Rock, and it was like, fuck no. Who watches that shit anyways? And it's true, because nobody's watching these award shows anymore anyways. This was like the biggest thing in like the last 3 or 4 years that ever happened at an award show. I think the last big thing that happened at an award show was Ricky Gervais just sticking it to the fucking room at the Golden Globes, which was an amazing speech that he did at the opening speech where he was calling out everybody in the room about, celebrities and stuff like that. I think that was the last big thing, controversial thing that happened at award shows. So, but nobody's watching this shit anymore.
Yeah, so. No one cared about the Oscars until Will Smith smacked Chris Rock. That was like the thing when you realize, like, Oscars, wake up. No one cared about you until somebody got smacked on your show.
Yeah, and now they're probably thinking like, how can we have something like this happen again next year? Who else can? Who else has beef?
Who's gonna get kicked in the nuts next year?
Yeah, somehow we have to have Johnny Depp and Amber Heard at the award show. Let's see what happens there. Ugh, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. That thing.
Did you see they're making a movie?
Oh, I know. What is up with that? Tubi, right? On Tubi. That was quick. That's not going to be the only movie, too. That's not going to be the only movie. Oh yeah, Tubi was like they were like got on it quick. I didn't see the trailer or anything. I saw the what the actors looked like, and I was like, oh my God, that was so trailer. Bad. No, I didn't want to watch it. I'm so tired of it. So tired of it.
It's so bad, but I have so many questions. Like, are they gonna show her poop on the bed? That's one. like that has to, if they don't put that in the movie, missed opportunity. I mean,
in the Pam and Tommy Lee series, he talked to his dick. So, I mean, you have to go crazy with this stuff. I mean, my God. So you might as well show that.
Why not? Listen, Tubi, if you're ever watching this, and if you have people, listen, If there's no poop on the bed scene, I will not watch this. Just telling you right now, it has to happen.
Gotta have the Duke. Gotta have the Duke on the bed. Come on, gotta have that scene.
We have to have it.
But yeah, and aren't there? I think like other places are going to be doing like their own version as well of that whole thing, and it's just kind of just shows you how gross it all is, because it's like, wow, it's like it's barely the dust is settled, and you guys already have a freaking trailer out for a little like movie thing, and it's crazy how you have to jump on this thing so quickly, and everybody, and it's like. People are going to make fun of your thing more than anything. It's like, unless you actually take the time to cast some good actors to, make it actually good, and maybe, add some, I don't know. It just seems like this was just like, it looks like it was made with a CW budget, from just the shots that I saw. And I'm like, yeah, it just looks like really, really bad. And I think I don't know. I'm not
I did a trailer reaction, and my only reaction, so my only reaction, mind you, for some reason when I record on the thing I record on, it was like freezing my camera, and the trailer was laggy, and I literally was like too lazy. I'm like, so just so you know, this is going to be bad. But my reaction was basically like, why is this a thing? Why? I just kept saying why, because I just didn't understand. Like, I get the true crime stuff is like on the rise right now, but this isn't a true crime story.
I know it's not. It's just it's just another thing that's showing celebrities like, yeah, celebrities are fucked up. Okay. And that's one of the things, like, they're both fucked up big time. If we could take anything back from that, I mean, whatever side you're on, it's like, no, they're both fucked up. And yeah, they have all this money, they have fame, but guess what? Doesn't mean they're unhappy and fucked up. And they definitely are. And they were like, and they still are. And it's just like, oh my God. But hey, good on Johnny Depp's daughter. She got a role today. The Nosferatu movie from good old Robert Eggers. She's going to be replacing Anya Taylor-Joy. She can't do it, so she got cast in it. So good on her. Some positivity for the Depp family right there.
Right? Like, that's good. Johnny's kids doing stuff. That's awesome. I mean, Johnny's been doing really well, too. I mean, it's crazy because, like, even if he lost the case, he still had, like, so much support. Even if he lost, he still won, in my opinion. He won public opinion.
I think the whole thing, like the fact that they made it public and everything like that, I think he didn't care if he won or not. He was just trying to like clear his name a little bit, and it definitely worked. And God knows what's going to be happening with her. I mean, obviously people have their opinions on that. I know people keep on saying, she needs to be replaced in Aquaman. I'm like, I don't think they're going to do that. See, that's the thing. That's another thing that, when we talk about this whole Warner Brothers Discovery stuff, like the controversy with Ezra Miller, and then we got this controversy also with Amber Heard, but it's not as bad because she's not the star, so they can, cut down her role as much as possible. And it sounds like they did, but now Aquaman's not coming out till another year and a couple of months, which is crazy. So they have plenty of time for people to forget about that. I'm hoping when it comes to the Ezra stuff, by the time we get to June, things have settled. There's not much more controversy that comes out, and I hope. I don't know. I know you're laughing. Yeah, there's gonna be more that comes out. I already know there's gonna be more, but it just sucks. But and it's just going to be interesting when it comes to the press for that, because they're not going to. Are they going to be able to have their star, come out and do any kind of press, or is it going to be strictly Andy Muschietti or the Muschiettis, or what's going on? I don't know.
Do you know what's crazy about this Ezra Miller stuff? Did you know that I contacted? So I don't know if you know about the father of Takada, and
Chase, right?
Yes. They put out a thing like, if you guys have any stories about Ezra and that if Ezra fed you drugs or abused you, contact Trash the Flash Ezra Miller something at gmail.com, right? So I contacted that under a different email. I said, hey, I was a witness in Hawaii, and I want to tell my story. Is there a way I could talk to Rolling Stone? And without asking me a single question further or anything, here is the lady from Rolling Stones who wrote the last article's email address. And I wish I went ahead and contacted her, But I was like, I don't want to push the envelope too much. But in my head, I'm like, I know for a fact that none of these people who are writing the article, number one, vet their sources. Like they don't talk to these people, find out, like, say, hey, do you have proof that you know this person? Do you have things? A lot of the stuff that they're getting from, they're not confirming who these people are. And I proved that by contacting them and saying, hey, I have a story. They didn't ask me shit.
Of course. They didn't, because they knew. Yeah, exactly. They didn't. They knew you were going to go push against what they want, their narrative, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, there's just all kinds of weirdness coming out of that, and of course, Rolling Stone and I mean, we all heard about. Remember when the whole like the Snyder bots thing that came out? Man, that whole thing was just like, good Lord. Was that the same? It wasn't the same writer, was it? Was that the same writer that? No, I don't think it was. Right? Yeah.
I think it was somebody else.
Yeah, but still, it's just, again, when it came to that whole, I first off thought it was funny. We all thought it was funny. It's like, really, 13%? You guys are ridiculous, thinking that 13% was going to skew the online perception of this whole thing. Good job. Way to go.
Dang,
but then also,
it wasn't as funny as how angry some of the Snyder Bros got.
That's where I was getting to. I was all, and then the fact that people got offended by it, I'm like, guys, why are you getting offended by this? There's no reason to get offended by this. I mean, it's ridiculous. Make fun of it. And then, and it was funny too, because when the whole, Jay Oliva thing was happening, he even said like, hey, like, I thought it was funny. I posted a Transformer GIF. I said beep, bop, boop and shit like that. I'm like, yeah, that's how a lot of us were. But yeah, there were some people that were not, that got so offended. And it's like, no, guys, you can't.
We are not bots. We're not bots. We're people. I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? It was all of my timeline. I'm just like, I had to block. You want to know how many people I blocked from the Snyder fandom?
Oh, I'm sure it's been a bunch.
Like I have in total like 780 people blocked on Twitter, and like the majority of that are from Snyder fandom.
Jeez.
I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't mentally do it anymore.
I get it. And I know you've, that's the controversial kind of stuff that was kind of happening with you when it came to the Snyder fandom. I mean, when you saw, like, I mean, obviously you supported of the Snyder cut, you supported all that, you were you championing all that and stuff like that. But when it started getting a little bit like, okay, and I've said this, and I keep on saying, the further we get away from the releasing of the Snyder cut, the crazier some of these people are getting, because it's like, now what do we fight for? Oh, now we got to restore the whole damn thing. And it's like, okay, cool, but that's not the same. It's not the same as a movie that's 70% done that we're trying to get out. This is like a little bit different. And, I am totally for it. I would love to see the sequels, would love to see more. And, from what I gathered is, and I keep on saying this too, when it comes to the Flash, and even recently with Black Adam, I'm like, they're not trying to just be like, all right, it's done, squashed, we're done with it, we're not going to recognize it, it's no connection, no canon, no nothing. I'm like, no, they don't want that Justice piece of crap as canon. If they're going to refer to the Justice League, they're going to refer to the Justice League that people like, the epicness that we got. And some people are just like, they still want to be like, nah, it's tied to justice. I'm like, good God, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah. That was wild. I boot up a live stream like, y'all are tripping. Like, it was 2 seconds. Like, relax.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice it.
I didn't notice it either. I even said that, and I will admit it. And I'm not afraid to admit it either. When I quote tweeted it, I was like, "Oh, cool," or something like that. And then all of a sudden, I saw people go, "Did you see it was a Justice shot?" And then I started getting DMs, and I'm like, and then I was like, and I was talking to people. I'm like, "Oh shit, it is, huh?" And I went, "Oh, it's like 0.8 seconds." I'm like, whatever. And then all of a sudden, like, I just started seeing it everywhere. And then I even posted like a little, like the Joker tweet, like, everybody loses their minds. And I was like, I didn't think that, but the fact that they pulled it and then removed it, I was like, whoa. I was like, that's pretty damn crazy. That's pretty damn crazy that they did it. I mean, I thought it was cool, because I was like, all right, you're listening to the fandom. Cool. I appreciate that. But I didn't like the fact that instead of putting like something else from like a previous movie, they just put like a Black Adam scene right in the spot that it was. And I was like, what'd you do that for? You have like a shot of like Black Adam zapping dudes, and then it's Harley Quinn walking away from Ace Chemicals. I'm like, that wasn't a good fix, but okay, fine. It's like,
right. I was mad at The Rock. I was literally mad at The Rock. I'm like, number one rule, never give in to the mob. I don't care. Like, but we're fans. They listen to fans. I'm like, no, they just didn't want to hear you guys bitching anymore. So they may just stop bitching by taking out that clip so you'd stop complaining and crying on the internet. They generally probably did not care. But it's like, Rock, you're this big beefy dude, and you're just like, whoa, internet trolls. I gotta like stop.
That's this audience. I mean, but I think the biggest thing, and then even with that recent like Fandango thing when they talked about the Justice League, and they actually cut to Zack Snyder Justice League. I'm like, okay, I think, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I totally was like, wow, I was wowed by it too. But at the same time, I'm like, okay. I think when it comes to Warner Brothers Discovery, I mean, of course, there's some people out there that'll say like, oh, it's things are happening. Zach has talked to Dave Zaslav like on the phone or something. No, but let's not get into that quite yet. But but I think when it comes, they know, like Zaslav and crew know, like, okay, we really got to make sure that we do not refer to that 2017 version of Justice League, because nobody wants that. Everybody loves this new version. It's not like with everything that's coming out, we're just going to be like, all right, it's got to be Snyderverse. But it's like, hey, well, at least there's a foundation. And that's what I keep telling people too. It's like, there's always a possibility that Zack could come back. It's not going to be for like probably 5+ years, because the dude's creating fucking art over at Netflix, and I'm looking forward to it. We're all looking forward to it. Right. But it's like, hey, at least if there's movies that have his fingerprints in it for the foundation, to me, I'm like, I can be okay with that right now. That's why I couldn't get on the whole fuck the Flash. I hope it fails. Hope it gets reshot and rewritten to no, that's not going to happen either. I keep telling people that it's the most Snyderverse movie. I mean, it's going to have the most in it out of all the movies that are coming out. It's going to have the most Snyderverse in it. Not to mention, like, Zack's VFX guys are working on it. I mean, we talked to those guys, and they weren't going to do any more superhero movies, but then they read the script and they're like, wow, this is actually pretty good. So let's get on board. And I try to keep telling people that. And it's like, but of course you can't right. Quite, Yeah. And I know you've tried to, but I mean, in your ways.
In my very aggressive, very foul mouth.
No, what are you talking about? I've seen so many nice things you've posted, quote tweeting. When I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm a savage. I do not apologize. But I question for you. For you. Do you know Zach's an anime fan? Because I feel like there's a lot of anime aesthetics in his films, and I'm really like, I don't. Yeah, he has.
I have never asked him. I never asked him personally, but I think he is. Yeah, I would say that too. Oh yeah, Sucker Punch
was so anime, and I'm like, this guy likes anime. You can't tell me he's never watched an anime, because it had so much anime feel. And I've heard Rebel Moon. Like, I remember when they first talked about Rebel Moon, I remember seeing some articles say that it's similar to Sailor Moon's storyline, and I'm like, Zach has to be into anime. I swear that man has to be into anime.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I mean, he loves animation. That's the thing. He loves animation. That's why when, one of the many times that I've stirred the pot when it comes to this fandom, and I said, hey, I'd be okay for an animated sequels or even, graphic novels, and all of a sudden, dogpile. Oops. It's like, hey, I'm just saying, like, the guy loves art. He loves all the art. That's why we're getting like him and Jay Oliva doing the Norse God stuff. I mean, Jay Oliva's definitely, Scott McClown, he's saying that, and they're definitely Jay Oliva. Those storyboards are very anime. And we all know that guy is just big time animation. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Zach just loves art. Okay, he loves, obviously, film is his main thing. Photography is probably his next thing, because he loves photography, but he also draws. I mean, the guy draws. He's got books and books and books of just storyboards of all the stuff, all his shots. He's a one in a million, and he's just so unique, because the dude is now, I mean, look at with Rebel Moon, he's in the trenches with the camera, getting rubble on him, shooting things. He's the director of photography just because he loves the shit so much. And that's like, it's pretty damn amazing, like how much that guy does, especially, you know, just guy has more energy than I wish I had 1/16 of his energy. Jesus Christ.
No, that was cool when I saw him on there, because I remember I was on a stream and we were talking about something else, and then all of a sudden they were like, Zach's on with Dave on the Film Junkie. So they stream sniped it real quick, and sure enough, there was Zach, and I was like, no way. And then I came in to try to troll, and you didn't pay attention. I was asking him about the turkey and the gravy, and I was like, I want to know about why.
I saw that. I actually did see that because I was sitting there, you know, and obviously I'm just like, all right, this stream's like crazy. Oh my God. But then I looked over and yeah, you did mention about where's the gravy for that turkey. Yeah, I know. I did see that. I should have brought that up.
I was so mad. Like, everybody was freaking out over that Thanksgiving turkey. And I was like, where is the gravy? That turkey doesn't look the turkey's looking a little bit dry. I want to know where the gravy is. And I didn't see enough stuffing. I was critiquing the turkey so hard. I feel bad. And I feel bad if his wife made it. I do apologize if you made the turkey, but the gravy, you gotta have, if you're gonna take a picture of the turkey, you gotta have the spread, you gotta have the gravy in the shot, and all that, you know.
But it wasn't about the turkey, it was about the book behind it. Which you know what? But see, this is what I love about Zach. I mean, when he takes a picture, he knows, and he was like, you know what? I'm gonna put that back there. I'm gonna do that. See, that's the thing. The thing is, Zach is he's a shit stirrer too. He's a pot stirrer too. You know, that's why when it came to the releasing of the Snyder Cut, I mean, yeah, I know there's people that want to like, hey, you know, we got to credit this person, that person, this person. But I mean, obviously, Zach started the whole fucking thing by just going like, hey, I'm just going to be like, fuck it. I'm going to go against whatever. I'm just going to post things on Vero. You know, I'm going to post. I don't give a shit. I'm probably going to get in trouble. He's admitted to it, you know, but he just is that. And he knows like, hey, and I'm not saying that he's trying to troll his fans. No, he keeps on trolling Warner Brothers. That's the thing. He's trolling Warner Brothers. He knows that it's like, hey, you want to see something? I'm going to post my turkey, but I'm going to have Final Crisis in the background. And guess what? Warner Brothers, people are going to be like, hey, we want Zack Snyder to make a Final Crisis movie. And he's just sitting there going, he knows, but he's not trolling his fans. He's trolling that old regime. He doesn't do that anymore, you know, but he was trolling. He hated that old regime. Trust me. Fuck those guys.
That's what I said. I kept saying to people, I'm like, listen, when I came into the Snyder Cut stuff way late, right? Like way late. Yeah. It was already announced that they were releasing it when I came into it. That's when I met Enosh. And when I heard his story, his tragic story, in my head, I'm like, why would you guys want him to go back and make those piece of shits money after? I'm sorry, but like, I get like it's business, but when somebody has a tragedy which has to take them to walk away to deal with it, and then they're like, okay, I mourned, I'm good, I want to come back and finish, and they're like, nah, we had somebody else do it. And like, to me, that's like a spit in the face. So I was like, if I was Zach, hell yeah, I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good with all of y'all. And I would never want to go back. And then when I see the fans like, no, he'll come back. I'm like, if I was Zach, I wouldn't want to. And it's not because I don't want to do what's right for the fans. Like, I love the fans and respect the fans, but like wanting him to go back to that. And then especially with the Ray Fisher stuff and everything that came out with about WB, it's like, no, absolutely not. I would totally just be like, I'm good. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I know you want it, but I'm going to make other better stuff for you, and you'll enjoy that.
Well, I think it's just when it comes to him, you know, he's always about his fans. So that's why I say, like, you know, me and guys who are even more in contact with him are like, you know, give him some time. Like, it's going to be, you know, and even like, I think the first time he was on here, he even said that one of the coolest things would be to actually do a full-on, adapting The Dark Knight Returns, because he loves that book so much. I mean, obviously with Batman vs Superman, he took little pieces from it, or big pieces, I should say, when it came to Batman and Superman fighting and certain things, and a middle-aged Batman. Obviously, when it comes to Dark Knight Returns, it's a little bit more, he's a little bit older. But I mean, he even said like that would be cool to actually do a full-on that. But at the same time, you just never know. Like maybe the fact that he would still like to conclude his story. That's why whatever way he wants to even do it, he even admitted, I think on here too, that it's like, yeah, I've talked to them about even doing a graphic novel to like finish this thing off. And I'm like, yeah,
Right.
whatever he wants to do, it's fine. But of course there's some people out there like, no, it's live action or nothing. It's like, you are sitting on your chair slowly getting larger, and you're going to tell this guy what should or should not be the conclusion of this story. I'm sorry, that just doesn't, that's not going to fly. But we got some people that are going to be joining the panel right now. We're getting into it. We got Mr. Scott McClellan, and we got Travis, his favorite person.
Travis!
I love Travis. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Travis and I are like besties.
Yes, we've been through battles, went through war, and now we're besties. Everything of that,
Yeah.
Not like I'm not here, Travis. Like it's fine. It's not like I'm not here or nothing. That's cool.
Well, I sorry, Dave set me up. I gotta just scroll for because Dave will kick me off at any point.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have to do exactly what Dave says. He doesn't have to do exactly what everyone else says, but I have to do exactly what Dave says. He's like, you stay in line or you're out.
I made him sign something.
Virtually.
Because
I'm Mama Film Junkie's favorite. So
that was sadly, it's like I can't do anything about Scott because my mom's like my favorite. So like, all right, Mom.
Travis, if you want me to beat him up, just let me know behind the bleachers. I'll take him on. I'm not afraid of Dave. Not afraid of Dave.
Of course.
Yeah, cross country.
It's nice to semi-officially meet you. It's weird to meet people like in the webs and stuff, but it's like conversation. So it's nice to meet you. I hope you're having a good Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
this is a complete. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
I was going to say this is a complete first time for me because when Dave announced that you were going to be the guest and your reputation preceded you, and I was like, "Ooh, y'all, what's the tea? I need to understand like what's going on. What have I been missing?"
It was funny too because she like hit me up with like, how many people were like, oh my god, why are you having her on here? I'm like, no, nobody. People are just kind of wondering why. Kind of some people are wondering like the controversial stuff, and I'm like, just look at her.
Is that what I am? Is controversy? Well, it's funny because
you gotta understand. I for some reason, and Dave can tell you, I manicure my timeline in such a way.
Scott's really good at that.
It's like a bonsai bush. It's like I don't see the shit because I have just excised it from my life. So when people like when I started hearing like all the hubbub about you coming on the show, I was just like, seriously. What did I mute so that I didn't see this? I mean,
I always have to message somebody else for something. Like whether go ahead.
I was gonna say it's just weird that anytime I do something, it's like a big deal, and I'm like, number one, I am a 2K YouTube channel. I don't understand why I even matter at all when things like this happen. So it's like weird because it's like I get Dave drops it. First of all, he dropped it on Patreon first, I guess, because people were like, "Oh my God, Saggy!" And I was like, "What? What happened?"
Yeah, that's what I do. I like if I have a guest, I'll drop it on Patreon, let them know beforehand, and that's
how I found out because I contribute to his Patreon. I am both a member and a customer. What can I say?
There you go.
Double dip.
Yes. No, but I mean, like, it was just funny because it was like, all right, let's see what this response is. I mean, it wasn't like, I wasn't, before I posted that Sean O'Connell was going to be on a couple of months back, I was like, oh fuck, this is going to be a shitstorm, and it was. But when it came to this, I was like, it'll be fun. And as far as I could tell, like, no, it was never any like, oh my God, why are you there was never any of that. It was more excitement than anything. People were like, oh my God, I love her. I can't believe this is happening. I was like,
and Saggy, I don't know what's going on because you have been absolutely delightful for this first hour. I've been.
She's gonna turn heel in an hour though. Just wait.
It's fine. I'm gonna be gone.
Well, it depends. Are you drinking something? I forgot to ask if you were drinking something, Saggy.
I have an energy drink.
Oh, she's drinking
Is it a
energy.
Zoa?
Oh.
Is it a Zoa? You gotta get ready.
Amp. It's green. It's an amp. It's
So jealous. We
Well,
were gonna buy a bunch
was-
of Zoa for the Black Adam, but we found out they don't ship to Canada. So I gotta try. I'm gonna send like a siren tweet in a week. I'm gonna get someone to try and send us a case because I can't believe it. We want I think he's just mad he got cut from the CFL still all these years later, But no Zoas for us.
It was my first appearance. I was like, I want to drink, but I probably shouldn't for the first time.
You're not the first one to say that.
That's smart because when I was on with Geek versus Kirkland and Taylor went way too far. He was in another realm, and he was just like the photos of him in that moment. I remember I told him he sang on the stream. He's like, I did what? He's like, yeah, and I showed him this clip, and he's like, oh man, Ray looks so embarrassed for me, and Ray didn't even know it. But it was just, that's not always a bad call.
It's not the first time someone said that. It's like, yeah, I didn't want to drink on the first because or like I don't want to because it's live and everything like that. And it's like, but I'm like, you know what, just one drink, it's gonna be okay. But yeah, loosen up or something like that. I mean, Scott's been on, pretty wasted on here a couple of times.
Oh God, yes.
Next time, yeah. I will drink just because, like I said, I was nervous as hell. I don't know what it was because you know my personality. I'm not a nervous type, but like. You can ask all my friends. I'm like, guys, I'm nervous for some reason. They're like, why? I was like, I don't know. I just feel nervous because I talk to Dave. I just don't know his crowd, and his crowd doesn't know me. So I have to I don't know how to feel. They're like, just be yourself. I'm like, yeah, but that's the problem. I don't know if I can be myself.
No, you've always got to be yourself. It's great. It's why when Drunk Scott shows up, that's a really interesting. That's a really interesting opportunity for me to be myself. Yeah, and it's fun. It's fun when it happens.
It's happened at least. I mean, twice probably with after Justice League or Zack Snyder Justice League came out. We had a big huge stream. Yeah, we were just like having a party, and that was a good time. Definitely a good time. And then it was the Justice League watch, right? Live watch.
Yeah, the live watch. Yeah. Well, when you're drinking for 4 hours and playing drinking games, shit goes down.
Yeah, shit goes down. But everybody still talks about that though in the chat, in the crowd. Well, we love Drunk Scott. Yeah.
By the way, check out the new shirt my wife got me.
No self-control with the book.
No, not self.
Oh, shelf control.
Okay.
Wow,
I thought this was in response for the Doomsday statue or something like that. But
she still doesn't know.
Doomsday statue. How dare you?
Yeah, she still doesn't know about it. So
you know what's funny?
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say now that Scott's here, we talked. I forget whose stream I was on, but we talked about that epic stream. Which, by the way, it was so cool that Zach was there for that. But we were talking. Yeah, we were talking about. Oh yeah, it was Enosh stream. We were talking about that, and the one thing that ticked me off, I'm like, how much that thing cost? And they couldn't provide you batteries.
I know, right?
Really?
Oh yeah. Even Zach said that. Even Zach was like, "What?" Like, and there, the whole thing that we had a whole battery conversation when it came.
I know. But Ray Porter was right. CVS up the road found him.
There you go.
Still, if it was like AAA or AA, that'd be one thing. But they were like those type of batteries, those special batteries. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was like, if I paid that much money, I'd be writing a very nasty review just from that alone.
Well, that's why the tweet when I posted it all put together, I had to call it batteries not included. Like I could not tweet that. I mean, it was so fun,
Dude, that was great. It was a great stream, and like just to even get him on there. Like I said, I mean, we've talked about it, a million times, in this past week, but I mean, I didn't think it was just one of those things where I was like, hey, we're doing this. You want to join? Hey, I'll send you a link. And I didn't really get a confirmation. And then I just sent them a link, and sure enough, boop, there it was. And it was like, anytime that happens, man, especially like when I know like nobody else knows, man, tell you what, it's just like boom, 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 boom. And then I just when I was like, Scott, turn your head to the screen, please. And then bam.
Right and trust me, as soon as I heard that, I was like, You son of a bitch.
Yeah, I could tell your face. Oh, I've watched that. I just love that. I try to look at like everybody's face like when that happened. It was just,
Oh yeah, my dad
Same.
watched just
Yeah.
enough of the stream to watch me put the statue together, and he was laughing, having a good time. Like, yeah, Dad, those are my friends. He said, he was like, they had a good time roasting you. So yes, they do. They really do.
yes,
That's
it was
real
perfect.
friendship.
It was perfect. Yeah, it was perfect. It was like, I mean, when we came up, when we had the idea to do it, I was like, yeah, this is going to be great. And then just to get Ray on to, Darkseid himself. And he like had some good zingers. The whole anti-wife equation thing, that was,
Oh God,
that was
that
so
was
good.
so
I
good.
love Ray. I've been on
he's so-
streams with him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so chill.
Nicest guy in the
and
world. Nicest guy in the world.
Funny. Oh, he's adorable. I adore Ray Porter.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
somebody. But
And the fact that he played the most evil baddie in the DC universe, how is that even possible? But he's just got that voice. But man, anytime that Ray has been on this stream, we go on for 4 hours and it's mainly just us going, say more stuff, Ray. What do you got else? We're just like sitting there going like, what else? Music? Yeah. Tell us about the Audible books. What else? We're all
tell us about that. Tell me about that time you worked with that really famous Shakespearean actor on
Yes,
stage.
exactly. He's got stories for days.
Tell me about what you ate today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Is like we just want to hear him talk. I mean, that's the thing. I think like one of the funnest like streams that we had was like the Christmas when we were had him on before. That was the last time we had him on before, and it was just like it was unexpected. It was just like, hey, this is our Christmas stream, and then I was like, hey, Ray Porter's here, and then we had the running joke that he was he was heavy metal
Santa. Yeah, that was the great one. Hey, have any of y'all picked up Audible Sandman Act 3 came out this week?
Oh, didn't he what's Gaiman? He talked about that, right? Or
Gaiman and Dirk Maggs, who does the directing. Oh yeah, and then Ray jumped in, and a lot of the voice actors. Oh God, it was like when that happened, I was like, oh, Audible credit purchase, and it was just so nice to like drive around just listening to that because it's those audiobooks are so good.
So good.
Oh my goodness.
I know I still haven't listened to him yet, but I need to.
You haven't even finished the show yet, have you?
I know I haven't. I haven't.
You're why it's going to get
even
canceled,
thought of
Dave.
it I know I'm about to get canceled. Yeah.
I forgot to tell you the story.
What's the story?
Go for it.
Remember when William gave you the super chat? Because I remember it because I was thinking about
the Saggy T Car thing.
Yeah. So y'all know Wayne T Car.
Yes.
Of course.
So to give you context, I have like this gimmick where I try to make people uncomfortable when I meet them for the first time. And I do that by being like overly flirtatious because when you have a chick you just met and you have no clue and this chick is just hitting on you, you're just like, whoa, what do I do with this? So I usually do that. And I was making like jokes to Wayne T. Carr like that in the chat. But then I got on the panel with Wayne T. Carr and I was just being like this, just cool, calm, collected. But William was like, hey, Saggy, how come you're not like flirting with him and trying to get with him? You should be asking him on a date and stuff. And mind you, I had found out no, I'm like, William, the man just had a child. like I'm not going to flirt with him. He had a child. There's a limit.
That's William right there. That sounds 100% William. He likes to do that stuff. But then, of course, when he gets onto the live chat, he's like, I'm not going to be, I'm just going to talk about the movie stuff, Yeah. No, he's like that.
Was the lore.
That.
Yeah, that was the lore of making. And then I got uncomfortable, which was the funniest things. I usually don't get uncomfortable on streams. I just roll into the jokes, but I'm like, he just had a baby.
He did. That's right. When all that was going on. We got to get Wayne too far back on this, talk a little bit more about what he's doing. I know, like, it was funny because 2 weeks ago, I was at like a sports bar and there's college football on and I saw he was in a commercial for Dish TV. It was like, I literally did the whole, Leo DiCaprio, like I like looked up and I was like, hey, I like literally pointed. I was like, hey, I just saw Wayne T. Carr. That was Wayne T. Carr, right? Yeah. I think I just saw Green Lantern right up there. But I was like, yeah, that was Wayne. And then of course I saw people on the timeline post his commercial. I'm like, yeah, of course, working actor, gonna show up. He's gonna pop in. But we want more work for Wayne. We want, I still have not seen Lady Macbeth.
Oh, you have?
No, it was on Apple TV, and I don't have it.
I don't have Apple TV there. I won't lie.
Yeah.
But Macbeth was fabulous. The scene he shows up in, I remember sitting in the theater going, "Know him? Nope.
Same thing. Talk to that guy.
I talked to that guy right there. Mm-hmm. Yep.
See, William's still giving me shit. Yeah.
And actually, also on Apple TV, because it dropped today, I watched this
drinking energy
while Callum was sleeping. I watched the greatest beer run ever.
Oh wow! How was that? How was that?
It is a cute movie.
Cute.
Well, here's the thing, because it starts off very silly and fun, and then by the time he gets to Vietnam, it starts to slowly like it's kind of like as the character realizes, the shit's hitting the fan in Vietnam, the movie starts taking itself a little bit more seriously. But it's based on a true story. It is based on a real guy took a duffel bag of beers so that he could track down all the guys from his neighborhood in Nam and gave him a beer. And so and then Russell Crowe's in it for like 5 minutes as a photographer.
That's it. So
really, because the trailers do not make it seem like he's in it for 5 minutes.
Oh no, he is barely in that movie.
But Russell Crowe right now is just making cameos like in Thor and shit. Yeah.
What's going on? That's so funny. It's like you get Russell Crowe and he's in there. Why?
He's in there for more than 5 minutes, but I'm just saying that relative
not a big role.
Not a big role at all. Yeah. For him to basically get like second billing, because Bill Murray's in the movie too.
What? Oh,
wait,
that's right.
Bill Murray's still a thing?
Yeah,
Bill Murray, but I figured he's too old. I figured
he's always going to be a thing. He's always going to be a thing, even after he passes.
Don't say that. He can never pass away. I refuse to have a Bill Murray zombie in real life. I refuse.
Oh, I know. Oh shit. Yes, that's right. I know that's going to be a sad day but let's hope he sticks with us for a good number of years more. I mean, the guy, I love how the guy he'll just remember when he was doing that thing where he'd pop up at like random parties and people be like, Bill Murray's here. And somebody would take a picture. It's like, Bill Murray's literally showed up at a dorm party. Like, what? And just so many different things. Like, I think the guy's he's gonna live forever. Oh yeah, he would do stuff.
No, don't say that, because I thought Betty White was going to live forever. I was very convinced she sold her. I was very convinced she sold her soul to the devil for something, because she was like, I'm like, Betty White will never die, and then she did. I cried. I won't even lie. I cried like a baby. I was like, you are supposed to be the one.
She was always like, she was one of those where it's like, we always knew her as older forever. Like she was always like our grandmother.
She was born old.
She was
yes.
Even like, I mean, I've seen stuff all the way back to the old Match Game episodes that she was in, and it's just like, like the hair wasn't as white, but she still was just, you could tell it's like it's Betty White. And then when you saw like previous stuff, you're like, it was just crazy to see like her super younger, but like I've only just known her live action as how she was, and she just seemed like she was just always like that, always the delight, always energetic, always flirty too. That's the thing, that woman was flirty all the way to her deathbed, man, and that's what was so great about her. See, good.
I'm gonna be on my deathbed. I'm gonna be on my deathbed. I hope I have I don't even care. I'm just gonna touch my nurse's butt. Like, I'm dying, so you might as well just let it happen.
I'm totally gonna be Clint Eastwood from Gran Torino. That's
Get
me.
Off my lawn.
Get off my lawn.
Just the non-racist part, though, too.
The non-racist part, not the racist part. But the shotgun might. But the shotgun may actually happen. I'm just saying.
It's funny to bring out Clint Eastwood. We watched Casper tonight with the kiddos, and I forget that he has this like 10-second cameo where Bill Pullman's turning into a bunch of celebrities in the mirror. And
wow, I forgot about that.
He turns into Clint. He turns into Mel Gibson. And he turns into what? I'm forgetting his name from Caddyshack.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Thank you. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, but I'm like, how did they get Clint Eastwood for 10 seconds in Casper? Like, what did they have over him to do? No, that was a bad thing. But I'm just like, it's such a random. He's in Casper. All right, cool. And that's what it was.
That movie.
That's the first time my kids saw Casper.
that movie is a hidden gem because
It
there's
is.
a lot of
It's
cameos.
hiddenly fucked up, is what it is.
It's
You have
also
this
fucked
little
up.
ghost boy asking this little girl, and I just have daughters. Can I keep you? What the fuck? I even looked at my oldest. And said, that's a red flag. If anyone ever
I had
says,
a
"Can I
crush on
keep you?"
Casper.
If anyone says, "Can I keep
Well,
you?" No, you go the other way.
That movie gave me a crush on Christina Ricci. So
Well, yeah.
Just saying.
Well,
When
and then
Casper
when
said that.
Casper, yeah, well, when Casper turned into an actual boy, it was Devon Sawa, and
Yep.
of course, every
Yes.
girl had a crush on him.
Younger in the movie when he comes down to dance, it's like Jesus Christ! Like everybody turns and looks like he's a good looking like kid, but just like everybody drops and stops. It's just like
Devon
oh
Sawa,
my-
man.
I guess
No,
it's such a big
when
deal,
Casper came out and he said that line, "Can I keep you?" I was like, "Yes, take me, take me, Casper. I'm going. I'm going."
I love the Ghostbusters cameo with Dan
Yes.
Aykroyd.
Oh, yeah.
He goes, "Who are you gonna call?" Someone else, you know, and then he just like leaves, and it was great.
And I'm glad you brought up Casper because tonight Heather was getting ready for. So we showed the boys the first Hocus Pocus tonight.
I saw.
Oh, there you go. Because the new one just came out, right?
The new one just
There you
came
go.
out, so it has probably been since 1993 or 4 since I've watched Hocus Pocus.
Yeah, I haven't watched that. Yeah.
So I mean, I was 11 and I saw that in the theaters. So it was like Heather wanted to watch the second one, but I was like, man, but I haven't seen the first one forever, and we can't show the boys the second one without showing them the first one.
Gotta show the first
But
one.
now make them wait 30 years. Like, don't show them Hocus Pocus 2 yet. Like, so no, you gotta wait it out.
Wait till they're adults. Wait till they're adults.
Yeah, get together. One of your last wishes as Gran Turismo Scott is to watch Hocus Pocus 2.
All right, we got some more people joining in right now. We got Mr. Steven, we got John Knight, and we got Mr. Ray returning to the.
It's like
I don't know who's that guy at the
Hi.
bottom. I don't recognize him.
Right?
I don't know who this
That's
person
He
is.
hasn't
that's
been
a
around
guy
for a
named
little
Ray.
I don't know who he is. I'm
Scott,
sorry.
it says Ray right there. Scott,
I
right
know.
there.
I know. I mean, I knew a Ray. We used to podcast together all the time. We're on the same network and everything, but I don't.
But he got a
recognize-
job. He got an
Looks like it's a
important
normal
job.
everyday, works a simple professional job, like a reporter or something.
It's okay, Ray. I know who you are. I'm a fan. It's okay. I don't know
Thank
what
you.
this guy's talking about. I don't know why.
I'm busting that
nuts.
boy's balls.
He's giving me shit. He is because
By the way, Scott, what are you drinking? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Ray, but I was like, I just realized I haven't asked what you were drinking.
Is that a mug or a stein? For
That's a
Yeah.
Stein.
Yeah, it is a Stein.
Here we go. It's from one of my favorite book series.
Oh, look at that! Of course it is. I don't know what it is from.
Yeah, no.
No, it's fine.
Annaly's Pub.
McAnally's Pub, official neutral territory under the Unseelie Accord since 1994. This is from my favorite book series, The Dresden Files. It's a
Of
book.
course.
It's
Yes.
a book series. Hey, y'all! It's been around since 1999. It's been around since 2000. Shut your traps. It's about a wizard who works as a PI in Chicago.
Okay.
So Harry
Okay.
Potter.
Oof.
Actually, it's really funny because his name is Harry, and so they make that joke in the books.
Oh, there you go.
That's-
Self-aware. That's good.
What's in the Stein?
Oh, what's in this time? Honey vanilla chamomile.
Okay.
He's
There
getting
it is.
sleepy.
Well,
Mr. Knight, you're muted, Mr. Knight.
Oh yeah,
yeah, John. Yeah.
1 hour.
There it
later.
is.
Right.
John's real quiet today.
Thank you much. Yeah, thank you for that. I was unaware.
You're welcome.
You know,
Hello, what's
Callum
going on?
decided to share his.
I saw the
respiratory
mouth
virus
moving
with
and
me,
nothing was
so
coming
tea
out.
tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
okay.
was
so
just
you're
getting
fighting-
my voice ready. You know, I wasn't trying to say anything.
That's
I need
right.
some of the
La
tea
la
first.
la 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 la.
I was pulling a Mariah.
Mariah.
Right.
Well, I mean, when it comes to voices, let's face it. You know, John's got that. He's got that. Hey,
Oh,
we're
John's
gonna
got
be
a
hitting
voice.
you.
No,
Oh, John's got a
New
voice.
York.
John's got a voice. You know.
New
You know,
York.
John's got a voice. Scott's got a voice. Travis. You know, the rest of
It's
us.
there.
It's a voice.
Travis is
They don't
here.
give
It's a voice.
they don't give those out in Canada. They're like, you get a low docile voice, but you get to be nice. And it's like, okay.
Exactly. you know.
Free
I'm sorry,
healthcare.
I'm
I'm like,
sorry,
okay,
I'm
I'll
sorry.
take the free healthcare. I'll take it.
The
I got hip.
arsonist has oddly shaped feet.
Hey, Steve,
And of course,
your volume's
Steven,
a-
your mic's a
volume's
little
low,
low,
yeah.
as
No,
always.
He's migrating to Canada. He's
It's
coming.
fine. I decided it's just fine from now on. I'm not gonna. It's just fine.
It's
Nothing wrong
okay.
with
It's all
ASMR.
right.
It's all right.
You have to really listen to him, like if you want to hear him. You know.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very soft. Yeah,
That's how you pay attention.
It's a trick.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's an engagement tactic.
It's
Those, like, YouTube
engagement
master
tactic.
classes teach you how to do that.
But Ray, glad to have you back. I mean, you've been working the long hours the past few weeks.
Oh, for fuck's sake, my God! Yeah, I took. There's a Scott. Stick around. There's some shit I have to tell you and Dave after all this is over.
Oh,
Ooh,
boy.
That's not ominous at
exclusive
all.
content.
No, it's
The
just
tea.
it's real life consequences of recent events. Which, by the way, Dave, you okay? They canceled you yet?
Oh,
Have you-
yeah.
oh, yeah.
I've been
You good with
canceled so
that?
many times. What are you talking
I
about?
mean, for fuck's sake, seriously. Like, I
Are you on the
signed in.
cancel wagon?
This is the last vodka stream. Actually, it's
Right.
done after tonight. Yeah.
Dude,
I'm
I
That's
like
why I'm here. We're putting the
yeah,
nail in the
exactly.
coffin.
You know,
like
I was like,
got
I'm gonna
up.
go out with a bang. I'm gonna bring on Saggy. You know, Why not?
I got up that Saturday and was just like, the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
I think we all did. I think that was everyone's reaction.
Right, like just
Yeah.
hey,
I did a
whatever.
stream about it.
Oh, I know. You did a stream, and then Enosh, they even talked about it too. That was the night that I couldn't sleep, so I was like, I'm gonna listen to Enosh and see what's
I had
going about me.
I
It was one of those things.
I chewed out a listener. Like,
Yeah, you did.
like on my
I listened to that one. I listened to that episode.
I was pissed because it just this fucking irked me. Like the whole fucking thing just irked the shit out of me.
Missed
Like,
something?
think it's
Irked
funny
you?
because there's a
I
couple
don't-
people in the Snyder fandom who like their entire engagement platform, and there's a lot of people like this, but there's a couple people whose entire engagement depends on people like Dave having Zach on, so they can cut out clips and put
100%.
them on their Twitter, and so they get retweets and followers and makes them feel important, and they'll sit and watch a 4-hour stream and be like, ooh, I'm gonna cut out that part from 52 minutes and 13 seconds and
Yeah.
cut it off before
About
it finishes
James Gunn.
so that it looks right.
Ooh.
You're like, it's like someone spent their entire evening like watching you and making clips about it so that they could make everybody mad at you. Like it's I don't know, it's like, oh, your career is ruined, man. I don't know.
I know.
It
I'm
really
just
got
totally
you,
done. You
but-
know, I'm just
Ray,
done. And
seriously.
you know, and thank you to people who. Oh, what are you gonna say,
what is that?
Scott?
You post Friday Flight while I'm on the vodka stream, so now I can't listen to your uncensored, not safe for work thoughts until
Oh,
like
that's
later.
something you can listen to while
It's-
you're drinking your
it's okay.
coffee tomorrow.
It's all right. It's okay. No,
Yeah.
listen. I was in shock because I had today off. I haven't had the day off in like
In a while.
3 weeks. Seriously,
Dude, and it's so funny too because Ray, I was like, I remember you sent the Will Smith and what's the
Pursuit
movie?
of Happiness.
Pursuit of Happiness,
Yeah,
like tearing
yeah.
up, and I'm like, yeah, Ray, I wish you could have been there. It's like shit, you know.
dude. Okay, this part I can say. I was at work, and
Yeah.
I had it up for all my coworkers, and I'm telling them the story. I'm telling them
Oh my
about the
God,
Dark
what
Side
up?
statue. I'm telling them all the shit that happens, right? I told them about Ray Porter and everything that's there, right? And then that happens, and I just went silent. And I just sat there, and I just finished my work, and I said, "Have a good night," and I went home. And it was just like, oh, okay. And it was like the most bittersweet thing on earth, because on the one hand it was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Because seriously, where's the statue, Scott? Like, where'd you put it? Like, you
Like,
put
hey guys,
I
I'm normally on this stream. See how there's like 5 boxes there? I'm normally that box down. Oh, there's another one coming on right where that. Oh,
Fuck you. I did
Yeah.
get this though. I mean, so that's cute.
Oh
I
yeah,
got
you
the Ace
did get
variant.
that. I remember.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you
you know.
sent me that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
But no, it was just such a it was like it was an amazing thing. It was an incredible moment, and I was really happy
Yeah.
for you, and really depressed at the same time. So it was like,
Wait, so you
Yeah,
said you
because-
talked to your coworkers about it? Did they actually know what you were talking about?
yeah, actually, it's funny. The reason that I've been working a lot of overtime the last couple of weeks is because we've had some people leave the department, and we've been training some new guys. And crazy enough, like you know how like when you have a scenario where you bring new guys into a room and you're trying to feel them out to see if you're going to get along with them or not, especially since one of the guys that left nobody got along with. So it's like, okay, feeling out process. How's this guy's going to go? I found out from day one that this dude likes Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. And I was like, oh, you're good. You're fine. I don't care. You say whatever the fuck you want.
I thought you were going to say we bring these guys into a room and haze the shit out of them. And I thought that's where we were going with that. So
you watched this Ultimate Edition, damn it. Yeah.
No, it just we've had like multiple discussions about like Zack Snyder and everything. So no, he understood. He and my other coworkers 100% understood the gravity of the situation, and we're like, oh my god. Right.
So
I always let everybody that I know, like in real life, think that they like everything just a little bit more than I do. Like what they'll be like, oh, like because I made the mistake like one too many times, like when I was younger, with like I'd wear like a Star Wars T-shirt, and they'd be like, oh man, I love Star Wars. Like I'm like the biggest Star Wars fan, and I'd be like, "Oh, awesome! I'm like I love this book, and have you seen this animated show?" And they'd be like, "Oh, I mean, like I've seen like 3 of the movies." And I'm like, oh, okay. And then like what? Like there's no recovery from that, and so instead I just be like, "Oh yeah, it's cool," and then kind of let them set the pace for.
So Ray, I do need to ask though. So, what was your coworkers' reaction to the whole? Because I still am getting shit to this day of the whole. You're still alive? Has Heather found out? Like, what was their reaction to the whole? My wife still doesn't know that this thing is in our house. I'm just kind of curious.
They're praying for you.
Okay,
they're all praying for you because they.
Saggy,
go ahead,
having a
Saggy.
moment. Hold on.
What do you got?
I'm sorry, Ray. I don't mean to cut across you. No, because I watched part of it and it was late. I had to go to bed. But listen, like, how the f does your wife not know? Like, where is it? How does she not? Is it part of the house that your wife is just not allowed in? And is that some kind of arrangement you guys had? You got married?
He's got a padlock door.
Why is part of the house tilted? Like, why is it like tilted all of a sudden?
Like that thing's not small, Scott. How the hell does she not see it? Would you cover it with a friggin' sheet? Like, I'm so many questions I have.
Yeah. First off, say thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So just for reference, so you watched the stream, right? You watched part of the stream.
Yeah.
Where I'm sitting right now is what would be the man cave section of the house.
Draw us a diagram of your house and then put it on a map.
Screen share it.
Yeah, a Google Map zoom in.
Like, are you sitting on it, Scott? Is that why she has?
No, it's
sitting on the throne.
No, it's in the other room because I have a cave and an office down here. It's a 75% finished basement in my house. So it's in this room that, as we've joked about, the only time anyone besides me goes into the room is that the room is our tornado shelter. So unless a tornado happens, she's never gonna even see the thing.
That's a great
even
setup.
If she walks in, she's just gonna be like,
Wowzers.
"Oh yeah, these are all your babies, your statues, and stuff like that." She's not gonna know the difference. She's gonna probably be like, "Huh, maybe something's a little different, but I don't know because I don't pay." She doesn't pay attention to what's in the room.
I love how all the valuable statues are in the tornado shelter. It's like if all shit goes wrong, at least these.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like it's okay. These are unscathed.
Yes,
smart man.
Yes,
priorities.
We have a question. We have a question from the audience. Yes.
What about the kids? No more room. It's like, well, damn.
I'm just like confused because, like, as a woman, like, I understand the man cave, but like, you ain't home all the time, bro. I'm about to go snoop real quick when you go out and be like, what does he do in this man cave? And I would have found that thing at least like maybe within like the next day. Like, oh, Scott, honey, you going out? Okay, have a good day, honey. What was he doing last night in that goddamn room? I knew I heard some noises. I'd be going in there. I would have found it. I don't know how she has it. You have a good wife. She respects your privacy. That's a good wife.
Well, here's the thing. When we bought this house, a requirement of buying a house when we were moving was to find a finished basement because, as she put it, I need a place for your shit to go.
Okay, good.
So
I thought the agreement was going to be like, there's a room you can't go in. I'm like,
no,
you're fucking Dexter Morgan or something.
Not Dexter Morgan.
You need to understand, we're getting a new house, and it's going to have a room that I'm never going to let you in. That is the requirement of this house. You never look in there. You don't know what's in there. I'm not going to tell you why, but you're going to look for houses with me, understanding that that's a rule.
Unless there's a tornado, you can't go in this room.
Yeah, it's haunted.
It's haunted. It's got some shit in it.
I low-key really want you to, like, like bring her in there and get her reaction when she sees it, because I think she's gonna probably, I don't know, you might be sleeping in that room for a bit.
Oh no, I've kept the box. Like, we've joked about how I'm sleeping in the box. You know, whenever
Yeah.
she finds it, I'll be
The box
sleeping.
is big enough for
Good. Put some pills in there, some blankets. You're good to go.
Oh yeah, it'll be a nice little fort.
Oh yeah.
The statue is already big enough that I could that my 2-year-old could actually, you know, sit on it. So it's okay, you know.
I just couldn't believe how big the
Dude,
fucking box was, and she didn't notice. Like
Right.
when you took a picture of it on your front doorstep, like
No, okay. You got to realize, Travis, the
throw the box
gods
away?
aligned. The
The
gods
god, oh yeah,
aligned.
it all
The gods were like the collectible gods were looking over Scott. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
literally, I wouldn't be surprised when Scott got home just in that nick of time where the box was sitting there in front of the garage. That light was shining on it.
The
There was a
shipping
ray of
was
light going,
priced
"Oh!"
by 50%. I would hope they would drop it off at a convenient time.
Yeah, right at the perfect time where his wife's gone. Everybody's
There you go.
gone. Scott got home right at the perfect time to get that son of a bitch into the house.
Well, that's why I said, like, when you tweeted that picture, I just sent that gif. Get in the house. Get in the house. Seriously, stop taking pictures of the shit out front. Get the fucker thing in the house.
that would have been great. Here he is taking this fucking picture. His wife rolls up behind him.
What am I doing?
Yeah.
No more stuff for the tornado center.
It's for you.
Right. No, but I told it, like, they know about the because I listened to the latest episode of Scott is a Dead Man where you revealed the shipping cost.
Yes.
So like they know the entire price of it, and they're like, oh my god, we're praying for him. We hope he lives. We hope he survives this, because holy shit, that's just.
But see, Scott's smart because obviously his wife knows that, like, you know, he likes to get his collectibles, but you did it in payments. You did it in, like, obviously you ordered this thing when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, so that was 1.5 years ago, you know, and you did it in installments. So then you had to cut back on T-shirts and other figures. So, you know, you did it right. You budgeted. So. You covered your tracks. You, like, you know, you basically, like, all your footprints. You went.
Dexter Morgan again. He's just covering.
That's lovely.
I love it too, because, you know, the number one rule in YouTube is never read the comments.
Yeah.
But I read the comments on the video last week, and
Yeah.
I love how there was one comment from one particular individual who was giving me shit about the fact that I had, you know, my wired earphones the entire time, and it's like, what, that dude could buy the statue and he can't buy, like, some wireless headphones? And my response,
Always that asshole.
and my response was, maybe because I didn't buy the wireless headphones is why I can afford the fucking expensive statue. Ever think about that?
It's all about balance.
See, I
balance.
would have been that neighbor next door that when your wife came home, they're like, "Did you guys get a new refrigerator? Because I saw Scott bringing
Oh yeah, that box was the size of a little mini fridge.
Oh no, I've
was,
had refrigerators smaller than that box.
Yeah, that
seriously.
thing was.
That's where I thought it was over for you. The second I saw that box, like, there's no way he can get it in and out.
Well, it's like because like I said, we had it up at work, and, like, it just kept going. I'm like, how is he just like it? She can't hear any of the
Struggle.
ripping or any of the.
Okay,
none
okay,
of the.
right. Let me understand. You understand a couple of things. I'm literally on one end of the house.
I need a diagram.
Our bedroom is literally on the other end of the house, and she plays and she has a white noise machine going all night.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
Fair.
See,
That's
Convenience.
Scott just,
Yeah.
he had this all, he had a year and a half to figure all this out.
It's Batman with prep time.
Yes.
Exactly.
There you go. Prep time.
Exactly.
Yes.
And guess
Okay.
what? We got Mr. Anthony showing up.
Anthony!
Right
What
now.
up?
Hey.
What's
Hi,
good? What's good,
Anthony.
man? Hey,
Yeah.
What I do?
So happy
up?
news today is I know Steven's excited about this. I don't know who else gives a
So
shit about this,
excited.
but
What
6
is it?
seasons in a movie, we're getting our fucking movie.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
Oh,
I have
Community
not even
or-
seen
yeah.
Community,
season-
yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't even see season 6 though.
Oh, season 6 was fun. I
I,
enjoyed
was-
season
I watched
6.
like a couple episodes. I can't watch without like it. Troy was that show for me. So, like, it just didn't work.
Stephen, that's racist.
Cancel. Hashtag cancel Steven.
I'm saying you're a football player. It's in your blood. That's racist. Your soul. That's racist. Your eyes. That's gay. That's homophobic. That's black. That's racist. Damn.
Oh, I remember the episode that I loved the most was when they used the D&D die to explain multiverse theory, and I was like, "This is fucking brilliant! Thank you for explaining alternate timelines."
I liked the stop motion Christmas episode. I think was my.
Ooh.
It wasn't even like the best one so much as it was just the ambition to do that at all was like I love that.
And the,
I have no
and,
idea
and
what you
the,
guys are talking about. I'm just here.
Yeah.
No, okay, so Saggy,
here
just
so
so you
I don't
know,
get
there was
fined.
this. It was a Thursday night
It's
sitcom
a really
on
old TV
NBC.
show.
Yeah,
Really old TV.
It is really old now. I
it is
guess.
old now.
Yeah.
Yes, the last season aired 7 years ago. So,
Yeah,
but in
wow.
the second,
Really? Was that long ago?
that
Yeah.
long ago.
Yeah, it
Yes.
was.
Well,
yeah.
when did season 5?
Right
go?
after Joel McHale tried to bring back the IT crowd. Yeah,
He did. That didn't work.
it didn't.
That
That
did
should
not
I
never
work.
have been
remember
a
what
thing
I was
at all.
watching 7 years ago that I was into.
I
that.
know. I'm
That's
trying to
it.
remember myself. I watched a lot of The Office. I didn't really watch Community. I haven't. I've watched episodes, but I just never got into it. So.
I
Yeah,
have friends who got me into it, and right now it's on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
But now with this announcement, they're moving the entire
Peacock.
library will be moving to Peacock.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So does everybody just make peace with Chevy Chase? Is that what the case?
No,
is?
they
Fuck
have-
Chevy Chase. No.
No, they
Like, is that just the case, or
they killed off the character. So
Oh.
Chevy Chase is
Yeah.
alive?
That, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he's still
he's alive.
kicking.
He's grumpy.
I'd be
apparently,
all for them bringing him back for the movie in some way, though. I
they have to.
like you
they
can
have
bring
to,
back
right?
Pierce. You
I don't
bring
think they
back
will.
Pierce for a
They don't
scene.
have to when
Oh,
you're
no,
an
they don't
asshole.
want to. They despise him. They don't get along at all.
Yeah, they're probably not going to do that. But
Probably not.
good.
I heard
Yeah.
I heard Joe McHale talk cordially about him on Michael Rosenbaum's Inside of You podcast.
I've heard him say that too on Adam Carolla's podcast too. So he's talked.
I want to hear.
nice.
I want to hear what John Hamm
Stand up
has to
there.
say about him.
I'm sure
what he has to say about John Hamm.
Oh,
I still haven't watched Fletch, by the way.
I haven't
You
either, but that was when I
Yeah.
saw that trailer. I was like, "Huh?
Oh boy.
All right."
The new one.
Oh, new
Yeah.
Yeah. Came out on VOD like a few weeks ago, right? And everything.
Yeah.
Well,
A couple-
and-
it was like a
literally
week
Googled
ago,
that earlier today
2 weeks ago.
for some reason, and didn't even realize it was already out yet. I was
Yeah.
looking for something in the cast or something, and I was like, oh yeah, whenever that comes out, I'll maybe check it out or something.
I'm waiting.
It's
It's a
already out.
Paramount movie, so I'm waiting for it to drop on Paramount Plus.
It's on Hulu
Um,
right now, right?
No, it's only on VOD.
Yeah. And then select
That was
theaters.
on Hulu.
Well, I was gonna say, are they doing the same 45-day thing with this?
Doubt
even
it.
though it's VOD or like
I think it depends. I think it depends what if anyone's watching or anyone gives a shit. Like sometimes they
Yeah.
say 45, but if no one's caring, like, okay, just get it on there. See
Well,
if
I'm
we
just
get anybody to
I'm
watch
just
it.
wondering how long we have to wait before because I want to do the same thing because I've got my Paramount Plus. So yeah, that'll be a perfect way to watch it.
I saw Neil Gaiman being very complimentary of it, saying that it was you could tell that it was made
You
by
sent
people.
me that tweet.
Yeah, he was saying it was. You could tell that it was made by people who loved the original books.
See,
Okay.
that's the thing. That's the thing too. Is like when it comes to a movie like that, it's like, all right, so you have fans of the original movie, which I love the original movie with Chevy Chase. Watched it many times, loved it, love the way that his comedic time and all that stuff. But was that to the book? Probably not. So you got people who love the book, and then you got people who love the original movie.
Right.
So you got different groups. This is where, and I'm like, all right, when I saw the trailer, I was like, oh yeah, it's coming out. I should probably watch that because I love the original movie, but am I going to like this one with Mr. Hamm over here, with John Hamm? I don't know. So
It's kind of like what happened, like the Jack Reacher series, as opposed to
yes.
dude, I like the Jack
true.
Reacher.
Apparently
Yeah,
that's
it's
great.
fire. It's fire.
Oh, it is
Oh, yeah.
fire. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
should have been Shazam.
Oh yes, it is fire. Scott's delivery was so smooth.
Yeah, no, it's great. But that's kind of a similar thing with between the movies with Tom Cruise, and then you had the series, which I've never read it, but it's from all accounts from people who have. It's like the series is more along the lines of, the
Sounds about right.
Is that
Yeah,
right,
my
Scott?
dad's
Is
read
that-
about 20 of the books so far,
Oh, okay.
and he was like, "Oh no, the guy in the TV show."
Well, yeah. Well, when you
fucking
got
Jack
Tom
Reacher.
Cruise, Tom Cruise is, I mean, he's this.
He
and then
was
you
just
got-
there to sell it,
Yeah.
Like,
Listen, that's the
It's
most
Tom
badass
Cruise.
little
It's
guy
Tom
ever.
Cruise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he is. No, I
And
agree.
then,
with
and
that.
then you got what's his name? Who's
Alan
like
Rickson.
really-
Alan Rickson.
Alan Rickson,
Rickson,
who's
yeah.
like
Rickson.
6'5" and just a fucking, one
Yeah.
giant muscle.
Yo.
It's like Jesus Christ.
Well,
Like, yeah, okay, they
like
did
I,
it
I
right.
saw the trailer, saw like one of the first trailers for it. I'm like, did he get bigger from Titans?
Yes, he did.
Really?
And
did.
now he's
Okay.
now he's in
Doing like
Fast.
another 20
Very
pounds.
excited.
Right, he is in
He's in
Fast.
Fast 10.
What the
He damn
fuck?
near looks like me in Fast 10. They bronzed the hell out of him. I don't know what kind of tan they gave him. I'm like, is
Oh
he
my
another
God.
Toretto? Why is he so
he's playing.
black?
Yeah, he's playing a relative of the Rock.
Like, I don't, like, damn, son.
Just
I don't
like John
know.
Cena is Vin Diesel's brother.
Yes, because John Cena, they bronzed him the hell up too. I'm like,
Rub
they-
some of this
they
on,
did-
just rub it on. We're
they-
great.
they
He
did
said
have-
bronze him.
No, John looked a little like he looked a lot less invisible and a lot
oh yeah,
browner. And that he
Absolutely.
did.
He did.
I was
He did.
like, oh, they
They
really
did.
wrote
They
this in
gave
the-
him a little bit. They gave him a little bit of a,
Yeah.
a collection.
I mean, not enough to like call it blackface. Like,
No.
just enough
Yeah,
to
no.
avoid
Yeah, like not
that.
Tropic Thunder level.
Right.
No, just enough to be like, that's weird, but all right.
Yeah.
Right. Totally.
Yeah.
But,
Only
uh,
weird.
Oh,
You
yeah.
put in the tanning bed there, Johnny? Yeah.
a little bit.
Very
Yeah,
tanned. And a
little
slick back. He's supposed to be Italian and Hispanic at the same time. Got it.
Oh
You're
yeah.
mixed.
Oh,
Good job.
man.
Achieved.
Oh man.
And they just
Hey.
cover it by Charlize Theron being like, "It's in your guys' eyes." It's like, no, that's not how race works.
No, how
I
how
didn't
they-
detect Nordic or whatever the fuck. I was like, what?
how they covered it. How they covered it was hardly the most ridiculous thing they did in the movie. That's how they covered it.
That's what
You
it
just
was.
go with it. You're like,
The
okay.
entire rest of the movie is so out to lunch. Like
I don't
you don't even
question
notice.
anything Fast does anymore. It's
Nope.
just brilliant.
Nope.
I just go with it. I'm like,
They're just having fun.
fine.
How
Totally.
did I
Got
miss
it.
Vin Diesel doing a set video with Alan Richson.
Oh yeah, he does them all
Yes.
those
I-
hostage
I know,
videos. Yeah.
because
That's why I saw the
Hostage
blackness.
videos.
I was confused.
Because his I the Jason Momoa one was brilliant, but I always watch those to pick apart the height differential because he frames it to like so. I'm looking at this one
Oh
here.
my
and he's got it
God.
Oh
framed
yeah,
so
you're
his
you're.
head-
You, I know you're always good on the height.
His head is poking up. So
Yeah.
Alan Richardson is 6'2", but he's got it framed so that
I thought he
his-
was like 6'4" or 5.
I just looked
Oh.
it
I
up.
thought he was
He's
bigger.
6'2".
And Alan is bending down the entire video, like, hey guys.
Well, that and then he's also so Vin Diesel's got the camera, and he's so that it's like cutting off the top of his head, and then Alan is full height in the back without it cut, so it looks like he's like a couple inches taller than him. But that's why I loved the one with Momoa though, because Momoa straight up jumped up, got him
Yeah.
in a headlock.
Dude,
And there was well, I freeze framed it. There's a moment of terror on Vin Diesel's
Yes,
face where he
the
realizes
anxiety was through the roof for
the
Vin.
forced
Yeah.
perspective was being
Because
shattered.
Momoa is the only person who was not in held captive in the video.
Also-
In awe
of
of
Vin
him.
Diesel.
Yeah.
Also, Momoa's buddies with James Wan, so you know he's
Yeah.
Right.
fucking with him. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
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 oh,
Dude,
man.
when
That
James
moment-
yeah,
but
yeah.
literally, like it's like the Simpsons, where it's like you could see his heart break right there.
Yeah.
Because like literally, I freeze frame through it, and when Jason gets up off the car, Vin literally takes a huge.
He
step
goes like this. He goes,
Oh, yeah.
like you see him noticeably going, "Oh my God, you're not supposed to get off the car." But it's
Right.
Jason Momoa.
Momoa's
Jason
a
Momoa
big
is
ass
like
kid, man.
shirtless
Right.
and just like,
Yes.
"Hey, buddy, let's do this, yeah!" And he's in
Yeah.
flip flops too, by the way.
Well, and he
Vin Diesel's
out-fake
probably in
energies
lifted
him.
boots that
Like,
give him
oh,
more,
it's such-
like
it's
4
like-
inches.
On an
I gotta-
apple box.
My favorite troll,
Right.
my favorite troll ever was Momoa, like being all buddy with him, making him look like a little guy in his own
Yeah.
video.
Mhm.
his
Right.
live videos.
Oh yeah, I did a whole thing because it was like
Oh,
I remember
made
you
my
pointed that
day.
out, and I was like, "Fuck,
Yeah.
man!" It was just,
Yeah.
Like,
There's
remember
no
when Vin was
containing
just-
Momoa at all.
No, remember when Vin was just like an action star, like in 2003?
Yeah.
Like he was just a guy, just in starring action movies, and now he just has like such this reputation and everything. It's
Well, did
such a fun
anybody follow
character.
him
His
on
fast got to his
Facebook
head.
back at that
just
time?
no.
mid
Oh,
2000s.
no,
a little,
Steven,
yeah. He's
It's
a little weird.
Vin book, not Facebook.
Vin
Vin
book.
book.
I don't remember that.
So
book.
he was always like posting pictures of tigers and being like,
Oh my
"We-
god.
What do you think? It's Joe Exotic?
Yes.
No, it
Might
wasn't.
have been.
Never
No,
financially
it was
recover
like-
from
it
the
was like
bomb of
images, like
pacifier.
Google image of like tigers and stuff, and being like, "Oh yeah, we all got to let out the beast inside," and but not like in a way that felt like it belonged in like a hair conditioner commercial or something. Not like
Not like Head and Shoulders.
A hair conditioner commercial with a man who has no hair. I love it.
Yeah, weird example.
was
I mean, literally,
sincerity
that's
to
the
it.
tone. Or like unicorns and stuff. It's just like, yeah, we're all special in your own way. Thanks for taking in this social journey with me. And I'm like, dude, you're like the guy from Riddick. What the fuck are you doing?
You're in Triple X. You did an action scene on a skateboard.
Listen, he started hanging out with Jaden Smith. That's all that was. It happens.
It does.
I mean, Jaden Smith was like 5 when that
Right.
happened.
Then we know where Jaden got it from. Then
Because this is like Facebook was like still like not like new, but like new enough that like, it wasn't Facebook yet. I think I might have even. It was like back when they were still like requiring an EDU account, maybe even.
Oh wow. Okay.
2000, that was 2005 because
That's
when
the
I
infancy.
joined
Yeah.
Because
It
you
would
had
have
to
been
be
after
in
that
the
actually
college.
because he was on it. But I
Steven
mean,
showing his age.
he had like 1 million followers at the time.
Yep.
And it was just a really weird early age of like that social influencer where you're like, oh, this is not like your image, dude.
No. He was always hinting he was gonna play Black Bolt. I remember once he had like just posted a picture of Black Bolt with like 10 paragraphs,
And then he
and
was
I-
like
nope.
Groot and
No,
giving it his
he
all.
did the Tyrese campaign.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
And remember after Groot, he was like, "Oh,
I-
just because
I-
I'm Groot, though, I can still be Black Bolt because Black Bolt doesn't talk. So that's how it's gonna work." And he said this in interviews while he was doing press for Guardians. And it's like,
And what's funny
dude,
is-
you're not
is he's Groot,
cast.
and he wears stilts to the red carpet, and then James Gunn
Right.
kills Groot, and he's been Baby Groot or Teen Groot in short ever since then.
If they're willing to like, if they're willing to literally go like, okay, actor who failed at Inhumans, Black Bolt, come back and do it again. They're not casting you.
No,
It's not going to happen. They brought the dude back from the failed show to play the
too bad.
cameo.
It's too bad too, because like he's close, like stuff like the last Witch Hunter and stuff is like you watch that and you're like, dude, you're like so close to having this like really cool niche of like the dude who's into D&D making cool stuff, but like maybe don't wear a wig for that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
like maybe
or doing something like Bloodshot, where you're like, there was bits
Bloodshot was
there.
fun.
Bloodshot
There was some
was
stuff.
yeah.
There was some stuff there that was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
fell
He actually
asleep.
tried to act in that.
Fell
one.
asleep.
Half an hour in, and I watched at home. I
I-
fell asleep. I've never gone back.
That was like
Well,
one of the first movies that got like
did
cut
you guys
down.
know? I don't know
Yeah,
if this
you're right,
was
Ray,
ever
yeah.
reported.
Actually,
It's
because
a
here's what
pandemic
happened with
movie.
Bloodshot. Bloodshot came out on Thursday,
Right.
and the lockdown happened on Friday, and
Yeah.
the movie theaters closed on Tuesday.
Mhm.
Like, Bloodshot was my next to last movie that I saw before
Yeah.
movie theaters shut down for like half a year.
They
The window
redubbed
to
a
see
whole
that
bunch of that.
closed real quick.
Did you guys know they redubbed a whole bunch of that movie with a voice actor?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I heard about
They-
that.
I don't
Yeah.
think it ever blew up or anything, but there was a,
Yeah, I remember seeing
somebody.
that.
I don't. I think it was published somewhere, but someone pointed out to me that someone was hired for the movie that was a Vin Diesel sound-alike person that they hired
Good
to
job.
do
To help-
ADR.
To help
because
doing
Diesel-
ADR because
because like Diesel wasn't
dialogue
doing
sucked.
it, and so they just like went and redid a whole bunch of dialogue with someone who sounded like Vin Diesel.
Wait, what do you mean he wasn't doing it?
I don't know.
He
I don't know, they hired.
He's an
I don't-
on-set guy, Ray.
I
That's
can't
it.
tell you. I can't
Yeah.
tell you what. I can't tell you what was changed in the final product. I only know that there was a bunch of work done on redubbing it with
Yeah.
somebody who sounded like Vin Diesel.
And
who
he
wasn't
just said
actually Vin
no,
Diesel.
let another guy do it.
So
Like,
I don't know. I don't know. And so maybe that's a standard thing. So I could be totally out of the loop here, and that's just a thing that they do commonly. But like knowing the Vin Diesel drama, to me that says
That
like
doesn't sound too far from him.
no,
actually.
it
No.
sounds to me that says there was stuff going on, and Vin Diesel was like, I don't want to do that, and they were like, okay, fine, well do it anyway. Nobody's gonna
Wow.
care. Like you're not that
He's
good,
all-
Vin. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you're not.
I'm gonna
that
go
good.
over here and say I am Groot in 26 languages.
There are people who can say "fuck you." I'm not going to re-record my lines, and they'll be like, "Okay, we won't." And then there's people who say "fuck you." I'm not going to record my lines, and they say, "Okay, Vin Diesel, we'll get someone who sounds
Dude,
like you."
if he's not
I'm
careful,
so
Disney will just give his voice to the AI computer.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's the new. Yeah, that's gonna be
That's
thing.
changed them. James Earl Jones just did it. So it's like, here, take it.
Yeah,
Right.
take it, and
that's-
then Bruce Willis was like, "Take my
Yeah.
deep fake."
Oh, right.
you
He
know?
sold his.
That was
he
another
sold his
weird one.
rights.
That
Yeah.
was I've tried to look that up multiple times recently, where because they reported, James Earl Jones gave them the rights to use the AI voice, but I remember, and I've never been able to find it, back when he was doing like either for Rogue One and or Rebels, they might have recorded that stuff at the same time. There was an article that specified that he was reading like a dictionary. They were recording him reading like all.
That makes
I would
sense.
totally listen to that. I would
And-
listen to James Earl Jones.
It's basically the
read
voice strip
Mission
from Mission
Impossible
Impossible.
thing, yeah.
Right.
But because I remember at the time,
which was only shown in one.
It's one of
the
those
one
things
that
where
everybody
I remember
hates.
reading the article,
Yeah.
and I feel like I even
Two.
tweeted about
That's
it.
It's
saying,
three.
This
It was
means
two.
that
Was it
he-
shown in 3 too?
They showed
Because
us
they
that
actually
too.
program it. They actually
Oh, they did.
remember
yeah,
he
no,
jumps
no,
on top
three-
of
three-
Philip
three
Seymour
is-
Hoffman. It makes him read the card with all the
Yeah.
with all the
Yeah.
syllables.
Three is like
Okay,
the
okay,
best-
yeah,
Two
three
because
is like
so
the best
many
version
masks.
of it.
I was gonna
Steve,
say,
you
two
know,
showed it. Yeah.
Steven and I have a love for Mission Impossible too. Fuck
Oh,
everybody
yeah.
else, right?
That movie that is chaotic with the mask usage. Like it is.
Very.
Like,
That's a nice way of
everybody
putting
is
it.
wearing
yes.
like 3 masks at the same
Very.
time. Oh, I bet you.
It's
Their
like
faces just
two-hour
melt.
But
all
it,
in the
it works.
movie.
It works
episode.
so well. Hans Zimmer was like, "I'm gonna fucking work with all the mask ripping off," and he did perfectly.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, but
Fucking
I
Scooby-Doo all over again.
I don't
That
begrudge.
mask transition where it jumps into the theme song as he's running
Dun,
in slow
dun,
motion,
dun, dun,
and
dun,
then he
yes.
pulls it up. Yeah, like
I don't.
He's like
begrudge
running
you-
in slow
hops
motion,
on
and
the
then he goes,
motorcycle.
dun,
Yeah.
Oh, oh my
dun,
god,
Yeah.
the motorcycle
Yes.
chase. Yeah, like
Oh,
no,
Lord.
Motorcycle foo.
it was.
Yes.
Slides on the- He slides
Mission
on the
Impossible
ground in his
2 was
dress
fun.
shoes. Like,
Mission Impossible 2 was fun, but
so fun.
Scott and I disagree on this because when we were reviewing Fallout a couple years ago, we disagreed on the best one. I still think 3 is the best one.
I'm with you,
I
Ray.
love- I
3 all
love
the way.
3 so much.
Fallout.
3 all the way for me.
Fallout.
3 is
For
pretty
me.
good. 3
Ah.
I just like 3 the best because I
Fallout
think
glorious.
I love the personal connection in the story. It feels the most
Yes.
personal to him. I love
for-
the shit when they're having the party and he can like
That-
hear her brother-in-law saying
and-
something and out of nowhere he's like popping in, like,
and on top
it's
of
so
that,
fun.
and on
That
top of
cold
that, like,
open, that cold open is
oh
fire.
my god.
Fantastic.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's
And-
the
and
best
Felicity.
acting Tom Cruise has
Great
ever
thing.
done.
Can we do a live watch of that right now? I want to watch this cold
Yeah.
open.
Let's
How
get
many
a copyright on the stream.
How many
and-
times
Steven.
he just says no, like the way he says no or stop,
No.
whatever.
Dude.
He says it in
As-
20 different versions. Like, oh my
Ethan.
god.
As much as I
Philip
love,
Seymour Hoffman, just be like, do you have somebody?
Yeah.
I will find her.
Yeah.
Number 3,
Right.
man.
Dude, and then the way that Tom Cruise is just like, he's just like holding back tears and he's pissed off at the
Oh,
same
yeah.
time. Like his eyes are literally bugging
So
out.
good.
And he's just
as
like,
much
dude,
I
as
want to
I
help you
love
get what you're trying to
Fallout,
find.
Yeah,
as much
and
as
it's
I
just
love
like-
Fallout, it's like 3 set the tone for the rest of the franchise because that's where
Yeah.
Benji shows up. That's where like it started.
I
Fallout
still
is
have
not possible without 3.
my love is always
What
for the
happened to
first
Lawrence
one, man.
Fishburne?
The first one
I
is
love
always,
that.
the first one.
Right?
I have the love for the first Mission Impossible. Brian De Palma, the Dutch fucking
First one's
angles
good.
and all the shit. I just have a love for the first one, but it's hard for me to like, pick. It's like picking.
They're all
my
varying
favorite.
degrees of good to great. Like, I don't
Yeah,
actually
they
think
really
there's
are.
a bad one
They
in
really
there.
are.
Yeah.
They're
That
really
bridge scene
yeah.
in the in 3
Fallout's
is
my
great
shit,
also
man.
where they
Which one?
that's 3, right? Yeah, because Philip Seymour Hoffman is on the
Yeah.
the
Oh, you
hospital
talking about where
bridge,
Tom Cruise?
yeah.
Tom
Yes.
Cruise took
He
that
jumps
shot
over
to the
he
car.
jumps o-
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, by the
That's just
drone.
dope.
I
That
also,
was a trailer shot too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
the trailer
was.
came out. I was like, "Ooh, shit!" I was like,
I also
okay.
love how they put they put a Born on the 4th of July Easter egg because the disguise he has after he escapes the IMF is like basically what his character looked like in Born on the 4th of July. I'm like, really? That's a deep pull. That's crazy that they did that. But no, that's
And that's
J.J.
the
Abrams.
And that's the first one with his like big run, I think, isn't it? When he gets the location of his wife, and there's just a shot of him like running across Run Road to another bridge. Like that was the first. Oh my god! So yeah, 3.
That's when the run was born.
Yeah, it was. And the new one in Reckoning looks so good with all the candles and everything.
He does some running in 2 though. It's just slow motion.
No, he does running in the first one.
He jumps out the window when
he
used the gum to blow.
But I feel like this was the run scene.
Like
this
the
was
shot of
guys, he ran in the firm also. I mean, come on, guys.
I'm gonna tell you what.
He's been running forever.
I'm just saying.
He's been running, but there was a moment in time where someone was like, "Oh, you know what? He really runs like
Look at his legs go."
His running is like way more like into it.
Just going.
He does it perfect, and he moves like a bullet. He does not breathe. He doesn't move like he looks like a robot.
Dude, it's like Robert Patrick in T1000. Just
100%. He is not real in that moment.
I think
that's running.
Makes it
Robert crawled so Tom can run. That's what.
And the unsung hero, of the movie. I know you listen. We love Zimmer, but Michael Giacchino. Michael Giacchino's score is like pristine for that movie, especially during the running scene.
Yeah,
listen to like the tension, like da 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 da.
I think, that's was that the first nonstop run he had in the series? Because I remember like I still have the Blu-ray has the special features, and it shows it from start to finish, like how they filmed that entire run, and it starts, and he just did that entire. I was like.
Because like even at the end of it, you're like, this is long. Like they could have maybe cut this, but then it keeps going. Like, okay, no, he's still going.
Right.
Yeah.
But to me,
he's yelling in whatever language that is for people to get out of the way.
But the most epic one with the music attached to it is still in Fallout to me. The song is "Staircase and Rooftops" by Lauren Bell. That whole time when he's chasing Henry Cavill, when we find out who he is, and he's chasing him to the copter. That whole scene plus the music is just glorious.
The thing I love about Fallout is and we talked about
everything.
This, Scott and I did. Fallout actually like draws from each of the first 5 movies. There's something from each of the first, and I remember we got to a point where like, what's from 2? At one point towards the end of the movie, he's hanging off the side of a cliff.
Yes,
it's the opening. It's the opening to 2. He's rock climbing. Everything from the first 5 movies is in it.
Is Redstone. He's got the long hair. That's when he hangs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Long hair Tom is pristine.
Pristine.
Long hair Tom is
2 and 4.
Vanilla Sky era.
That's the one where he threw the glasses. He was like,
the glasses.
Oh, that was so John Woo. And it goes right into like rock and roll. But Saggy, what's your favorite Mission Impossible? I mean, you're the guest here. Hey, do you have a favorite Mission Impossible?
I'm just listening to all you guys enjoying talking about Mission Impossible. I'm just taking it all in and sipping on my
non-alcoholic. What are these nerds talking about?
What's your favorite Tom Cruise movie then? What's your favorite Tom Cruise movie?
There you go.
So about those Red Sox, you know the Red Sox.
Change the subject.
I can roll with that though. The Red Sox got eliminated from the playoffs.
The last Tom Cruise movie I saw, it was on Netflix? I forgot what it was, but it was like he was in like a robot suit or something.
Oh, you're talking about Tomorrow, yes. Great movie.
Yeah, that was the last one I saw.
Or Live, Die, Repeat, depending on where you are.
Currently titled. They changed the title.
They changed the title
2 years ago.
Yeah.
No, that's a great movie. It's a great movie.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say I never really got into the Mission Impossible movies like that, just because I'm trying to remember like when Mission Impossible came out, I just wasn't like into the whole spy type genre, so I kind of skipped them. I did watch them like again in passing, but I'm just like I'm not big into spy movies like that.
Yeah.
But did you see Top Gun Maverick, and why did you think it was phenomenal?
So about the Patriots.
The Patriots. What's happening here?
Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think he got kind of his fucked up knee or something.
He was
ankle. It's an ankle.
I will explain why I did not see Top Gun Maverick.
You don't have to.
No, because it's funny, right? So I was in Air Force ROTC in high school, and we had the period that I had like the time slot for my class was like towards the end of the day. And it was a small class. There was like maybe 4 students for some reason scheduled for that class for one school year. And because the class was so small and my major and sergeant didn't really feel like teaching like 4 people, they just forced us to watch military movies. So I can't tell you how many times we watched Pearl Harbor, Top Gun.
I'm
like,
so sorry.
Every single military, and like we had to watch it. So after a while, I just never wanted to see Top Gun ever again once I left school because I'm like, fair. So it's like PTSD because I was forced to watch these films over and over.
That was like
over
me
again.
with fried chicken, so I get it. No, because like coming up, my grandmother, that's all they would like make us fried chicken. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just
okay. You know what, John?
Fried chicken's
Catfish.
Catfish.
I'm not
Catfish for you?
That was another one, but I didn't eat catfish, so I was safe.
Oh, dude. Okay, you're talking about a half Mexican right here. Tamales.
Okay.
Like,
You know, I've never had a tamale.
You never had a tamale? Oh, you have to have like. There's something about.
I've had everything else but a tamale.
Oh, you have to have like homemade, like from scratch tamales. But
God.
after a while, it's just like, really again?
Right.
To this day, I question if the first tamale I ever had, I ate with the cornstalk.
Oh, shit.
Because there's this place that was
you had it with.
Well, I don't remember.
You basically ate a burrito with the wrapping on it.
I don't know. Because I got it from It was a place where I went to college that was like burritos as big as your head. That like was terrible, like notoriously terrible, but everyone loved it after like a night of drinking. And they were like the tamales was the thing that was like the best. And every time I remember that, I remember that. I don't know. It's one of those memories where you think about it. You're like, I don't remember taking the tamale.
It's like a Mandela effect, right, Steve?
I don't remember taking it off, but
that's one of the things
it.
about tamales is like it has its own natural, like it's not, it has its own natural wrapping, and you're supposed to unwrap it. I mean, it is a thing from nature.
It's possible to eat with the wrapping on it.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
really
recall
can't.
taking it off.
That's like a lot
my
of
whole life. I was drunk enough to eat it with the wrapping on there and not know.
You got to have some sharp ass teeth. To get through it, but I guess physically.
I mean, it's not as
motherfucker.
hard to get through as a natural wrapping from an actual place, but still,
I must have taken
tough.
it off, and I just don't remember. But every time
I
time
think you
tamales
did.
come up, I go through this whole like, did I take that off or not? I don't know, and it bugs me because it's such a big like.
I'll do you one better, and it's kind of like it kind of reminds me of what I did, but I fucked myself up so bad the other day. So I had a really bad food mishap. My friends cooked, so they made shrimp and grits, and they made fried shrimp. So I'm like, they're like, yeah, go help yourself. I'm like, cool. I'm gonna get Mr. Food because I'm a fat ass. I love to eat. So I get this bowl, I get my grits and all that, and I start pouring in the pot in front of me. There's like this brown like gravy. So I'm like, okay, it's gravy. Let me pour this all over it. So I'm like dousing the grits like all over it with it. Because I asked him, I was like, hey, what's this brown stuff over here? Am I supposed to use it? He's like, yeah, it's gravy. I was like, bet. So I'm dousing this shit in grit, like dousing. And then I'm eating it, and I'm like, oh shit, wait. So what I did, I saw the pot in the corner where it looked like actual gravy. What I was doing was taking the fucking grease from where they fried the shrimp and was all over. I was like, yeah, this is great. And I downed everything. And I was like, my stomach was fucked for 2 weeks.
What'd you put in this gravy?
But before you realized what it is, but was it initially like delicious though?
It was delicious.
Yeah,
but see, it was good. Delicious. But it had like this texture to it. Like I just put a whole bunch of fucking grease on it.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, this is great. But like,
but yeah,
you don't want to call it their gravy. Yeah.
Wow. I'm lucky that
I mean,
I never
to be
had
fair,
any-
like a good gravy is like half oil. So
Yeah. I've been lucky that I've never had any food ruined for me in that kind of a way. I still remember though. In 2005, when I came back from England,
they weren't ruined. We just don't know. We just ate them in a way that maybe wasn't necessarily right.
I just remember coming home coming home on my birthday from England and just telling my parents when they were going to pick me up from the Atlanta airport, which that's its own adventure, and just and going, I have one request. I have been in the United Kingdom for a month. When I get home, we're going to stop at a Cracker Barrel, and I'm going to have a chicken fried steak, mac and cheese, fried okra, and the biggest fucking glass of sweet tea you've ever seen, because I need some real fucking food.
You're like Tony Stark and Iron Man when he gets out that desert. And
I always hated that scene because it goes, you know what? I need a burger, American cheeseburger, and then when you see it, it's from fucking Burger King. I'm like, get out of here, product placement.
That's when they had the American cheeseburger back then. That's what
I'm with John on this. It's American classic.
There's a thing though for like the thing with like and this is I'm not like a McDonald's Burger King fanboy or anything, but the predictability of like if you're gonna have a crate, like unless there's like a local burger place that you like, you can have a craving for a McDonald's burger or a Burger King burger, and you can go 5 miles from where you are and get that
exactly.
Yeah.
You know it's there. It's waiting for you.
It's all product placement. That's all.
If he's in a cave,
I mean, that's what
I'm craving a burger, and if he's gonna crave a specific burger. He could crave a Burger King burger.
Tony Stark ate this burger in a cave.
Both things can be true. Both.
Yes, I mean, I guess you're right, but at the same time,
doesn't mean it's good. But it is a.
To me, it was just product placement. It was
product placement.
Just wait for all those Zoas and Black Adam, Dave. Just you wait, man.
By the way, did everyone listen?
All the Transformers movies should have been called fucking Bud Light.
Yeah.
Every Michael Bay movie.
Oh man,
he was cashing in big time.
Bud Light.
Like, I don't care.
Oh no, it should have been Bud Light. Subtitle: Booty Cheeks. That's what the movie. Michael Bay should have been.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Booty sweat.
Booty sweat. Yeah.
Bust an ass open.
Did we all listen to the Black Adam theme that released last night?
Yeah, that's good.
I like
shared
the link on that.
Pretty good.
I'm not one of those that like to listen to the soundtrack before. I want to experience it during, and then I'll listen, and then I'll feel the shit after. Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah. It depends on what it is.
Same.
If
It does.
There's certain things like I listened to a clip from the Black Adam one, and it wasn't bad, but it was something where I was like, oh, I wouldn't listen to this as a like. I would never.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like 5 years from now, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, that Black Adam theme, like that's the one. It's kind of like Avengers music or like Marvel music, where it's like it's not bad. It's just kind of superhero stuff.
Well, it's like
as opposed to being like
okay.
On the track, is Rock rapping in it? Because if he is, I'm not buying that album.
No, it's just
it's not.
I wish he was. If Black Adam fucking raps in the movie, oh my god. That's how you take Superman down.
That's the Rock, Anthony. I'm just kidding.
If he does that, that movie is making $10 billion.
$1 billion movie right there. You know this movie? The Rock fucking raps in this movie. Remember when he did rap though in real life?
Yeah.
Remember?
yeah, it's about drive. It's about power.
No, he did a rap. Yeah, that rap with that rapper. When the weird part is that song was actually kind of a banger, but then you get to the Rock's part, and I'm just
it made it better.
Oh.
Right. Just brought the song up by like 20 notches.
What's funny about it is like is it a Tech 9 song or is Tech 9 just on the track?
It's a Tech 9 song.
It's
Yeah,
Tech 9
Tech
song.
Yeah.
Because like
Not if he has the Rock.
it's so
Yeah.
like Tech 9 is like semi-lyrical most of the time.
Yeah.
And so like and Rock is so like commercial but pretends he's not.
100%.
And so like that you could get away with that on so many tracks, but to throw him in and also to throw him in last on a Tech 9 track is just the wrong place.
And he showed his alcohol at the end, and I'm just like, bro.
I was about to say, did you see that clip? It was today, like the tequila. What was it? The tequila or whatever.
And then he took out his.
When he sent his condolences to the fucking queen, there is a Zoa behind him in his goddamn gym. Get in a room. You're gonna send it. Imagine you're Prince Harry. You open this video and here's the Rock just sweat. Oh, the queen. She meant so much to us. Just put a shirt on. At least go in a separate room.
The man is always in the Iron Paradise.
Yeah, I don't think he leaves. I think to see his family, they have to go in there to see him. I don't think he goes home.
And you can't stay longer than 10 minutes unless you're working out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
or taking a video of him.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know.
No.
Black Adam, baby.
Black Adam. But one of the things that we wanted to actually talk about today was Julian had something that he wanted to share. That he has a little campaign going right here. If you guys want to donate, it's actually live right now. Fuck cancer. That's right. Fozzitude right here. Let's fight cancer. We wanted to do this. So if you guys go to Ink to the People right now, link to is inktothepeople.com FCK-cancer. We wanted to actually display that right now. Thank you, Scott, for sending that into the private chat. So if you guys want to do that, please do so. Start a fundraiser. We're starting the fundraiser right now. Donate, get the shirt, everything like that, and good stuff.
All funds go to the American Cancer Society.
Exactly.
And it's in memory of his mother. So,
yes, his mom went through all that and everything. So please do that. And we'll
Julian. He's so sweet. I mean,
seriously. He's a sweet dude. He really is a sweet dude. And he's done like streams on like mental health and all that stuff. And he's gone through his own journey himself. I know he's like done a weight loss journey, and I'm like, good for him. Everything like that. He's always been a supporter of this channel and everything. So please do so. Yep, that's right. Hey, that's me, Mr. The Men in Tights right there. Yeah, he's right there. So there you go, guys. Yeah, please do that. And get yourself a shirt. More shirts. Ink to the People. It's for good guys.
It's been a while since I've gone shopping on Ink to the People. I'm feeling the urge.
There's some good shirts. There's some good shirts always when it comes
much
to
from Ink to the People in the last couple of years. Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
I'm a hats girl. I have a collection of hats. It's a problem.
Yeah,
what
hats are good too.
Tell me. I'm interested. Do tell.
I do. I have so many hats. Every time I see a hat, I buy it. It's like my biggest addictions are hats, pops, and bubble tea. It's a problem. I have a lot of problems.
Bubble tea
Those are
freaks me
definitely
out.
three. What? Get out.
Bubble tea freaks me out. Like, I can't.
Bubble tea's amazing. What do you mean?
If for like the little balls on the bottom just freaks me out. Like y'all are sucking on that. I can't.
Shonda loves bubble tea.
Why is a man afraid of balls? That's the first thing I want to ask.
It's fine. It's just
We're not afraid. We're just always
perfect.
disappointed with them.
I love that.
It's delicious. It's just weird to be like they give you the big straw and then it's like it says choking hazard all over it.
Right.
It's like
what if one of those
I
gets
have
sucked up in the
never
straw? Like,
He was about to get
on
a
a
flag.
boba.
no, me neither. It's
You're about to get
fine.
flagged
It's
right now, Dave.
It's just enough though to be there's no
like I could possibly
Steven.
die.
It's
No-
past.
Well,
it's
I mean,
past
did you guys
midnight.
see the movie Jawbreaker? You guys saw that movie Jawbreaker?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Steven,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to get your suck game up, okay,
Oh.
and not be afraid of the bubble tea, okay?
No.
It's late night now. It's after dark. I
Suck
can't
the
like
balls, Steven.
Oh
like
man,
Okay.
why is Amanda not here?
Who said that? Who said that?
That was me.
He's intimidated
this
by
is very
sucking.
fun.
I don't understand.
I'm a fan of the bubble tea. I'm just saying there is a physiological hang up that of my body like trying to protect itself against harm in the same way that where like you need to turn
Don't
that
suck,
off and be
don't
like,
suck.
no, it's okay. It's not gonna get lodged in your air pipe. Just like and then
It just
it's
looks
delicious.
gross. It's built up
It's
down there
delicious though.
and shit. It's like, oh. It's
Says
so
the man
weird.
who ate like a freaking plate full of freaking cooking oil. I don't want to hear it.
You didn't have to suck the oil though. There's a big difference.
Right, I didn't have to suck it out. It was just there.
It came in the throat. He didn't have to.
Right. It was just
And mind
naturally
you,
there.
what you ate had thicker consistency than boba tea. Okay, so I mean,
But it was over rice.
Tap and
or
pressure
grits.
gone.
But at least it was mashed up. It wasn't a solid ball. Like it was just like
Mask her
a.
down.
She
I could
just
ease
gave
it
you-
down, you know.
She just gave you the viscosity number, literally. She was like, the viscosity of what
Absolutely.
No, but have you ever had like a Jamba Juice or like a smoothie or something where like they'll give you like
Like
a
a
normal
boba?
straw, and then when you're drinking it, you'll get a seed or a chunk of whatever the fruit is, and it'll lodge in the straw, and then when it comes through, it shoots like a rocket, like into the back of your throat.
Yes,
Light
yeah.
flash
Like
before your eyes.
the passion fruit, dragon fruit shit, whatever from Starbucks.
Having the bigger straw is what fixes that with the bubble tea. But I just have
always
about the
PTSD
size,
of
Steven.
the like the Jamba Juice.
Steven, I promise
There's always a bigger
you,
straw. Okay.
I promise you, you'll be fine if you try to suck the balls through the straw. I promise you. From a woman who's experienced with sucking to a guy who's not.
cool with the
Now, if Steven dies, you're gonna feel really guilty about
Right.
that.
If he falls,
Guess how
this
he
is on
goes
you,
and he
Saggy.
leaves Amanda
I
a
have
widow,
faith.
and other those kids
I
fatherless. Why? Because he listened to Saggy about sucking balls.
I think this makes you liable.
my
Does this count as medical advice? This might be.
Might be.
Yeah.
Might.
Amanda could sue if
Does this count as
things go wrong.
encouraging self-harm?
100. Yeah.
No, I'm
pressure.
telling you, if I can suck the balls, then you can suck the balls. I believe in you.
I will reiterate once again. I drink the bubble tea. The bubble tea is delicious. I just need you. It's like jumping off a zip line,
It's a
right?
mental
Where you're
block.
like, you have to tell yourself, no, it's okay. There's a zip
Easy
line.
there, William. Easy. Easy. Thank you for the $2 super chat, but easy. Easy. Phrasing.
Welcome to Vodka Stream After Dark. So we're
The whole vodka stream is after dark.
Vodka
What do
stream
you
is
got?
always after dark.
well, very true.
I was waiting for a more respectable time. You know, I gotta
After
waiting for everyone to have their drinks in their system. Then we make them laugh.
Oh, I mean, I got
No,
a
this is good.
body
We're
right
good.
here.
Yeah.
So
If the vodka stream were a bar crawl, this is like a third bar conversation.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely is.
I don't know
World
why, but
ends
I just
over here.
I pictured Steven like with the bubba tea, right? Just sitting there like, okay, we got this, and he just always he sucks it like baby, like he's afraid. He's not afraid, and now I want to see him drink a bubble tea while he's being very careful.
2 seconds on the
and he's
straw.
looking. Right,
2
like
minutes,
just,
15 seconds. Send this to
Holy
Amanda right now.
I want to see him drink a boba tea. It would be funny because I can just see the fear, and he just starts sweating and shit. And I'm like, it's just a drink. Are you good?
listen, those balls are big. That can cause danger, like a
Not
lot.
that big. And they're
I
gummy.
can see it. Listen, they overpower the drink. If I can see that, they're huge.
Next
It
time
is
he
a little
crosses the
weird to be
border,
like,
they're
why
gonna be
don't
like, "Sir, you're gonna have to finish that drink up real quick here."
I feel like I feel like that's what she said. Moment is supposed to be said after what John. That's what she said.
Yes.
Give me a tea, but give me something I gotta chew in the bottom of it.
Yes.
If it's too big for the straw, just give me a bigger straw. That's cool.
Yeah.
And it's like
Give
there
me
you go.
drink
There's
and a
it.
dessert in one. Just give me
Exactly.
everything. Some
Gummy
tapioca.
gummy
some
bears,
fucking-
and a tea. Like yeah.
No, that's great. I'll take that shit. Give me some gummy bears and a tea.
You'll
There you
drink a
go.
Mike-
gummy bear that's literally technically bigger than a little ball. At least it's a ball.
Than a ball.
Size. A ball. At least if it goes down your throat, it's not gonna get stuck. It's circular. He's talking about gummy bear with friggin' feet and legs and ears.
But it's gonna
That's
get
gonna
stuck.
get
It's a
stuck in
big
your
ass ball, so it's just.
The gummy would get
it's not
stuck
that
too.
big.
The gummy would get stuck too, and it would like
Yeah.
break apart. So it'd be like half of it's at the top, half it's at the bottom.
It'll taste better. So at least there's
Hopefully.
that.
Depends which color.
That's
A couple
very
weeks
true.
ago,
I'm
my
No
very-
yellow. No yellow.
I
Couple
don't
weeks
trust
ago, my kids
John's
came up to
taste
me.
buds.
My kids are
don't trust
4 and
John's
6, and a couple weeks
Aw.
ago they came up to me, and one of them said, said, "Daddy, what's like a bear, but it can change size?" And I said, I don't know. And he goes, and color too. And I said, I don't know. What's that? He goes, and sometimes it's yummy. And I said, I don't know. Is this a riddle? And then
Yeah.
at the same time, they both go, a gummy bear, and then turn around and run away. And I was like, I feel like I just got like punked, but like it wasn't a good. They're like,
Travis, what's happening?
gotcha.
You saw an outfit change? So it's
Yeah, I was talking
Oh, yeah,
about balls.
Travis.
Wait,
Right, all that balls got him hot.
It's too hot in here.
I was like, wait a minute.
I'm getting nervous. Oh,
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Sorry, it's sorry. It doesn't count. His wife isn't on the shirt.
no,
Yeah,
not this
yeah, yeah.
time. It's just
Hey.
a pure whatever one. So
The last time I was on the Vodka stream,
Yes.
and Travis he had the most fire wife I've ever seen in my entire life, and we can all agree it was dope as
Yeah.
fuck.
It was great.
Yeah. Hey, this is
I actually got the dopest wife beater ever. Hold on, pause.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, right here.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
No. But Anthony, I know what you were saying like that. We clipped that out. The fact that it was like, oh yeah, because like Scott was like, yeah, I was seeing your wife beater, and I thought that, and then he's like, I literally have my wife on it.
Yeah, I was done,
dude.
Dude,
You're laughing like everything we lost it.
I think
was
I
just
died.
great.
I died laughing for it.
I'm not gonna hold you. It was hilarious.
Minutes, but it was great.
Dude, that clip was
absolutely
incredible.
It was good timing.
It was cool.
Well, I will say, while Steven was going through like the joke about bears, only thing that was going in my mind was like, are you talking about a gay dude?
Yeah, like a big.
Yeah.
It just we said I'm part of the community, so don't cancel me.
I was just
I'm
very
not gonna put it
confused
on.
throughout the entire process. There was and then at the end it was like, oh, yeah, I get it, a gummy bear. That's a good riddle. But it was the simultaneous and then the running away. Like,
well, they kept on like adding to it. You're like, hey, what is a bear that and they you have to do it all at once. You gotta
And I was like, I get it. I mean, and it was true. I mean, it wasn't like I wasn't.
No,
like,
they're young.
misled.
They're young.
It was just
they're young. All right, what do you got, Saggy? What do you got, Saggy?
Well, I was gonna say I'm not putting it on because I do want your channel to still stay monetized, so I didn't put it on. Okay, but and I know that AAC over there will appreciate this because this is the best. This is made by your homeboy.
Yes.
Yes, that's the most fire white beater ever. You can't beat this, Travis. What you got? What you got, Travis? What you got?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
It's the best thing ever. This is the best thing ever. What do you mean you don't know what this? Look at that. Look how cute that fucking face is. Look
All right, I'll get my wife beater. I'll get it. Who is that?
He's gonna bring the actual wife.
Wait, is he gonna bring his wife and she's actually gonna beat him? Because that would just trump everything I just showed.
Yo, I think it's crazy how wife beater is still the term out of all these years. It blows my mind. It's hilarious. I mean, it's not.
It's not politically correct for sure.
They haven't. It's still stuck around.
They haven't replaced. I mean, they rename Boba Fett's ship, but they can't rename a wife beater.
It's a tank top. It's a tank top. I mean, or something like that.
They didn't rename it. It was never officially in canon, don't you know?
Right.
That was. I don't know why everybody's so mad. It was never officially called that other name. Right. I didn't know it had a name. I mean, I did, but that's
so. What's so bad about it? Just because it has the word slave in it, so people are like,
literally, just because it was called Slave One. It's
supposedly it was never named right. Nobody ever.
So are they changing Princess Leia's slave outfit? Are they gonna change the slave outfit?
No, yeah. It's Hut Slayer Leia now.
It's Hut Leia.
Oh
no. It's Hut Layer or Hut Slayer.
Hut Slayer.
Hut Slayer?
Not Hot Leia.
That sounds more dirtier than Slave Layer.
Yeah, no, it's Slayer. Hut Slayer Leia. It's no longer
Hut Slayer Leia.
Say that 3
All right. Show it, Travis. Show it.
This is the one Scott was talking about, the wife beater, and it is my wife on a tank top right there. So, and this is not the only shirt I have of her. Started as a gag, and now that's what it is. So rock around with that. So all proved.
It was just like it was just such a funny thing because we were talking about it.
The timing just worked out.
That it was actually that shit was incredible.
And then we all just lost it. Like Anthony lost it.
Oh, dude.
It was just so good.
Wait. Are you telling me that I can make every guy I'm with put me on their shirt so every bitch knows that that's mine? That's what I'm gonna start doing.
Yeah.
I'm doing it. Your wife's a genius. I like it. I'm doing that. Hold on.
Hey. Just figured it out.
We're putting my picture on your shirt.
Oh, this is really happening.
Now, this is how we see a relationship end, maybe, though.
It's happening live.
He's acting like he's sleeping. He really is like acting like he didn't hear that. He's acting like he didn't hear that. He's like, he opened his eyes real quick and he's like, I'm sleeping, bitch. Leave me alone.
What?
Christmas.
He didn't say that, but that was the impression I got.
This is why your
go ahead, just make the shirt. Make the shirt and then
just do it.
Just give it to him. Yeah, he has no choice now.
Your fake sleeping game has to be like the goldfish magician in The Prestige.
Yeah,
if you want to pull that off, you can't develop a sudden fake sleep.
Has to be consistent since the first day of the relationship.
This is the act.
Yeah. No,
right
I have had a fake sleep down since I since I was like 5. and you gotta maintain it. Otherwise,
that was great.
That was hilarious.
That was a good look. That was a good look. Yeah, because we all know that Amanda sneaks up on you every now and again.
Yes.
That clip has been tossed around
the first time a human being has actually skipped a frame live.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, you move so fast. You went, oh! Yeah. That was pretty crazy. But hey, we have to get into this right here, the Deadpool.
Yeah, Dave, do your job. Fuck.
I know, right? I've been trying to find a good.
Ask the real question.
Tomorrow, if you don't talk about Wolverine,
stop talking about.
We gotta talk about that
bubble
because
tea this whole time.
Yeah, I know. No, we got to talk about that because my God, it's happening. We're actually going to be getting a Deadpool 3.
Can I say that I am so ashamed of myself that I did not pick up at the beginning of the video that the tweet was an X-Men Origins Wolverine joke. I only figured that out at the end of the video. I went, fuck me. Now that makes sense to me.
Sewn shut, baby.
Ryan Reynolds is a marketing genius.
Yes.
This is the greatest marketed movie ever.
Yes. Dude, it really is. It will be because that guy, no matter what he does when it comes to, Mint Mobile or his, the aviation pin, everything is always gold with that guy. No matter what he does, him and his marketing team just always come up with something great. And then when it came to this, because, a lot of us, I even was going like, all right, D23, are we going to get some Deadpool 3, T or whatever the hell? Nothing. And then, of course, it's like, this is better than what could have been there, because it's Ryan Reynolds doing what he does best. And then the fact that he's just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And he even teased it. It was already teased because when they announced that Blake Lively was pregnant again, there's a picture of him in the Deadpool costume, the blacked out one, the dusty one, and they're like taking a picture together. I even kind of went like, well, that's funny. He took a picture in the Deadpool costume, but I didn't think anything of it. But I think a lot of us were kind of going like, why is he in the Deadpool costume?
I didn't even see that picture.
Because of that.
There you go.
Dude,
what got me was when I'm watching the video and I'm like, okay, you're having lots of fun with this. This is Ryan Reynolds, very good. And then I just see the body walk by and it's just like, hey, Hugh, you want to play? You never see his face. Like, you never see Hugh Jackman's face.
And he just goes, sure.
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
Yeah,
and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And then there's people that were going like, is this fake? Like, people were questioning, hey, there you go. She's all decked out now. There you go. She's ready. Ready for the Deadpool talk.
You missed it. We just finished. We're moving on back.
No, I had my headphones on the whole time, Travis. I think these were fake.
Damn it, she got us.
That was fucking great. It was just so perfect and I
can't get out of my head now though that the best version of this movie to me, and it's gonna make a lot of people mad, but it's also so great about it, is that Hugh Jackman is playing Hugh Jackman. And Deadpool kidnaps him to try to turn him into Wolverine because Logan died at the end of Logan. And so
God! Oh God, I would love that.
And so, the whole thing is he's forcing him to wear the yellow and blue suit, and he's like, "I just need to get back to Broadway." He's like, "I'm not actually Wolverine." He's like, "Well, I wasn't Deadpool, and they put me through a."
Okay, if Marvel Studios had the stones to do that, I would enjoy it for two reasons. One, because of how brilliant that would be, and two, because of the absolute fucking chaos.
Oh yeah, well, especially because Ryan Reynolds would shoot fake shit just for the trailer to hide the fact that it's not actually
not
actually Logan.
Already explain that in Deadpool 2, like that Deadpool went back in time and was like, "Hey, Wolverine." And they foreshadowed this is the very thing happening in that scene too. They really foreshadowed the exact line Ryan Reynolds says is like, "Hey, so like you're gonna do something and you're not gonna do it because one day your buddy Deadpool, your buddy Wade's gonna need you to come back." Yes. So and that was just the most craziest thing when I went back and watched Deadpool 2. I was like, "Oh, they already told us this was gonna happen, and now it's happening."
I mean,
exclusive. Who got that scoop? Sorry,
but I still love it when they're just like, "Yeah, one day you're gonna quit doing Wolverine, and you're gonna get tired of it." And then I love it, and then it's just like, "Bye, love you. And he just keeps on popping rounds into the other Deadpool. I lost my shit so hard when I saw Deadpool 2 on opening day. Oh my god!
With guys like Jackman and other people, I don't know. You always have to strike a balance because like he made it abundantly clear that he was done, but also like everything is always subject to change. And so it's funny that you get like on both ends of the spectrum, you get the like, oh, he could come back, and people have been saying it for years and years about, oh, he could come back. He didn't really mean that, and then he comes back, and everyone's like, oh, I thought he said he quit, and it's like, well, no, I mean, anybody. Christian Bale will play Batman again one day.
That was like what the
he might be the exception to the rule,
but like after that first hour of people excited that it was happening, then I started seeing I don't like what this does to Logan. He had the perfect send off, and
it does not affect Logan. It does not affect Logan.
Logan is still my favorite Fox X-Men movie.
I want to strangle everybody who's been saying that shit online. I'm like, it's not the same fucking thing. Shut up. Like, it drives me insane.
I'm not one of those people, but I think that the multiverse excuse for storytelling, though, is with multiverse, either everything matters or nothing matters.
I saw your tweet.
Nothing matters.
What was the thread that you found the other day where it was like all the verifieds that were just saying the same thing? The multiverse, with the multiverse, anything is possible.
And I'm not saying this ruins Logan, but part of the appeal of that movie was the Hugh Jackman last hurrah.
Yeah.
And like it's one of those things where like you're not going to capture that moment again anyway.
Okay, but
regardless.
I mean, we technically still got that.
Wait, hold on.
We also got a Professor X goodbye, but then what happened in Multiverse Madness?
Well, we got 6 goodbyes for him.
But you guys have to remember that was their goodbye, as in like they're not. I took that as like he's not playing Wolverine anymore. Cool. But like it'd be different if Hugh Jackman does Deadpool and decides, okay, I'm gonna come out every time and reprise the role, and then that might ruin it. But like he did his goodbye. If anyone was gonna get him to come back to reprise that role, it was Ryan Reynolds. And I think after that, he's still not gonna do it. And even if he does, I don't think he's gonna do a full.
Or he did say one more time.
Well, and like I said, I'm not saying like I'm not saying like I'm gonna watch Logan and be like, none of this matters anymore because he just comes back to life. But part of what was so great about that movie was the culmination of all the other stuff. And like the movie itself, what is on the screen, you can't change. Like you can't even if they legitimately retconned it. Like let's say they made a Logan 2 and they like it still doesn't change how good.
Here we go.
Like that's when people need to be upset.
Logan 2.
Posters, his hand out of the grave and everything.
But even that doesn't change how good Logan 1 was, though.
Okay, but on top of that,
Logan 1 happened and it was good. Even if they come back like, oh, it turns out. Like, oh, it was an excellent. It was Tom Cruise in a mask the whole time.
But let's say
Logan is still a good movie.
But let's say they did that.
And we brought it back to Mission Impossible 2. Thank you, John.
There are a lot of off-screen factors about what was so great about Logan that is just not. I don't know. And like I said, I'm not. I have very little feelings about this, so I'm less like arguing like, well, Logan's not as good so much as like I get. The dismissing people for saying, well no,
here's
a little bit too quick.
Here's my thing. But my thing about it, Steven, though, is like, let's say hypothetically they did do a Logan 2. Did we all just forget that somewhere along the line Fox X-Men just said fuck continuity?
Yeah,
there's no fucking continuity.
Deadpool literally makes that joke in the first.
I love the joke in the first movie.
Yeah, he goes like when I go, I'm going to take you to the professor, and he goes, McAvoy Stewart. These timelines are confusing.
Right?
Yeah.
Once First Class happened, that was even Origins because they started to mess around with stuff.
But forget the movies. Read the comics.
Oh, the comics are
the comics.
Now we're reading the comics.
Origins, everybody's origin story is like up for grabs, told a million times in different ways, and you've got multiple different continuities saying multiple different things, and you've got Magneto was a baby, Magneto, like all this stuff is like doesn't make sense or fit, and all comics are like that, but like especially X-Men comics.
Yeah, it's just one thing that people are finding. The reasons that people are coming up with and their reservations about it. It just doesn't make sense to me because everything that they give, it's like it ruins Logan, it ruins the ending, and it ruins, Hugh Jackman's swan song.
Hey, you know what
the thing is just like, even if it's the same thing, it's the end of that era we know of that certain particular character of Logan. We're getting something completely different. It's still the end of that as we know.
I
Nothing's
totally
being
agree.
dismissed or
I
changed.
just have one question though. How do you feel about fried chicken?
No.
It's delicious. Okay, how do you feel about that?
I don't. John's not had enough of Hugh Jackman's Wolverine yet. He's still ready for more.
Okay, and
but that's the thing. I love that more than I do fried fucking chicken. But it hasn't been ruined to me.
So that's not saying that it ruins anything, but like there's a point where you're like, some of these things are like, and I trust Ryan Reynolds and I trust Hugh Jackman. So I'm this is even less of a Logan Deadpool.
I said there's a reason why he's back. I'll say that.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not someone even who's pumping the brakes on this, but I very much understand why there's a lot of people with a lot of these movies, including this one, who are like, can we make sure that like the zeitgeist means something?
But it's subjective.
I don't think he's come back if it didn't.
But
it's not like
Deadpool. That's the thing that people are forgetting. Deadpool is a great movie because it doesn't take itself too seriously, and on top of that, like the biggest deal.
How many cameos are going to be in this
chat,
movie?
that was the fried chicken comment was a callback. I guess maybe out of context.
Yeah, I know. Steven,
I was getting this clip right now, Steven.
That's why I went, oh. I was like, somebody should have
I guess not everybody has been following us for 2.5 hours.
No, that's context, guys.
That's context. Steven, you're...
Steven just gets this reputation now of like, yeah, but do you like fried chicken?
He has a black eye on the panel.
No, there's context, people. He's not being racist.
Context, people.
No.
And remember, I'm the Southerner.
Oh man! Oh, somebody's gonna.
Hold on, Scott. I'm the Southerner too. I'm down.
Over here, we're staying out of this.
I love that this happened on like one of the browner panels of this show.
Seriously, I know. Right?
We're outnumbered us just regular white people.
You're with friends. You're with friends, and no. Context, people, context. Someone's gonna clip that 2-second clip out of you saying, "Do you like?"
Have you seen Stephen Colbert say this?
Oh man.
You can't trust him.
I would have never realized that until he said
Yeah, he goes around asking black people like fried chicken for an example, but Wolverine.
They were talking about Wolverine. I don't know how he got the fried chicken. I don't know.
He's fucking bought. I'll tell you.
He was like it was some kind of a trump card.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Bro,
Dude, when you said that, I was like, oh. It's like, and then all of a sudden, people in this stuff,
it didn't even click in because I'm like, oh yeah.
I didn't think anything.
He was talking about fried chicken and
sick either.
Because we were all here for that conversation, so we knew what he was talking about.
Oh my goodness.
I'm done.
So Steven was like, whoa, no, I didn't feel this.
Oh, that was so good.
That was
so good.
Goodness.
Steven knows the optics game very well.
Oh my god, that was so good.
Thank you for that. Oh my god.
Talking about like, wait, did he just do a race?
That is the best timing, dude. That's better than your skipped frame. That is so much better.
Oh, that was so good.
I guess so to walk forward. Yeah,
Come on, Travis, salvage this.
Is there moving forward from this?
I think
come on, other white people. Let's go. Let's get it going. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta divert the racism. No, he didn't say anything racist. He's just misunderstood. He has a lot of black friends.
You got the Canadian saying, I'm sorry.
Steven has a lot of black friends. He's not racist.
All right, we need the white man to come and save us. Pull the white avatar. Let's go.
There you go.
I think it all depends on where you're from with this, because I think if you grew up with comic books, anime, and stuff, the whole when I say multiverse doesn't matter, I don't even mean that as like an insult. Just like that would happen. You have still people today complain about, man, we killed Wolverine 3 years ago in the comic books, and we're bringing him back, and he's on the X-Men, and nothing means nothing. So I think it all depends. But if you are in that mind frame of you're not exposed, then let's say your first comic book film was, or just comic exposure was X-Men in 2002 or even Batman 89, you're not going to be playing with those same rules. So I kind of get it to a point, but that's where it's just selfishly where I don't care, because it's like what John said. To me, that Logan's like watch everything everywhere all at once. That's the perfect. That's his journey. That's his end, and this is a new one. And I do disagree with Swaggy that I think that he will be back for more. I think this is just the start of it. I really think that.
Well, how do you bring him back and you've got Toby back and like you've got all that stuff, and then like they're not gonna have a Secret Wars?
How do you not do Tobey Maguire and Hugh Jackman in the same movie? There's no
Travis
way.
Right there. See that now, Travis, right there. That's
where it gets dangerous. That's why
the elephant in the room.
And that's so much because like that would be cool, but also like. It's just
the people.
Give it to me right there in the vein.
The internet minute Hugh
let me ask
back,
you a
everybody's naming all this shit. Bring this person back. Bring that. I'm like, no.
Oh yeah. Where's Eric Bana? Get him in the fucking room.
What's his name?
Like Travis. Let me ask you an important question. Travis.
Yeah.
You know how you feel about this topic? How do you feel about cheese and mayo?
Oh my god!
Eat
it every day. Eat it every day.
There you go, Steven. You're not alone. There you go.
It has to be spicy mayo, though. It has to be spicy mayo, though, not just regular mayo.
That's Chipotle mayo, right?
Yeah.
No, it's Canadian. We're talking about poutine.
Travis,
fucking poutine's the best. I'm having some tomorrow. I'm not even lying.
I want to make Steven feel better. I want to make
Travis,
Steven
you don't boil your ribs.
Then you should have asked him about potato salad.
Okay,
that was the way you go to.
I like potato salad, though. What do you mean? We have potato salad at our cookouts, John. Stop fronting.
Of course.
No, I actually
don't.
don't
You want
like
to make it racially equal. You have to ask him about that.
Well, no. It's not just potato salad.
That's why I want the cheese and mayo.
It's like bland potato salad.
Yeah.
Like
right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like with the raisins in it and shit. Like, I'm
a big cheese guy, but no mayo. Like I don't put ketchup on hot dogs. I don't like sauces because to me, if you're putting sauces on food, it doesn't taste that good. You're like masking it. So it's like if the thing can taste good, that's all I need. That and the bun. I don't really need sauce.
There are certain foods that are a sauce delivery vehicle, like wings. Like you're not gonna
wings.
Make me some naked wings.
Right. Like, I don't want to talk about this no more.
Yeah, unless they're breaded wings. If they're breaded wings, then I don't need like a sauce type flavor. Then I can
look what you did.
Yeah.
I
wanted to make.
You asking me about chicken now, Steven? Huh? You asking me about
chaos?
Or like waffle fries.
I got you, Steven. I got you. We got you.
Need to have something on them. Like
I think from like what Steve was talking about, how he hates it, and I do get that. There's other people that do, but if you just take everything back and you go from the business perspective of how Feige and company can't look at it and go, how do we not get this to work together? How do we not have people like myself who are in elementary school of like, man, wouldn't it be great if like Spider-Man and Wolverine would be together? Like I could see that on screen, and like they know that. They know that.
And that's where the complaints Everts shared a few weeks ago.
Yes,
it's like at one point that's just what the movie is. Like,
but that's where
got a movie where they're like,
but that's where the concern.
Millennium Falcon.
Right. Well, but that's where the concern, like what John was talking about, like that's where the concern is, because you elephant in the room. You got people like I feel like the people that like are really worried about this, like worried about what this is going to do to Logan and everything. These are people that are already like laser focused on being hypercritical of the MCU in the first place.
The Phase 4 is a complete failure that has destroyed their box office.
Which is bullshit. Phase 4 is the second best phase in the whole franchise, in my opinion. It's all subjective.
Here's the thing about Deadpool, though. Deadpool's a wild card, which means you don't know what cameos, what's gonna happen. And this is a big deal. Like, I don't think people, especially fans, really get. Number one, this is Deadpool in the MCU for the first time, right? And Marvel's doing it, right? And then on top of that, we're getting Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine, another big deal. And the possibilities at this point are endless. And to be honest with you, I don't really care. Like, I loved Logan for what it was. Whatever they decide to do with that, if they even touch Logan, I don't care. Because I mean, at this point, like I got I was fulfilled. I was sad when I heard that Hugh Jackman was retiring. Right, yes. I got my feelings, and I got a good movie. If they say F that, I'll be like, cool. Where do we go from here? But like, I think the fans are way over either too worried about stuff. And they are also going to over expect things. They're going to get hyped up and be like, "Oh my god, we're going to get the X-Men. We're going to get all this. We're going to get that."
What's his name the other day was like,
"This is going to be the No Way Home."
Right. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, "Motherfucker, here we go again."
Yeah. Well, yeah. But like also like, it's funny that people are because like I get the No Way Home comparison, and like I like No Way Home, but it's hilarious because like Ryan Reynolds is not going to make No Way Home.
No.
He's gonna make
No,
the
he's
movie
not.
that like really, really pisses off the people who were like loved.
He's
No
gonna
Way
shit
Home.
on it.
Yes, yeah.
Going to shit on it.
That's when
look at-
that's
look
why
at the
Deadpool
X-
is perfect, because
look at the
everything we're
X-Force
talking
marketing.
about, they're gonna do it.
Look at the
No,
X-Force
no.
marketing from Deadpool 2. And then what that ended up being in the actual
Little
movie.
derivative.
that,
So good.
Now
that
that
is
now
Beautiful.
that Steven just said that, I wouldn't be surprised we get the movie. We're like, fuck yes, Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, yes, let's go. He fucking blows Logan's brains out in the first 3 minutes of the movie, and you're like,
or it's
God.
Hugh Jackman pretending to be Wolverine and gets killed and has no healing factor.
Wolverine is
I
gonna be
want
in
this chaos so much. I seriously
Or
want
like,
this
like,
chaos.
like Steven,
you
when you were
imagine
doing your
that?
thing, when you were talking about your thing on Twitter, I was like, well, what if he decides to put Hugh Jackman through all the stress?
I would love for him to
get the
turn
mutant
Hugh
gene?
Jackman into Wolverine.
Yes, like he puts him all the stress that he went through in the first Deadpool movie to try to get the Wolverine gene to go
and
through.
then he puts him through
Yeah.
the Weapon X program after that.
Yes.
I want to see him
and
try to
that's
staple
like a buddy road
adamantium to
trip.
his hand.
See,
Yes.
the thing is, Wolverine's going to be in
The
this a
first
lot
half
more
of the
than people
movie could
think.
be just that crazy.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
the thing is, we can all probably agree Wolverine's going to be in this a lot because first of all,
Oh, yeah.
they released
Oh,
a
yeah, it's not a
poster.
cameo.
Those are Wolverine's claws. He's in this movie for real.
Well,
I know,
maybe,
I
but
know.
also
Well,
the
people
fact
were
that
doing
Deadpool
you're so
3.
insistent on this is exactly why Ryan Reynolds would love to do something different. I'm just
Listen, Ryan Reynolds, don't play with me,
But-
Ryan Reynolds. I know where
But
you
he
live.
wouldn't, because he knows that this is something that the fans desperately and just
Yeah.
wholeheartedly wanted for years,
Exactly.
and it's something that even Ryan wanted. So that will be something of aspect he wouldn't play around with,
Unless it wasn't
He'll kill
announced.
the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah.
Of us and everything like that, but not for that. Like,
If
it'll be
Jackman
Wolverine
wasn't-
for sure.
If Jackman was announced 2 years out, then I'd say, even if he was unannounced cameo, I'd say, oh, they could do something like that really fun. But they're gonna do like billboards, the PR together. Like I think it's going to be
Yeah.
very much a two-hander, and they
Definitely.
may have Hugh Jackman jokes in there because I always thought Hugh Jackman
definitely
was
will.
going to come
well,
back.
but there
as
is
Hugh
there's
Jackman,
already a
but-
running Hugh Jackman joke in it. Like
Yes.
in the
Yeah.
third
Yeah.
one, he like,
Yes.
so
With the face.
which is what made me think of the fact. I was like, wait, Hugh Jackman is like already in this universe.
He's like, hey, you
yeah.
look like that one guy. You sure you're not like?
So they're
That's
going to
gonna-
play around with it for
that-
sure.
There'll be
I
that
stapled
joke
you
will
on
be
my
there.
No,
face
no,
once.
no.
Yeah.
They're definitely going. Steven, when you said that, I was like, yeah, they're definitely going to do
Like
something.
I have a hard time
Yeah.
believing there's
Like,
not
weren't
at
you the
least a
sexiest
Hugh
man
Jackman
alive?
as himself cameo.
Dude,
I
Hugh
think there
Jackman
is,
showed up in
yes.
Free Guy. Hugh Jackman was in Free Guy. Who
What
else
voice
showed him
was
Free
that?
Guy? Who else showed him Free Guy?
The Rock.
Chris Evans.
Oh, Chris Evans too.
I
The
would
Rock
not-
too, baby.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, there's going to be cameos. There's
Yeah.
going to be crazy
Well,
cameos.
because
in
Ryan
these
Reynolds,
movies.
like, it's funny because, and I could be wrong on this, but everyone was like, "Oh, only Kevin Feige could pull this off," and I was like,
Oh,
"No,
no.
Ryan
no.
Reynolds
Yeah.
made a call.
Ryan
Jackman-
Reynolds.
Yeah.
said-
Kevin
No.
Feige has made that call 100 times.
Yeah.
Jackman has said no
Yeah.
100.
Okay, you know what
That's
else?
why I
You know what
said
else?
Ryan Reynolds is the only one that was going to get Hugh to come back.
You know what else about
Exactly.
you know what else about that
Exactly.
though, Steven, is like if I were Louis D'Esposito and Victoria Alonso, I'd be so fucking pissed because every time this shit happens, he's the only one they talk about. Like we're right fucking here. He's not the only one doing this shit. That's why like the shit that came, look, and this tinfoil a little bit in my head because a couple hours after that announcement was when the whole Blade thing dropped at like 10 o'clock at night, right?
Hurts my soul.
And part of me was just for a second was like, wonder if they timed that. Great timing if that was the case. But there was that rumor that came out about how Feige's being spread too thin and he's not. And I'm like, fuck off. Bullshit. I don't buy that shit for a second.
Well,
it's not just him doing all this.
Part of the point of Feige's job, though, also is like I agree that these other people need more credit, but part of the point of that is a PR. People want a figurehead or need a figurehead to give the praise to. And like the reason that there's other studios and franchises that are maybe not as successful as, but like look at George Lucas.
You think?
George Lucas didn't direct the majority of the original trilogy. He didn't even necessarily direct or even edit all of the original Star
Empire
Wars
and
movies.
Jedi.
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve credit on it, but like you're talking about like the numerous like groundbreaking like George Lucas doesn't know VFX. He's not a computer guy at all. He doesn't know. He would get people in a room and his creative, like he was a team builder and collaborator and an idea guy, But like all of the technical stuff that was done on those movies was other people that what he did was he put them in the room and he gave them a vision, and then it was contagious, and then they made it happen. And I'm not even saying
go
that's
do
what
this, nerds.
Feige is doing or not, but the point is when there is a man like that you can put the credit on, it benefits the whole franchise. Once you start trying to distribute, well, Desposito deserves credit for that, and this person deserves credit for that, all of a sudden the luster of like people don't know who deserves. Like look at any
People
other
need a
studio.
figurehead.
How often can you name another successful franchise and like name all of the different people who deserve credit? But when you say this is the guy, and then everybody's like, yeah, let's like give praise to that. So I think that like I'm sure Desposito would like.
Hence
more
why
credit,
Vin
maybe.
Diesel looks crazy these days.
But part of exactly. But like part of I think. Pretty convinced part of Feige's purpose is like as a lightning rod to steal all the credit.
No, I get that.
Better for the brand,
right? And it just further exemplifies why the sports analogy shouldn't be used when we talk about that, because that's the first thing that athletes do is like I give credit to my offensive line, I give credit to my quarterback, all that, whatever, and you can't do that when you're like the head of a studio, like for all the reasons that you just displayed. But it's still like. There's not a realistic perspective when people look at this. Like, I know they want a figurehead, but you can't also just assign everything to that figurehead. Just like you said, like he didn't do this. Like this is right. This is Ryan Reynolds.
That's the public, man.
Yeah.
And somebody gotta take it. They look.
I mean, flat out that Ryan Reynolds is like, again, he's a genius, and the fact that he's got Sean Levi. How do you say his name? I don't know. Levy. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, they worked together on the what was that movie called?
Well, they did Free Guy,
Adam Project,
Free Guy, and the Adam Project.
Yeah, Adam Project
too. And it was like, okay, so Ryan Reynolds knows. He goes, when he works with somebody, he knows. He goes, okay, when you have a relationship with somebody, and you see this even with the what's his name from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, So
Rob.
Yeah, they did that whole thing, and I haven't even watched any of that stuff. I think Ryan Reynolds, when he just has something with somebody, he goes, okay, we have to capitalize on this. He knows, like, he realizes, like, okay, there's something here, so we got to do something. And when it comes to Hugh Jackman, look at the follow-up video when they did that whole thing where they were like, I think that was it was all improv. Everything that was happening. So, the fact that they did all that and then
undeniable.
Yeah. And it was just like, okay, so these two are going to have just the greatest chemistry ever, and Ryan Reynolds talked about like, a few years ago, talking about like, oh yeah, it was supposed to be like a road trip movie with Logan and Deadpool. And it's like, okay, so maybe we're getting that, or maybe it's been tweaked since then. I don't know. Who knows? But, Anthony, you gotta leave. You gotta bounce. You gotta bounce.
Yeah, man, I gotta bounce, man.
Yeah,
I know. Me on.
I get that.
Everybody have a great night.
Peace, brother.
I appreciate it, man.
Oh, morning for me. Bye,
right.
yeah.
Bye, love.
Thank
nice
you,
to see you.
All right. Love, peace,
and
grease.
Can't wait to see you. Can't wait to see you in Black Adam. Anyways, all right. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, Ryan Reynolds, when it comes to I think he bases a lot of things on relationships and how he, interacts with somebody and how it feels. And maybe like when it came to the first Deadpool, Tim Miller, it was great. And then when it came to the sequel, they didn't gel. And that's why Tim Miller was like, I dropped out, this, that, and this. It just didn't gel. And then, somebody else came along. But of course, when it came to him and Hugh, there was always something there. And
he was very Kratos delivery, Scott.
Yeah, he was always all right. And it was always like he was always trying to like get something, and then finally something finally clicked, and it was like, all right, we can make this thing happen. And that's why I like that video that he posted, and where Hugh just walks up the stairs. It's like, yeah, just
eating
do
an
that.
apple, chilling.
Yeah. And it just was so perfect. And then just the way that Ryan just goes, he just does his eyebrow thing, and then he goes, yep, there it is. And then all of a sudden you see the logo and it's boom. And then they had to do a follow-up video, and you could just tell these two are going to have just like excellent chemistry when it comes to
So it's going to be the greatest marketed movie ever.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my point, is like, just let me be happy right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because this announcement made me so.
Let me have this.
There's no reason to not. There's no reason to not be happy. Like, just let the happiness wash over you. As far as an
exactly, and I was one of those guys that I was like, Logan is just let it. I was like, Hugh, never come back. That's perfect send off. But we're now what?
In a
6 years later, and it's like
well, actually,
5
years later.
2017.
Damn, has it been that long?
We've been 6 years since the first Deadpool. Because I remember
but it's
we brought Declan home from the hospital on Thursday, and I went and had a daddy day on Friday and went and saw the first Deadpool movie.
Deadpool came out 2 months before BVS.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. But we're 5 years later.
Movie releases to where my kids were born. It just helps me out here a whole lot.
Yeah, it does help. No, but like we're 5 years after Logan. And it's like, all right. The missed opportunity was always the fact that Hugh and Ryan never really worked. I mean, they worked together on, we don't talk about that. Origins, and
we don't talk
I know.
Their scenes are, but I will say their scenes even together in that elevator are good.
The elevator scene.
Ignore the rest of it, but that one scene,
okay. Travis, you're absolutely correct. The opening scene is fantastic,
and everyone's like, "I want a whole movie of that."
Yeah, everything that Ryan says is just fucking. It's gold. It's gold. He's all great. He's even when he says great, I'm stuck in an elevator with a bunch of dudes with a high protein diet and shit like that. Yeah, and then he talks to what's his name, and he goes like, "Yeah, I love the green in your eyes," and stuff like it. Just everything that he says. Okay, people are dead. It's like just stuff like that. It's like, all right, it all worked, and even Logan goes, "Dude, do you ever shut up?" And then, of course, it loses, that. Oh, yeah. Later on, it gets a little like, oh, shit, you guys.
They started with the good movie and then transitioned into the.
And then it went to like, oh, wow, you really.
Finally found a way to shut you up, Wade. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that wasn't good. But they corrected that. They corrected that. And now it's like we have something that just could, be absolute gold, and it's going to be a marketing. Yeah, like you get. Yeah, like we've been saying, it's going to be marketing gold.
Gotta go.
I gotta go.
You gotta go too. Yeah.
Yeah, but also the idea of two guys with healing factors fighting each other. I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's going to be good. Go ahead, Scott. Do your thing.
All right. Well, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And please join us at a special night and time on Saturday, October 15th, where Batman the Animated Stream will return for Dave and I to be discussing Batman Mask of the Phantasm.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was impressive. There was no pause, hesitation, stutter, nothing.
Makes my balls tingle every time.
He's a pro. Great. He's a pro.
But yet you won't drink bubble tea.
Nope.
I'm sus of you now.
No.
All right. Thanks, Scott.
Bye, Scott.
Alrighty. Hi. Nice to meet you, Saggy.
Nice to meet you. Have a good night.
You too.
Good stuff. But yeah, man, this thing's gonna be. I mean. $1 billion.
Oh, but it's $1 billion.
I mean,
it's going to be really big.
Oh, it's going to be huge.
I mean, especially that's
like
the thing. That's the thing.
Like, yeah, I mean, like and
barring anything.
Okay, yes.
Like something new.
We do
never say
to,
never in this world.
That's
now.
true. We do have to place that disclaimer on
true,
now, but
true,
yeah,
true.
But still.
But if it's even like where it is now, it's just because Jackman, I think what he has even more so than like what Toby and Andrew had, where Toby was like, oh, he's from one decade and Andrew's from another. Jackman's from like all the decades. He's from like the 2000s. Yeah. Like,
he's the OG. He's the original. And he hasn't even been recasted yet.
There's multiple kids that saw an X-Men movie and saw him and fell in love with that character. Where Toby, he had his 3, Andrew had his 2. Like he's just a generational guy.
Because one of the best things Fox did with their X-Men franchise was even through the recastings, they said, "Yeah, we're not recasting him. Mm-hmm. He's just going to be the bridge. He's going to talk to. He's going to talk to
connective tissue."
This is why it makes sense as well that there's going to probably be no X-Men until past 2026 because they already had this in the works.
This I buy. This I buy. This reasoning I buy.
And I think they need more time because now you moved it up where we're like, oh, you got 5 years between Jackman. Maybe people are ready to recast. Yeah. He's back again already. Now you gotta go. Well, we got to give it some time again because people are gonna fall in love with him all. And
I think you'll get some X-Men, but you won't get Wolverine.
Okay. This is what I wanted to.
But how could you do X-Men with a Wolverine?
Easily. There's
can,
decades of
you
stories.
You
Yeah.
can.
But at the same time, when it comes to this, it's like when it comes to this movie, how many cameos are we gonna get? Are we gonna get James Marsden just showing
hope.
up?
That'd be fun.
I mean, come on. There's got to be
or
some
Famke
of the
Janssen.
OG,
Are we going to
some
get
of the
Barry.
OG
Ellie?
cast.
Yeah, you might
They're
get
gonna
Ellie.
show up. They're gonna show up.
I don't think
Just
anything's off
for
the
the
table.
bit. Just for the
Nothing's off
bit.
the table,
Just for the
no.
bit.
Mhm.
Oh,
You
no,
know,
the bit,
I don't think
no. Remember the bit in Deadpool 2 where
no.
the first, where like the where
First
that the
class
whole
cast?
the first class cast was in that room. We're gonna get a bit like that. Yes.
Yeah,
I think it's like a
We've gotta
quick
do a
little.
bit.
You
We're gonna
can't.
Patrick Stewart. I mean,
Especially
come
because
on.
it could be a multiverse where he's still a part of
Yeah.
the X-Men, right? There's all these rumors going around from scoopers, but this idea that he's gonna wear the suit, right? If he's wearing the
Alright.
suit, let's say that is
he's
true.
totally gonna wear
Yeah,
the suit.
but let's say it is
He's
true. Let's play
totally
that
gonna wear
idea.
the suit.
Is it going to be the one from that deleted scene? Is it going to
No,
be
the
that
rumor
one?
is the yellow and blue.
It
That's the
should
classic.
be. It should
Yeah.
be though. But that's the
Let's say
suit
It's
she
going to
had.
be ridiculous. It's going to be ridiculous.
And they're going to joke about that. But if he has that suit, you're almost safe to assume that he's a part of a team. And that's why I think you could
Right.
see these other characters come back for quick cameos and stuff. But again,
Right.
I don't care. Even if it's just him and Jackman, that's all I need. Even if it's
That's
just
enough.
them two, literally in the movie, alone in a car
Well,
for 2 hours. That's all
now
I
that
need.
He's gonna be
Steven is
hopping through the
back, now that
multiverse,
Steven-
and he's going to go to a Comic-Con, and they're having a cast reunion at the Comic-Con.
That'd be great.
Yes.
All of them get
Yes.
killed.
Like Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm
my
telling you,
God.
I'm
That
telling
was
you,
the
like
worst.
Or like
Steven is
Chip 'n
not
Dale
a
Rescue
something when it
Rangers.
comes to the
Okay.
meta shit. Yeah.
But by the way, I want to remind y'all, even though you brought up First Class and you said, well, they did X-Men without Wolverine First Class, they still had a Wolverine cameo.
But
They
not
did.
at
They
the
did.
time, so.
Yeah, so they still technically had Wolverine in it because you can't have X-Men without actually referencing Wolverine or having Wolverine. Wolverine has to be always involved in
I think
X-Men. He is
But
a
also,
I think the
fan
cameo
favorite.
is
remember,
fun,
even
but
Dark
Wolverine
Phoenix.
wasn't even a member of the team for the whole first.
But they
like,
still
Yeah.
had to include him
I-
for that. Like, oh my
like-
God, look, it's Wolverine.
so
and
cool.
Hugh Jackman.
I think the MCU could get away with it. I do.
They can.
I think
They
they can.
can.
And I
They
think you
will
get to
probably-
build up to him. That's the good thing.
Right.
It's like this: if you start to lose any
Yeah.
juice, you go, well, now Wolverine's on the team. Like, and plus, Wolverine is a character that I do think can. It's not can. It's already been proven. They can do a solo Wolverine movie like Iron Man.
well,
Avengers,
And look at what the
like,
MCU is doing.
Yes.
Like, because the X-Men, people know the '90s show and they know the Fox movies, but X-Men as a property. I mean, look at like the success of Deadpool. I think is one of the examples of that. Of like this whole universe has been condensed into like the X-Men team. But no, we're talking. You got X-Force, you got X-Factor, you've got like there's
Alpha
like
Flight.
there's so many mutant teams they can do in the X-Men universe that are not
Right.
that are versions of the team without Wolverine. That are there's new mutants. There's all this stuff they can do that mix and match these characters. From the comics that have nothing to do with Wolverine.
Right.
Like, I mean, he was
And
always
plus, they'll want to
loner.
do that first anyway, because MCU likes going for like the lesser knowns too, and like making them like, here you go, and turning them into something. So they'll definitely work around that. And
Gonna
then
get
they'll
Dazzler.
Wolverine in like a right or
you
a
could get
Jubilee
Dazzler
or some
easily,
shit.
yeah.
Right. And they'd be like, hey, here you go. And then
And actually make
Wolverine will come up
Cyclops
boom,
like
here you go.
a great character for once, or just a
Right,
character that
and make him
people
a leader
enjoy. Yeah,
and
not
not a
James
bitch for 3
Marsden
movies.
hanging out in 20 minutes of a movie and like, I'm the leader. Yeah.
And they'll make Rogue phenomenal instead
Okay,
of just whining about
Travis,
it.
that's a very important point.
Okay.
Cyclops has to be like there have
Yes.
to be because as much as I love Fox X-Men, there are things that they did that
They gave no fucks about that character. They had
MCU
no
must
interest.
fix these. They must fix Cyclops.
Him or Rogue.
They must
just
fix
shat on him.
Rogue.
But at least
Right,
Rogue was in a lot. Like that was at least an adaptation where even if you didn't like it, that character in the first 3's in a lot of it, right?
And for
So
the
I was-
love of
Yeah, but just crying for 3 movies.
What's
Yeah,
really funny
but-
about this whole conversation though is they changed.
She was more
Like,
accurate than
Wolverine-
Cyclops, though.
But Wolverine is the exact same lens. Like he is just as much like the comic Wolverine
Okay.
as James Marsden is like the comic Cyclops as Rogue is like the comics Rogue.
you know what though? I'm not even talking about like from the
I'm
comic
not talking about
accuracy.
comic accuracy.
I'm
I don't care
talking
about
about
that.
I'm talking about the fact that like Cyclops is in a grand total of 30 minutes through
Yeah.
3 movies. That's what
He's
I'm
always
talking
getting
about.
kidnapped.
That's fine. I'm
James
just
Marsden
And
did
Rogue
more
is
in
funny.
Superman Returns than he
Okay.
did in all
And
for
3.
Storm was only a
James
badass in
Marsden
3.
is going to be in this movie, and I'm just kind of wondering about that whole gambit. How much fun are they going to make of X-Men Origins Wolverine?
A lot. There's going to be a solid
A
15
ton.
minutes of content at
Ooh,
least.
Okay,
they're
so
gonna get him to
Taylor
show up
Kid,
in a
Taylor
Gambit outfit.
Kitsch, whatever his name is. How are they going to make fun of him? Is he going to make an appearance and
No,
just
they're
be
gonna do it
like,
with Channing
No,
Tatum.
Channing
It's gonna be
Tatum. Yes,
I was
that's
gonna
what you
say,
got to do.
shout out to
yeah,
podcast.
that's what I was
Channing
going to
Tatum.
do. Is like
You have
the
to
whole
do
Gambit,
that
the whole
Tatum.
Gambit
Shout out
thing.
to
Yep.
Podcast X, the former Screen Man Underground guys. So Rob Keyes, Ben Kendrick, Kofi Outlaw have Podcast X now, and that's the thing they brought up. They were talking about
Take
all
a
the
drink.
cameos, and they were like, give a Channing Tatum, and they're like have the scene where they all the old X-Men die, but like throw a Channing Tatum cameo in
Okay,
there. Like, that's the
Channing
kind of
Tatum
Ryan Reynolds
is
would do.
going to be in this movie. He was in fucking Free Guy.
Yes.
He was
Yeah,
in
he's gonna
Free
be in
Guy.
this movie.
And
He
there's
will
another
be
movie
in
this
this
summer that
movie.
he just had a random cameo too. Like he's that
He did.
guy.
He was
Yes.
great.
When was
Yeah.
Channing
He
Tatum
was-
in X-Men? I don't
His
remember.
walk is
Wait,
so good.
when
Oh,
did
he
he
was
play
They
in
in
X-Men?
casted him as Gambit. The movie never
Yeah.
happened. Zach.
Right.
Never
Like for
happened.
years.
Oh,
Shaggy.
okay.
At
That's
one
what I was
point, he was
confused.
writing it.
With
Yeah,
the
yeah.
development hell and everything.
I was like, wait, when
Yeah.
did Channing
It was
Tatum?
gonna have
And because of
Mr.
Channing
Sinister in
Tatum,
it.
he'll
Rumored- it was
probably
rumored
show
for
up
like
in the
3
movie
years.
as like a Gambit like cosplayer.
Right.
And
Yes.
not Gambit at the same
And
time.
remember, before
So
Fan
much
Forsta
he could do.
before Fan Forsta came out, they did their Comic-Con panel, and Tatum was there on stage. He had
Yeah.
the Gambit haircut. He had the shirt. Like they were supposed to be filming in 2 months from then, and they got all
Remember,
cut.
and
like,
it
oh.
got
Ben Forstick was
canceled.
supposed to be in Deadpool 2 also.
Yes.
Yes.
He was
But
supposed to have
can
all
he
those guys.
do the New Orleans accent? Is that what I'm talking about? 'Cause,
If
like,
it's
that
gonna be
Who
like
cares?
that, I don't care.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I care. It's part of who Gambit is. He's from
But
New
it doesn't-
Orleans, damn it.
No,
It's
that's
like if
not
he's
part of
dying
the
in
joke,
5
Saggy.
minutes.
It's not
Right.
part of the joke.
Like, if he's dying in
Oh, it
5
was supposed to
minutes,
be a joke. Okay.
Yeah,
never mind.
yeah.
And plus,
Like, I don't
Fox
think he'll be
X-Men
the
movies
MCU
never did
Gambit.
accents. Fox
No, they
X-Men
did
I was
not.
like,
did
if
accents.
they
Oh, yeah,
really
just
cast
look
Channing
at Halle
Tatum
Berry.
as
Halle
Gambit,
Berry.
Okay,
they tried with Hal.
Except for Rogue.
Alexander Shipp did have an accent later as
Yeah,
Storm.
you're right.
And it was
Yeah.
a lot, and it was
But
better.
Halle
like,
Berry was a little rough, but we love
Yeah.
They
her.
dropped
At
in
the
the
first
sequel.
one, she
They're
started
smart.
and then she just dropped it.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
first movies like this, nope.
She's
Right.
been in
What
America
happens to
enough.
a
She's
frog
taken
when it's
on.
been struck by
Right.
lightning?
She had the
you know,
Wanda treatment.
But the
She got
fact of the
Wanda
matter is,
treatment.
yeah,
the same thing that happens to everything
exactly.
else.
Wanda, same way,
Right.
you know.
My God,
Yeah.
that movie had the worst lines.
See, that's the thing. That's
There's
the
a
thing.
Joss
This
Whedon
movie,
line.
this movie has
God.
so much potential to have so many like crazy cameos.
Gonna be the No Way
That-
Home of 2024.
I know, but the thing is, the fact of the
The
matter is,
Endgame.
it's like, but it's not going to be anything
It's-
that's people,
It's
you know,
not,
when
it's
it,
not
when it
Tom
came to,
Cruise's Iron Man. It's
No,
not
no.
that. No.
but
Fuck, they might do it, though.
They could do something like that. They could. That's the thing. There's so much like when it came to Multiverse of Madness, and everybody's like, "Oh my god," you know,
Let's talk
Tom
about that
Cruise
later.
and all this stuff like that. But it has to fit. With Deadpool, it doesn't have to fit. There can be so many
Right, that's true.
cameos that
There's no
doesn't
rules
have
for
to
Deadpool
fit.
at all.
It's a free bingo
Yeah.
scratch space.
That is
It
very
really
true.
is. It
Wait.
really is.
Well, and
That's why I'm
also-
so
I
just
excited for
realized-
this.
Also,
The-
Doctor Strange had the creative process of getting that developed, and what that movie needed, like what the MCU needed or wanted that movie to be, was entirely different. Also,
Yeah.
like, if Sam Raimi had done that from the ground up, we may have gotten something entirely different. But he replaced Scott Derrickson through partway through production.
Sadly.
There was rewrites. There was all sorts of stuff. This is like a Ryan Reynolds thing.
Yes.
It's rated R, so it's already unmoored from like their willingness to, like, you know, they killed all those characters in Doctor Strange. Just imagine in the R-rated movie, like this, they're going. This is already like especially with it being R-rated. They're not. I would doubt at least that they're going to like make this the cornerstone of the MCU. Meaning they're gonna like. They'll have Chris Evans coming in dropping F-bombs in a Captain America outfit.
I
and,
still
like,
don't.
someone
I'm
calling
still not
language
going to
on
believe
him,
it's
like-
R-rated till the MPAA rates it R.
Oh, it's gonna be alright.
It's gotta be
I think it is
R-rated.
You'll
It's gotta be
now,
R-rated.
but
There's
I'm
literally no point unless
Right,
R-rated.
they have to have it
I
R-rated.
I
agree
get
with
what
that,
you're
but
saying,
I'm
Ray.
just-
I get it, but
It has to
there's
have
no
it.
way. There's no way that they can pass this
I don't
without.
I
an
don't
R.
disagree with you. I
Well,
just I need to see it.
there-
Yeah.
I need to see him do it.
I think there is a way, and I'm not saying that I'm a fan of it, but I think there is a way to like do just do an R-rated version and then just bleep it and censor it, and have that like be part of the gag. And I'm not a fan of that, but that feels
Well,
like
they
very
did that
MCU
with
humor.
the.
I
Deadpool
want that
2.
when
Once
he
Upon a
interacts with
Deadpool.
other characters.
Didn't they
I'll
do
do
that
that.
with
I don't want it for his movie. So when he's
Once
like
Upon a
he's
Deadpool.
interacting with the Avengers or whatever, and he'll be like, "Yeah, man, what the fuck? Wait, what the hell was that? Like
Boop,
all
boop,
that
boop,
you
yeah.
can do.
Well, it's like, has
I don't
anybody
want it in
seen
this
the?
movie.
Was it Monty Python or? It was one of those like early viral. I don't know think it was Monty Python 'cause it was too new, but one of those early like viral videos of a reporter in like Afghanistan who was interviewing them, and some of them had subtitles and some of them didn't. And he's like,
yeah,
remember that? Like
I saw it on LimeWire.
Yeah. He's like, wait, why are they subtitled? He's like, I'm speaking English too. Why am I?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna subtitle the guy with an accent, huh?
It's really good. Yeah.
Like, and so so I see like that. That's the kind of thing that like that could really pop. But I don't want that. But I can see the MCU being like, oh yeah, we can make that work.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that Reynolds is committed and Jackman is back gives me a level of confidence in their ability to go R. I understand, right? Like I'm in a similar spot.
Well, even the promo video when they did like when they were just like going back and forth with the music going over it, they were dropping F-bombs like crazy.
And these two fucking guys, and then it turns into the music and stuff. Like
and I love that. I love that. Like John Boy Media, which I love that channel because if you're a baseball fan, I mean he does the whole lip reading thing, and he was just like he totally broke it down, and I did it on Film Junkee Live yesterday. Which is the fact it's like, they were just dropping F-bombs like crazy. There's no way. I mean, that's why, again, Ray, I get it because it's MCU, but there's no way that you can't.
It's starting to release darker like content, like even like Werewolf by Night, like even that looks like
still on Disney Plus, though, right?
Right, but
still like there's blood spattering everywhere.
I do not disagree.
Was supposed to be R-rated. Like Derrickson was.
Black and White helped it to be PG-13. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I did hear about that. Yes.
Werewolf by Night.
Yeah,
which I'm gonna watch.
What's his name?
What's his name? Watch it
because blood is everywhere. I'm like, holy shit, they're going insane.
He thought it was gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be TV mature, but I think the Black and White helped it to be not.
They did that with AVP. Kill Bill. Because of the
for the Crazy 88 scene. They cut it.
No, listen, I agree with everything you guys. I just need to physically see it.
Yeah,
I just need to physically see the offer.
I was with you, Ray, until
that's what I say every time I meet a new man.
Because this is a thing that they could they could renege on up until like the week before it launches too, where they're like there's a PG-13 cut just like waiting to go. Where
I would not put that past them at all.
Yeah.
Well, they did it with Deadpool 2. They did it with Deadpool 2 with the Christmas edition when it came to Once Upon a Deadpool, and it was like
it made no money.
Well, yeah, probably, but at the same time, I was like, you know what? I respected how they did it.
But you also can't stuff like that is hard to evaluate too.
And only Deadpool could do that.
Re-releases rarely. People don't look at when they look at box office how many screens something is released on, how many weeks it's in the box office, how much like the amount of marketing. It's not like every movie gets the same amount of marketing dollars. And some
unless you're James Cameron and re-release your movie every week.
but I mean,
which Avatar.
John,
again.
Don't get him started on that, please.
I thought that's where he was going.
Please don't get him started.
I thought when he was saying, re-releases don't make that much, but fucking Avatar.
Yeah. I mean, we can go
anyway,
there.
No, do not go there, Steven. Stay the course, please. Stay on target.
Not everything makes 30 million in a week like Avatar or Titanic when it gets re-released like James Cameron
movies that movie.
Oh, here we go.
But but because something like Once Upon a Deadpool, for example, people will say like it made nothing, but it was released in like 25% of the screens for far less time. And it didn't have $200 million in.
The point is, it shouldn't have happened, Steven.
Well, money went to charity too, John.
But the box office isn't proof of that, though. The box office is a factor of other, if.
I went to that re-release screen. You know what? And it was funny because it started off like the first like half hour, 40 minutes was great because it kept cutting back and forth, and they kept doing that. What were they parodying? Princess Bride. They kept doing that, and with an older Fred Savage, which was great, and it was great. But then there was like a whole chunk where they like didn't do anything. They had no cutbacks, and I was like, Jesus Christ, guys, you went a really long time without cutting back to your whole gimmick here.
Well,
that's where they fucked up.
And that's where I still think like obviously they announced it was R, so that would, to me, that would be the mistake if they announced it R and went back on it. That's where it would hurt.
Right.
I think what they should have done then is stuck with the PG-13 right away if they ever go back, because if you read Deadpool comics, and not to be like, well, it's in the comics, but he's not an R-rated character. All the stuff is bleeped out in those. Things are blurred. Like it's not like
Deadpool's reputation is based on memes, not based on the.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I think
the swear words are always bubbled. The nudity is always blurred.
X-Men Origins Wolverine, like what they. not saying this is the right move, but what they did with him was not that wildly out of line with the way these characters are reinterpreted all the time. They just
100%.
misjudged how much of a meme he was for these specific things, and because even at the time that it came out, most people didn't know that was a problem. There was like a handful of like comic book fans who hated that, but like most people didn't care about that until the later Deadpool movies came out.
Yes.
And now where retroactively everyone's like, I can't believe they did that. It's like, you didn't even notice when it came out. You're just saying that because Deadpool made fun of it in Deadpool 1.
Yeah.
Like,
And you look at the elevator scene we talked about, was great. There's no rated R things in there. That's just Ryan Reynolds with company riffing and having a good time. It's like, I still wouldn't have been opposed to said, hey, we're doing this Ryan Reynolds Wolverine Hugh Jackman movie and it's going to be 13. Because to me, I would believe in those two enough to make the content good. But I'm with Ray that until last week, I think now that they announced it's kind of tough. But even then, if they do change it, they should get on it sooner rather than later, while people like could forget about it a little bit and get over being pissy. But I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be at least a testing ground to see what happens in the future.
Give me R. That's like giving Blade a PG-13, which pisses me
off. So you're going to get it.
I'm like,
what's
going on with
Blade? Dude, don't set yourself up for failure.
Yeah, Blade's going to be
good. What's going to happen if it is PG-13? It'll be...
I don't buy any of that report on Blade, though. By the way,
well,
I don't buy any.
Wasn't Blade the last one though? The third.
Yeah,
with Ryan Reynolds.
That PG-13 rating wasn't why that movie sucked. Just saying.
Yeah. Ryan Reynolds.
That wasn't PG-13 though. That was rated R.
No, they were all rated R.
Blade Trinity was rated R.
The whole trilogy was rated R. Yep.
But the reason why I said that it was like Ryan Reynolds, it was like that was him being fucking Deadpool. That was his audition.
Yeah, that was
right there. You know,
for sure.
That's why Wesley Snipes hated.
You watch Blade Trinity, you go like, oh yeah, Hannibal King. That's just Deadpool without a mask. Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. And it's funny because over the years, people have thought that I am overly critical of like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I do call it I've called it cinematic television for years, like the assembly line process and all that. But I'm sorry. What in any of their like business acumen leads you to believe that any of that shit that they said about Blade is true? A 90-page script with only 2 action sequences? Are you fucking kidding me?
That was a bit. The 2 action sequences I didn't really buy either, because it's just like they fucking love their like, even in Eternals they're sneaking in multiple action scenes and stuff like that.
No,
so.
I don't believe a word.
It didn't
of
make
that
sense.
shit
It didn't make
at
sense.
all. No,
I miss Wesley Snipes already.
I know, so do I. But I want to see Mahershala Ali do his thing.
Oh,
That's
he's
the
gonna
thing.
be fantastic.
He's a great actor. I want to see him in this role, but it's like, come on, guys, please do something.
That's totally why they dropped the Hugh Jackman news, because it was like noon.
Yeah,
it was like on the dot at noon.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Reynolds was like, "Hey, Hugh Jackman," and then it was on a Friday, I think, right? And then at like 8 p.m. At like 8 p.m. that same day, they're like, by the way,
dude, Boris Kid posted it, and he literally was like, literally like late breaking news. I was like, what the fuck are they announcing now? Oh, bad news. Okay,
yeah,
that's when you announce the bad news.
Yeah, and then it'll get delayed, but we'll see. Ali, he already got the voice. They'll make it happen, but it's just not going to come out that date that they had originally. Now, which was like,
there is no reason for a single MCU fanboy to be worried at all about that. Like I just, all these people flipping out over the bullshit reports. It's like, calm down.
I just want it done right, and I want it rated R. I know I'm probably not going to get one of those things, but
the vampire movie, like, how do you not?
But Feige's already got ahead of that and said it's not ours. So like,
but apparently
it's fucking stupid.
I love how Travis says that he's going to stick around. He's got the voice, when we've literally got Terrence Howard saying, next
that's
time,
true.
maybe.
That's true. For me, I would consider it as like a huge,
stages.
as I like to joke and bugbear about the gold standard, Lord and Savior. To me, if Feige were to let Ali go, that would be one of the biggest dropping bags of comic book cast, like whatever franchise decorate. Because Ali is just horrible. Like the fact that he was a guy that came in and he like set up a meeting. He set up a meeting to talk with Feige. Like, I really want to do this.
I want Blade,
but that is a really important thing.
Blade versus Morbius.
Who else?
No, it's Morbid time.
Who else has engaged Marvel in that way to get a movie greenlit, and how did all of those movies turn out?
Ryan Reynolds right now, and we'll see how that goes.
But you look at like
Norton,
like Ant-Man, like the original Ant-Man movie, like that was Edgar Wright didn't pan out. Or
oh my God,
that's the problem with Norton, right?
I just realized Paul Rudd's going to show up in Deadpool 3. I'm just saying. I mean, it fits. There's going to be some kind of Thanos butt joke or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
My God! Wait, are they going to explain?
For sure.
Cable and Thanos being the same actor.
They will.
Yes,
Yes, we're getting that joke.
There's so much fun.
I think
every
the
single one of
Avengers.
these jokes makes me like excited and sad at the same time.
If they do the blip explanation of why Wolverine is back, I'm gonna be low key mad. I'm be like, y'all lazy ass writers over there. If you use the Thanos excuse to bring Wolverine in right now.
Well, I think Deadpool would call him out on it if they did that. I think he would literally say
the best
that.
we got.
That's
All right, I guess we're going
right.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Ant-Man stuff will. I think they're going to save that.
What if Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman kidnap Kevin Feige? And that is the plot of.
I think
of
Feige
Deadpool
has a
3.
cameo in this.
Feige.
I feel like Steven, I feel like that's why the movie's happening. They already did that in real life.
There's just so much in this shit.
Well, because I always go
This
back
movie
to
has endless potential.
when
it really does.
And lots of room for disappointment for people.
I was about to say we're buying into the overhype.
People are going to be disappointed.
All I'm here is for just Reynolds and Jackman. That's all I care about. The rest of stuff is gravy.
We got to be careful not to buy into the overhype. Seriously, you're right. It does.
We got to relax. We got to relax a little bit.
People are going to be disappointed regardless. That doesn't matter.
Not me. I'm getting them in a movie. I'm happy.
In Spider-Man the animated series, I think it was at the end of the series, maybe after they did the sequel.
Oh, then you're gonna have Toby in this,
where he goes to the universe where he talks to Stan Lee, who tells him about writing him as a comic book character and why he's so important. I guess they can't do that now, or actually they can because they have the rights
I'm sure Rob Liefeld will probably find a way to get into the movie. I'm sure, and do that.
God, fuck that dude.
This is why I created you.
No, Feige doesn't have the chops at all. I imagine, but I would love it if he was in the movie. If they made him like a Les Grossman type, like they just made him a complete piece of shit. Like he was an asshole, and like he plays into the Lord and Savior stuff. Like
Tom Cruise as Kevin Feige.
That would be great. Yeah, a stunt casting where we're going to see Kevin Feige, but it's an actor playing Kevin Feige, and he's like an asshole.
This is why the having Jackman play himself is so great, because you have a subplot of Kevin Feige calling Hugh Jackman repeatedly. Like Hugh Jackman plays his voicemail, and it's like, you have 100 messages. Hey Hugh, this is Kevin again, just trying to figure
Avengers 6.
And then Deadpool is like, looks like he's like, sometimes he's got to do a job yourself, and like goes to his apartment and kidnaps him. Like that's.
I would love a last action hero moment between Hugh Jackman.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
Gonna happen.
If there is any truth to what Steven says, and that is the plot of this movie, you're a fucking witch, and we're gonna burn you at the stake. You're a fucking witch.
No, but
I would love to see Wolverine, but like, I'll be honest, the superior movie is the one that Wolverine isn't in at all, and it's all Hugh Jackman playing himself. The comic book geek,
you guys got to realize
the nerdgasm of Wolverine is like, you can't top that. But like the superior film and script is the one where he plays himself.
That's why
the one where Twitter explodes upon itself. That movie,
The city.
Okay, one of the things that they can actually probably avoid, and maybe there'll be something a reference to it, is like one of the things, like the first movie, it worked. I mean, I love the first Deadpool movie. It's fantastic. It's great, but there's that love story with Vanessa, and they had to use that with the second one, and it was like, all right, cool, I get it. It wasn't as strong. Maybe, they'll probably reference it in this one, but they really won't have to utilize it because now it's a whole different universe, And Deadpool is just like, oh, I got my love for Hugh or something like that. It's just they won't really have to oh, we have to reference this whole love story that we established.
They make him a couple in this movie.
Yeah.
They're together.
Wasn't she back? She's back after the ending of Deadpool 2, right?
They did bring her back.
I'm talking about making Wolverine and Deadpool a couple.
The thing that I will say this, I will love I even if this movie, I mean, for the record, the last two Deadpools were good.
Oh, yeah. In front of an epic explosion. In front of an epic explosion, they're gonna kiss.
There's nothing, anything and I will clap. I'll be like Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. Fuck yeah!
Happy International Mutant Day.
They just redo the holiday sex scenes montage, but with those two and everything like that. And
if they kiss, I will fucking clap. I will stand up in my chair and be like,
I want claws to be used. To be used.
Yeah, Deadpool hand sewing the yellow and blue costume. He cuts Hugh Jackman's hair to be like the
yes,
a whole handful of hair.
There's
hair
so
gel.
much here.
We've gotten this far in the discussion, and we haven't even talked about like all the other fun that they're gonna poke at everybody. Like who owns DC now, and like all of the all the other jokes that they're gonna tell about like everybody else.
Just the comic book world in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
There might be a Batgirl joke. That's gonna.
No, there's going to be.
Yeah, you thought this movie was gonna get canceled, didn't you?
Yeah. There's definitely gonna be a Rock. Like, hey, Rock, do you own?
I kind of want them to get Leslie Grace.
Did the hierarchy change? What's going on, pal?
I kind of want them to get Leslie Grace in the movie. Like somehow.
Ooh, that'd be sweet.
That would be hilarious.
That'd be pretty good. She'd be like, yeah.
Or Brendan Fraser. Man. Like, hey, what happened? Man?
Perfect.
Oh.
Yes.
There's so much potential.
Be some whale? What the fuck? What was that, dude?
Have him lighting a match or something outside.
See, but that's why this movie's gonna be good, because it's gonna have something. It's gonna have a lot, and that's the thing. We're literally talking about the most amazing storylines. Plus, they're gonna do something, and Ryan Reynolds literally is gonna kill it. Like I said,
so I got it because they've already got it. So they've already got it in canon. So Deadpool's got his time travel device, right? But also you got Hugh Jackman, but Logan is dead. But he gets Hugh Jackman, and what did they establish in the X-Men universe? Wolverine can hop through time so long because he's the only one who's
his brain doesn't break.
The same brain. So you use Hugh Jackman's body to hop into a universe where he can embody Wolverine's body, and so it's Hugh Jackman's brain inside of Wolverine.
It's kind of like Multiverse of Madness. They did that, right? A one Steven into a dead Steven. So
that would be great. But I don't think, but Fox has no canon for anything anymore, though, right? It's not connected to this.
Fox never had canon. Like what was their
very
canon?
true.
Well, no, but
X-Men 1 to 3, and then they tried to fix in Days of Future Past.
But I'm saying, like, if you're talking multiverse, you can do. Everything and nothing is canon. Like we're
multiverse
talking
and time travel.
I don't think they care. They like whatever rules, they're gonna make a joke about it and then move on.
And I love Fox X-Men.
The point of me saying they have the rules worked out is not me saying like, oh, here's how it works in canon. It's so much as saying that's the joke. The way you do the joke is using the already established mechanism, which is he can hop so long as he maintains this because he's the same body and. And so you use that to harness. That's how you get Deadpool into that universe is using the Hugh Jackman in his own universe to then hop to Wolverine's body.
I'm gonna poke this hornet's nest because John, I noticed earlier you had some reactions when the first time Multiverse of Madness was brought up. You don't like that movie, do you?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
I do not.
Not a Raimi fan.
I didn't care for it much either,
like
John.
that.
I feel you.
Oh, Saggy.
I
you're
feel you.
breaking
It
my heart.
It was. Listen.
What the
hold
fuck
on.
were you watching? You're watching Gold.
It was okay, but I feel like, listen, I
MCU.
appreciated the cameos, but in my mind, I was just like, they just throwing this in here.
Not even talking about the cameos.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the fight between
the movie
Doctor Strange. I mean, it was
a good fight.
Doctor Strange goes like, "Hey, I'm gonna fight my, the Supreme Doctor Strange, and he's gonna bring up fucking notes from a fucking from a store, and he just goes, and then he just goes and sends it off to him.
Yeah, that was cute, I guess. But It was cute, I guess.
The fights
but
were good. It's just the story for me. Kind of
Zombie Strange at the end. His cape is made out of bat.
Wanda was the fucking bad guy, and that's what was like, bro. Like,
It was not as good as it would have been
because
if it was a Sam
WandaVision
Raimi
was her
movie.
villainous origin story.
I
That's
got
what
it, but it was like, bro, we haven't even established. Like, it just annoyed me. I feel like the thing with I liked WandaVision, but I feel like the storyline, like, because it was supposed to be basically the House of M, right? And like I said, it's just they didn't even freaking establish them as X-Men, like actual mutants. They didn't bring in the mutants yet, and that's what I was waiting for them to bring in the mutants, because now Wanda's already like bad, and I'm just like, we haven't even gotten X-Men
that's different.
in.
That's expectations. I'm sitting here speaking of like, I said fuck the story because they did, so I'm like, so fine, whatever. But
I mean,
I'm just like, the movie, oh my god, it was just so frustrating, and it single-handedly gave me one of my most annoying characters, if not the in MCU so far.
It better be the Pizza Papa.
It's not.
Pizza Papa.
Pizza Papa's great.
It's America Chavez for me.
Canceled.
Oh my god. Even thinking about saying
I'm
the name
offended.
brings
Half me
great
is offended.
frustration for me. I'm like, you spent the whole movie just being in the goddamn way, yelling, screaming, and just get the fuck out the way, being useless. And then at the end, you just became, you are bopping hands with Scarlet Witch. You are beating the fuck out of her. All of a sudden, you just mastered your powers in that one quick little ass pep talk. And now you're boxing Scarlet Witch. You should be dead immediately.
You figured it out. You figured it out.
Listen, I don't give a damn. I can punch people in the face. I can. But if somebody gives me the greatest pep talk in the world and says, you know what, you can do this, believe in yourself, do it. Now go fight Mike Tyson. What the fuck?
You don't have superpowers.
You don't have powers.
She has portals. She has super strength.
He was provoked by a zombie Doctor Strange.
He was talking like this.
I give a damn. That is.
He was like this. He was like.
You can do it, Chavez.
She has no training, and now she mastered
I
her
loved every
powers.
minute of it. I loved it.
So good,
I'm a Sam Raimi fan. I fucking loved it.
Sam Raimi forever, top tier MCU. Fantastic.
Here's the thing.
Separate that.
I like Sam Raimi.
It was not as good as a Sam Raimi Doctor Strange movie would have been outside of the MCU.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
And
I will say that there were some
Some
limitations.
things didn't work for me.
And the Raimi-isms were discordant with the MCU.
Yes,
So-
I'm like,
That's
this
what
is-
I liked
don't like
about
this.
it, though.
So
I liked that it wasn't like the MCU.
Maybe I just
I
don't resonate
enjoyed
with
it
Doctor
well
Strange
enough.
as much
I
as
don't
everybody
need it
else
to be like the
does.
MCU. I need it to be
Maybe.
good, and that it was
Good
not.
is subjective. Good and bad are subjective.
Subject my
Yeah,
ass on
I
this
think
one.
I think when it comes to
Not
Doctor
good.
Strange, I just have no
Like,
hype
what?
for it. I have no hype for Doctor Strange.
Oh, but Dr. Fate, though. Look at Dr. Fate. What do you think about Dr. Fate, though, Saggy?
Doctor Strange ripoff.
Sexy.
Yeah,
Now he's an Iron Man
No,
ripoff,
no,
too.
no.
Oh, now he's an Iron Man ripoff.
Well, 'cause he has the HUD.
Pierce Brosnan.
Fucking HUD,
It's Pierce Brosnan, though. Come on.
Pierce Brosnan is the epitome of sex. I'm with
Fuck
it.
yeah.
I can agree.
I'm gonna lose my
Christmas
shit
doesn't come
when
just
I
once a year.
see
Dude,
half my timeline talk about how he
Every time they anytime
they
they release a TV spot, I get a little chub. I will.
I do. A little chub. I'm breaking
Oh,
through my pants
fucking-
every time.
fucking full on.
Nothing.
I'm full on, just like, oh my god, Pierce Brosnan.
It happened because every
Bottle
time
there
they
on
show
purpose.
him outside the suit, but when they showed that still of him in the suit and
Yeah.
just Pierce head, I was like, oh, like
Yeah.
I need more of that.
Like, don't you like? You still have like when you're a fan of these franchises, you still have those moments where an actor that you really appreciate enters the franchise, and you're like,
yes,
son of a bitch,
yes.
We're
like,
lucky.
James Bond is in the franchise.
Like, there was somebody that was like, oh my god, you know, like Harrison Ford might be like the
he
new
might be
Ross.
Ross.
Ross,
Yeah.
I like that.
It is like,
Harris
meanwhile,
there,
you know,
sure.
but meanwhile, like, you know, over at DC, they have a headless Superman. I'm like, all right, that's a bad comparison.
That's
We have
tribalist
Pierce
bullshit.
Brosnan. We have Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. That's a better comparison right there because you can't compare Ross to fucking Superman. Hey, let's like talk about two older iconic characters, Harrison Ford, Pierce Brosnan. We have, you know, over at DC, we have a Pierce Brosnan playing fucking Kent Nelson, Dr. Fate. Let's like cherish that, please.
If you're gonna do the tribalist bullshit, at least be accurate, at least with your comparison.
Damn.
You know,
There.
like
Pierce
I mean,
Brosnan
yeah.
still look good.
Yeah, exactly.
What? You're
Thank
shocked at
you.
this?
Thank
What?
you.
This man has never. He will be 95 and just still be like, listen, if you ever look,
Yeah, he'd be like, I'm ready for Bond right
He's
now.
like a sexy Colonel Sanders.
Exactly.
I would fire your
ass.
chicken, sir.
I would
Right?
eat fried
Exactly.
chicken for his ass.
Did you
got
guys
it.
see the?
Don't say anything.
Hey, everybody, context. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
Steven, don't say nothing.
Yeah, Stephen, quiet.
You got your
How
one.
did he get better looking with age? That's weird. He's like a fine wine. Damn.
Did you guys see the Fandango interview clip with Aldous Hodge?
Parts of it.
Yes. It's great.
That was like the answer he gave. I was like, well, shit, okay.
I didn't see that actually.
He's clearly committed. Like he's talking about like the craft and like we were waiting to see the wings because you're not just wearing a suit, you're wearing dreams. And like it was like inspirational. I'm like, son of a bitch, I'm getting a little bit more hyped.
And
for
you got
this
the rock
movie.
beside him to sound like a fucking promotion
I
machine.
still have
Right.
yet to see something from this movie that doesn't feel like that last bar that he has in the Tech Nine song.
Oh god.
Everything for this movie for me is just like The Rock. Like
Yeah.
It's the Rock show. Yeah.
I don't. Like, I'm
It's
not
a rock
gonna-
show, but I'm
I
like,
don't know.
I'm like,
It's
it's a
impossible
Christmas
to
show.
assume
It'll
that a
work.
rock product is going
I
to be
wanna see
anything but.
Pierce.
I mean, but
Commercial,
we're acting like The Rock hasn't succeeded.
Oh yeah.
Like,
No,
no,
I think
but-
it's gonna do
That's
that.
that's why it'll work because it's the
Succeeded
Rock
at what,
show.
though? I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, but it's
Box
it's a
office.
specific. Yeah, but I mean,
No, not yeah, but I mean, he has succeeded at the box office.
Yeah, Skyscraper was a
I'm aware
huge
of that,
hit.
but
What?
but we are you
Watch your
using
mouth.
the box office as a measure of quality?
No,
Yeah, so that's what I'm
Steven,
saying is I know that's
who
why.
did you
that's
just
why-
ask that question?
It was a rhetorical question for you because
And the Rock has had quality.
no, it's
He
he's
does.
had
He
good
will.
stuff, but there's a like the only movie he's been in that hasn't been a product, like a commercial product, and by that I mean like that feels like I don't know, a product, a produced, like I don't know. I'm using all these words.
No,
like,
I know what you're getting at, but I guess what I'm
the
saying,
only thing he's
Steven,
been in that hasn't been like that hasn't felt that way is like Pain and Gain. I think.
Okay.
Maybe
Or Be
Fast
Cool.
Five.
I'll give him Be Cool.
Steven,
Cool, Faster,
I'm going into this
Snitch.
movie. I'm going into
A
this
lot of them.
movie expecting it to be a rock product. I enjoy rock products. I'm not going into this looking for BVS. I'm not
I'm-
looking for Zack Snyder's Justice
I'm
League.
going in it
You know.
expecting like a solid 7 out of 10, and that's my parameter. Like that kind
Yeah.
of sort of range.
I think
where
I'm the same way. Six or seven, and it
Yeah,
looks fine.
that's
It
where I
looks
am.
good.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
just
expecting a fun movie, but a little bit more because he's so passionate about this. This is his Ryan Reynolds moment. That's
It
what I'm
is.
just like.
Yes.
That's what I'm expecting.
Yes.
Like more of like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yes.
here we go. So that's
Yeah.
why I'm like, I have a little bit more. That's why it's going to hurt me beyond belief if this movie is trash. So I'm just like, I'm just really hoping because you got me. You're selling me
Yeah.
on shit.
Right.
Stop showing shit, but you got me.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be trash. I
not-
think it's just going to be so kind of simplistic that I think it's someone we've
think-
seen it mostly before. You know the beats.
Yeah.
I don't think anything
that-
too
that's what I
surprising is
think-
going to
What
happen.
I'm saying is a rock product is I have no doubt in my mind it'll be a fine movie at worst.
Mhm. Yeah,
Like
Mhm.
it's going to be polished to a point where it is there is no way this is a bad movie.
Mhm.
But like
will you rewatch it?
well,
You
like
know?
how far can it push it beyond that? And he has yet to prove to me that he's going to make that tough call where people are like, "Damn, I can't believe he did that." But like puts it a step above anything else. And
And I don't
And-
think he's going to do that, but I'm okay with that.
yeah,
Because
it's-
Henry Cavill is going to
He
do
took those risks early in his career because like a lot more of his movies back then, he went for a lot more emotionality. He went for a different type of tones and stories
yeah.
until he got like, okay, now I'm the Rock, the biggest actor in the world. Then it's like,
Right.
okay, now you're having a system. I was like, it's cool, it's working, but I want you to eventually branch back out to old Dwayne and do more different.
I don't think that's ever
trying
coming
to
back.
I don't know that he's going to do that.
No,
I
don't think
know,
so.
I
He'll
know,
run
I
for
know.
president
Yeah.
before that happens.
I know, but I'm just like,
Yeah.
because he's damn like when he puts like full heart like emotion into like he's damn good at it, surprisingly. But now because he created this persona, it's like okay, it's just here now. Except
Yeah.
for Ballers, he was great in Ballers, and he stepped outside a little bit on that one too. But
Ballers, yeah, that's right. I
Yeah.
forgot about that show. Yeah, No, I think. I mean, he's going to make theatrical appearances in the Black Adam suit for sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he
creating a
showed
whole
up.
universe.
He showed up as Crypto in that fucking like a
Oh, yeah.
Disneyland fucking.
And like I've seen some people argue, like, oh, the fate of the DC extended universe rests on Black Adam. The fate. Well, you can't. First of all, you can't objectively say that when there's 4 movies coming out after it next year.
Every single movie in the
Flash
has saved the DCEU ever since
killed it, saved or killed it. Right?
Every single movie saved
sure.
Probably since BVS.
I think the most important DC movie that's going to come out that's going to determine the fate of the future of DC movies moving forward is The Flash. Because The Flash is literally The Flash is going to confirm and debunk everything we're talking about. Once that movie comes out, we will know for certain which direction they're going to take.
Well, because and it'll answer the question, because like the people, you got the people that are like don't reboot, and then you got the people that are like hard reboot, and it's like we haven't figured out which button they've totally pressed yet. It sounds like they're not. Well, like not.
I don't give a shit what they do. I got my pen.
Well, this is the thing, right? Eventually, regardless of the Flash, right? Regardless of what the Flash says, it's gonna tell us what direction they're gonna take for the next few years. But eventually, like they always do, they are going to always reboot. I think.
Well, at some point, yes, of course. Eventually, a hard reboot will happen.
Just win.
That's the multiverse, and that's why I get cynical when you start talking about multiverse. But nothing is ever going to reboot again, because everything is
That's fair.
Everything is just going to live on forever without dying.
Well, Marvel's certainly going to try to do that.
That's what Marvel's doing now. Look,
MCU will do that. Yeah.
Look at like the MCU going back to like Incredible Hulk stuff, and they're like, and Iron Man 3, and like all of this stuff that they've like just discarded since forever. And I like Incredible Hulk, but like even that movie, which for a long time it was like, ooh, they pivoted away from that. No, now they're going back and bringing back those characters and bringing back that stuff.
Right.
And then you've got a large enough IP
except for the Hulk.
That not only back catalog, but like you've still got stuff currently developing that, like, for example, they could do more with the X-Men properties that they acquired through Fox than they've already done in the Infinity Saga.
Yep.
They could just hard stop, cut all that, maintain continuity with the X-Men characters and some sort of, however they bring them in, and then do an entirely mutant-focused, bigger than Phase 1, 2, 3.
They can do a whole phase on mutants alone.
More
I agree.
Characters, more bigger build-up, more cosmic,
They can truly do the Dark Phoenix story.
As long as the audience is there and paying,
they can do it right.
So right. Talking about something like The Flash, like will it reboot, won't it reboot? It's gonna do neither and both. Right, it's gonna plug and play. It's gonna mix and match. It's gonna crack open the multiverse, and then it's gonna have an ending that's like different but the same. But what people
you want to talk about? You want to talk about a movie that you can't please everyone? That one. You cannot. The Flash.
There's a few things we can already. Well, there's a few
I don't
things
think you can please everyone on film Twitter though. The GA can walk in and be like, I like that.
Oh no, no. When I talk about the GA, the GA doesn't
this community.
GA pays zero.
The GA like the test screenings are like fucking through the roof. Like they're good. They're good.
Well, there's already a few things we know for a fact is not going to happen, which is Michael Keaton is not going to come back and do a whole ass Batman movie. He's not going to reprise his role and do a whole standalone Batman film.
I don't think he ever was going to.
We can rule that out right away.
That was Hamada. That was like, oh yeah, now you're the fucking, hey, you're the Bat. And I don't think he wanted to be the Bat for one movie. And they were like, hey, but he wanted to be, maybe he wanted to be
Batman.
You know what? The thing is, he wanted to maybe be a Batman Beyond Bruce Wayne.
I still want that.
Yes,
I still think
which is what I wanted.
I want that, but
I still think that could happen. I still think that could happen.
If you're gonna do a Batman Beyond, I want Clooney. I want Clooney as
Batman. I want Keaton.
No. You know what? Okay. Hold on, John. I would not be against that. I would not be.
The man's a phenomenal
but
actor.
Over Keaton, Dave.
Yes.
Over Keaton. No. If Keaton didn't want to do it, Keaton would be my first choice to do a Batman Beyond.
Yeah.
But if he was like, I would be like, Clooney
I
would
would rather
be
see Bale do it in age
I would
makeup
want-
than
Oh,
Clooney.
yeah. I don't want Clooney.
Hold on.
That's like saying
Y'all
Val
not talking
Kilmer.
shit about
Come
Clooney.
on.
Oh, Val
No,
Kilmer would have been
Amazing
great
actor.
if he was
Oh,
able to do it.
No,
I
Val,
like
Val
Val
Kilmer
Kilmer
would have been
either.
I wanna
legitimately
see the
great
world
if not for
burn.
his health. Val Kilmer
Yeah.
would have been legitimately
He'd
fantastic.
be fantastic.
Absolutely,
at
he
it,
would.
Yeah,
Yes.
You know
that
what?
scene that
I
he
think
delivers.
Bruce Wayne and Batman Forever was
Y'all are
fucking
wild.
top
Yeah,
notch.
that
reason
scene that
why-
he delivers when he's yelling at Dick about like when you go out every night and do this, that you
Right.
could see that being old, like bitter Batman
hell is
years
this
down
guy
the
reason
road.
why it
That's
Yeah,
the
has
thing.
absolutely.
That's the
You
thing.
guys are holding on to Batman and
Cool.
Robin. Forget about that. I'm talking about George Clooney, the actor.
No, yeah,
When he
it'd be
does
good,
that,
but you
you're
just
holding
pose
on
as
to
him
Batman and
versus
Robin.
Keaton. And that's
Yes,
where
and
I
will
couldn't jump
take
on
Clooney
board.
over Keaton.
I can't
Absolutely.
do
I
that.
know.
No,
I see. Here's the
He
thing.
physically looks like him in the animated series,
But
and he can act
Clooney's
as an
acting. Clooney's
I think
acting
Michael
for
Keaton
me
is a better
seems
actor
too-
than
You know
George
what?
No,
Clooney.
Clooney is
If
too
I
soft.
was
I agree with that.
Yeah. If I was really
Please.
gonna go for an authentic like Batman Beyond Bruce Wayne, I would be like just fucking age Ben Affleck. He's because like
That
the
too.
size and everything, he would be fucking.
I mean, he's my number
There you
one
go.
always.
Yeah.
Fucking
See,
Ben
the
Affleck,
thing
but
is with
yeah,
that's
the
not
thing
gonna
with
happen.
old Bruce is literally like a bitter old man. Like
Yeah,
in
he
the
needs a
cartoon,
cane.
he's a
Yeah.
bitter old
The
man,
cane.
and that's why I feel like Keaton would play better than Clooney because I
Yeah.
feel like Clooney's too
Clooney's a
soft.
sexy old man.
Clooney was
Yes, that's
Clooney
what I
was too
want.
soft as a Batman for me.
Keaton
really
is
was too
4'2",
soft, man.
and
Okay,
is
okay.
big
Bat
as
You don't-
nipples, bro.
okay.
You don't
John-
want a Batman who's soft.
John-
You don't
you know-
want.
I
You
don't
know what,
want
John?
bat nipples on the Batman Beyond suit. We ain't getting.
need a hard Batman.
No,
John,
we
I
need a-
appreciate
yeah,
your
we need a
thirst.
hard
I
Batman.
appreciate your thirst for Clooney. I do. I
Oh
appreciate
yeah,
that.
Clooney's
I get it.
fantastic. He's a
I
gorgeous
totally
looking
understand
guy.
that.
Yeah.
I do
But
understand it. I do understand it, but
You know, the old
I'm
Bruce.
he probably my
Keaton-
third choice.
Keaton
Keaton is
is
like
unequivocally flawless
3'5",
for would be the
man.
Kingdom Come Bruce.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I'd
Yeah.
like to see. I'd like to see. I'd like to
Well,
see
that's
Affleck
what
do
we
that,
were
but-
kind of. That's what we're kind of thinking when it comes to his. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, well, I mean, I guess when it came to the Batgirl stuff, we saw him in the suit. So is that exactly the suit that we're going to get for the Flash? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Is like
Pretty much.
when we saw those, when
Probably.
we saw, yeah, when we saw the
Like, what I heard
Batgirl
is they
stuff,
use the same suits on the set.
true, but I'm like, is there something added to it though? I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
So wait,
I don't know.
wasn't so I know that from what I heard that in Aquaman that Keaton was supposed to make an appearance, but they changed it to Ben because of the
Yeah, 'cause
time
they
that
didn't like
the
it.
movies are gonna
Yeah.
release. Well,
Yeah.
no, I thought it was
Well-
because of the time that it was gonna release because the Flash. I think it was supposed to be
Yeah.
Flash
Most-
first
No.
and then Aquaman.
Mostly
up, yeah.
speculation.
Well, they said like because they
working
saw
theory.
one of them I saw was like, because they saw the product and they felt like, okay, this shit doesn't fucking fit. We don't like it. Get rid of it. And now here's
Well, and that's
Ben.
part of my ultimate worry is like, who's making that fucking call? You don't have a DC Studios boss. So
Alan
is Zaslav making that?
Horn. Alan
Okay,
Horn.
well,
Whoever
it
can
is,
someone
smart.
emerge,
Been
please?
over-
Can someone fucking
That's
emerge?
the thing, though. That's who's going to
I'll
be
do
end
it.
up
I
making
mean,
the decisions.
remember,
Yeah,
remember
Saggy's going to do it,
Momoa
and me,
is
I'll work under.
one of the writers and a producer
Yep.
on Aquaman too. So I mean, he's not there. This is not necessarily a like Zaslav just plugging and playing stuff.
Okay.
There's.
I mean, all right, and
Love
that
him.
goes into what I was saying before about how they seem reluctant to hit the reboot button. Like they're not hitting a hard reboot button anytime soon. They
They're not
really
going
are like they're like
The
pushing
only-
this
Well,
down the
I
road.
mean,
There's
they
people-
have like what 4 movies that are going to be coming out.
4
They can't
movies,
hit that
right?
part,
They
yeah.
can't. No, they can't. They
can't.
can't. Exactly.
Can't.
There's,
Right.
They
there's
can't
two
right
groups
now.
of people that are invested in the reboot don't reboot argument, and they both exist on Twitter. And it's the people who hate Snyder movies so much that they need it to be publicly destroyed in a movie. They need like
the anti-Snyder cult.
They
Yep.
need Ezra Miller to get replaced by Grant Gustin at the end, and then Grant
Ugh.
Gustin turns to the camera and says, "Good thing the Snyderverse is dead," and like that's their perfect movie, right?
Yes,
And then you have the
exactly.
Snyderverse people who, at the end, Ezra Miller breaks through the Speed Force and like destroys the
Grant
WB
Gustin.
headquarters and says, "Now the Snyderverse has been restored," and like that's their favorite version of the movie,
Right. Yeah.
Playing
and,
Yub
and
Nub.
it's not going to be and you know the 35 people invested in that argument are all on Twitter, and nobody else gives a shit about
True.
whether or not they do either of those extreme things. And it's going to be something not even in the middle. It's going to be something totally different than that. But it's not
Yeah.
going to. So that's
No,
kind of my. I mean, you've got Zod in the movie. Like it's gonna put it all in a blender, and then we're gonna get something new.
I
That's
forgot
got
he was
Days
got
of
the
Future
same-
Past. I've
Yeah.
been saying this for fucking a
But-
Yeah,
year.
they're gonna put it
That's
all
the-
in a
Yes,
blender.
yes. Thank you.
It's a
Thank
And
mix.
you.
also,
It's a
Thank you,
I'm
mix.
willing
Travis.
to bet
It's
also
gonna
that
be a
for all the
Days of
argument,
Future Past.
for all the arguments that we're getting about this, the end of the Flash is probably going to have more questions about canon than not. It's
Yeah,
not gonna
probably.
end
I'm
with
sure.
here's what it's gonna end. And
It has
everyone's
more
gonna be like,
questions
"Wait,
about the
so
writing
who's-"
at this point.
So like the movie's gonna end and everyone's gonna say like, wait, so who's Batman now and when does Supergirl show up next? And like that's gonna still be a question after this movie.
Yeah, because
happens.
if Barry just says bye to Keaton, like, and they're like, "Yeah, thanks for the help," and Keaton's not dead, it's like, well,
Well,
that
but
door's just
also-
still fucking open,
But
and
also,
like,
once you
Is he
crack
gonna
that
say
door
it in
open-
Russian? Sorry.
Once you crack
Yeah.
that door open, you're not going to be like, well, we can't use the multiverse anymore to change everything anymore. Like,
Yeah.
no, what you
Once the
crack that
door's
wide
open,
open,
it's
and now everything is wide open. So,
True.
DC
So, like,
needs their own
even
Deadpool.
so even if they end the movie,
They have Booster Gold.
even if Zack Snyder comes in at the end of the movie and he's like, now I'm in charge, and everybody's like, yay, and then it ends.
it's like the
next movie
Thanos
can-
end credit scene, but with Zach. He's in a chair and he just turns and looks.
Yeah, and then the next movie starts and he runs into the multiverse and brings Joss Whedon out, and they're like, oh, now Joss
Oh,
Whedon's in
God.
charge.
Oh,
like,
jeez.
there's like none of
Good
it.
Lord.
And the
anything
general
can-
audience is so fucking lost. They're like, "Who are these two guys?"
Steven, you're trying to demolish Twitter tonight.
and the
Seriously.
studio execs are just like, I'm so confused.
Even
all
shows
the-
violence right now.
This is what everybody said they wanted on Twitter.
quite
I don't know
They
what's
fight
going
like
on.
Batman and Ra's al Ghul with their shirts off, they're like over a hill with swords. And
Oh,
shit like
Yeah,
that.
Liam
I've been
Neeson
mean-
shows up.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm down for some
Steven,
Lisa.
I've been meaning to say this whole time. I was waiting for a time to say it, but before I forget, because I know like my brain is like blow right now because we've been doing this for so long and I love it. But like I wanted to
like
say, I
bubble tea,
read
so
your
you don't need
no,
to-
not about bubble tea. I
Okay.
read a lot of your articles, and they have been absolutely amazing. Please keep up the good work. I was so
Thank
like
you.
every article I've read of yours that have come out with Ezra Miller coverage and stuff. I was so happy. The way you wrote it was just very informative, and also like you could tell there was no bias in it whatsoever, and I love the writing. So I wanted to compliment you on that because I have been reading your stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's
Steven
hard
is
to
like-
do. I try to. Obviously, I get in the mix on the conversations here, but it's what, especially the Ezra Miller stuff. I'm like, I need to like not have a like. It's such a John knows. it's such a spider web of like there's no right way to talk about any of it. And so my approach was was like, okay, what can I write here that is not an opinion based thing and simply says. The biggest problem with the whole thing is that the information is never all in the same place at the same time. And so my goal is always, how do I put all of the information in front of people at the same time instead of saying, don't look at this, which is
You can
what
just send
it-
a
I
link
know.
now.
I just had to say that because I'm like I was thinking of it earlier, but we were all in a good discussion, so I didn't want to derail too much. But I was like, now
Yeah.
we're back on the Ezra Miller topic. I was like, you write really good articles. I've been very much enjoying
What are
them.
you talking about? Stephen Wright's anti-Snyder
Saggy-
rhetoric.
Saggy, like before I met Steven, and like I've actually met Steven and his wife in person. I'll bring that up again because they've been up here
Oh,
before. Like
whatever.
he was literally like the only writer. He was like one of two writers that I would ever read, and still really to this day ever read off of Screen Rant. Like because I don't know. I can't deal with everybody else that writes for Screen Rant. I can deal with you and I can deal with Dice. I can't deal with
I
everybody else
understand that completely.
that writes for Screen Rant. Like for years, it's just like if someone would send me a Screen Rant article, I'm like, is it Colbert or Dice? Neither. Get it the fuck out of here. I'm not reading it unless it's one of those two. Sorry.
Well,
You
that's
know,
why I've
anytime
always-
I've seen it, it's good.
Well, that's why I've always, as someone
That's
who writes
fair.
for Screen Rant, I always try to point out because people especially love to do the like, well, how can you say this and then also say this? And that's why I've always been, and it's two things written by two different people and it's like that's why I've always been a big proponent of no matter what site it is, find writers that you like and follow them because
Yes.
any site it's very rare, and you don't want this. You don't want to find a site that has a perspective as a site. Like you don't want to find any, no matter if you ever find a website where you're like everything they write I like, stop reading that because because guaranteed that what is coming out of that is a editorial controlled perspective. But if there's a site that writes stuff you agree with and you disagree with, well, you know that there is actually some freedom of thought there. Even if you feel free to not read the stuff that you disagree with or don't like or whatever, but you can at least know that like all the Snyder Cut stuff that I wrote there, other places weren't writing that. I'm not saying that like they had editorial mandates against writing it, but so much it was just a hard wall of noise to break through. But I had the editors gave me the freedom to go out and do research on this stuff and find out details and publish it in ways that like other places people weren't comfortable doing. Now the cost of that is there are people with the same level of editorial freedom that don't like that same stuff, and so they'll go out and they'll write their own stuff. But that without that level of support from the editors in all directions, you're not going to get the best content. So that's why I write for Screen Rant in the first place. Before I was even a writer there, I read Dice, back before I started the site, and was like, oh wow, I want to write for a site that lets somebody write that kind of stuff.
And to piggyback on that, Steven, like in the last couple of years, Dice has said a lot of things I don't agree with him on at all. But I still think he's a great writer, and I still, like.
What are you talking about, Dice? When he's in the super chat, he's saying stuff. I totally agree with everything that he's.
Well, do not take Dice at his word, and if it comes in the chat during the vodka stream, probably
not a panel, but he's already.
I mean, and Dice has been on here too, and he's always been great. I love Dice. Yeah. I love his. He's got a unique perspective on a lot of the stuff, and I've always loved that. I've always loved it when he shows up on here, but he always shows up in the chat, and it's just like, holy shit, is that the same Dice thing? Because he
just loves trolling in the chat.
Yes. Do we know what he thinks of? Do we know what he thinks of Andor yet?
He has seen.
Still haven't watched it.
He has seen last night. We were going to do a Patreon on it. He's seen at least the first episode, and he likes it.
Okay.
The reason we didn't record anything on it yet, the discussion that we had literally was, we don't want to review Andor because we were reluctant to do it because it's hard to do it without making it. This is so much better than that other shit, and like we don't want that to be the conversation. And so, like, if that's the only way to have the conversation, then like that's just not a conversation we want to have. That's not our brand.
You have to say the tweet that you said about this show.
Yes,
which
you
I
do.
thought was great.
Yes, you do. Go ahead and say it.
Which one?
I know the fact that it's like it's a show about the show about the
the two best Star Wars products to come out of the Disney era are the prequel nobody wanted, and the prequel nobody wanted to the prequel nobody wanted.
Right.
Yes. That's the thing. Is like people need to realize. I haven't watched the latest episode of Andor, but yeah, like watching the first 3 episodes, it's like
the new episode is like amazing. It's funny. People are like, finally cameos and stuff. I'm like, forget the cameos. Like,
no, I don't care about the cameos.
Even before I had started watching the show, I was like already sick of the discourse because I'm getting so tired of engaging things where the discussion about anything is about what other people are saying about it. Like if I watch a movie, I want to talk about the movie. I don't want to talk about what other people are saying about the movie.
Well, it's not even cameos in that episode. It's just it's really like it's a character. It's a character that I really am happy for.
It's allowed to have its own personality and filmmaking. It's not this cookie cutter volume created AI voiced.
It's slow burn Star Wars. It is slow burn Star Wars.
It's not Star Wars created by an AI. It was like the other shows, to even the ones that I like the stuff in Mando that I like, to an extent, there's an element of it that is sometimes literally, but also it feels like if Star Wars were to make, or if Lucasfilm were to have an AI make Star Wars based on what Star Wars fans say they want.
This show is
to the point of Luke being AI voiced, but
I haven't watched a single frame of Andor. Like
hearing, like watch it because it's something unique to the Star Wars universe, where it almost feels like it's like a Blade Runner.
It's creative.
Kind of thing.
It's creator driven.
You feel the world.
Product.
Yeah.
It's like,
in the new
Steven, you said it best,
where they show all the apartments. There's geometric staircases and hallways in this apartment building. I'm like, there's not a shot like that anywhere, and it's a location shot too. They like it's
you feel it. You feel the world.
John, what Steven is talking about. Like take it from somebody who I enjoy.
I keep doing this
all of the
because you feel the world. You see the breath, the cold breath.
Well, but like Steven said to me, like it's a prequel.
I'm a fan of that
because I love Rogue One. But Andor was the person I cared the least about. Like, I give no shit about. I think he's
So-
boring. I was like, I didn't care. So like when they showed the show, I was like, who the
You
fuck
watch the
asked for
series,
Andor?
you care about this guy.
John,
I-
it's
Who the fuck
seriously
is, who the fuck is Luke Skywalker before you watch A New Hope?
John, this
That's
show,
different.
John, this show is about, seriously, through 4 episodes, it is about so much more than just Cassian Andor. Like, we do follow his story, but the thing is, through following his story, it unlocks the range and the depth of how this war affected
It's
everyone on a ground level that we have never seen before.
It's also no matter how much they talk about it with the other shows, also where they'll be like, we're gonna make the Empire, like we're gonna have a commentary on Nazism and all that. Like they'll try to make it like relevant. This is the only show that has captured the Empire in a way that feels like it actually is a reflection on anything real and not
I would
like
agree
some
with
sort of
that.
like cartoon villain.
I mean, like I'll check it
like
out because I hear the praise about it like all the time. Like, okay, maybe it's really fucking great. And it's like use the Skywalker comparison. It's like at least with Luke, we got introduced to him and we kept going. It's like, okay, I want to know more. Him was like, okay, I had him in this movie. He died, got it, but I didn't care for him. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever, it happens. So I'm like, I don't need to hear about what happened before. So I just didn't care. So now when I see like people watch the show and it's like, okay,
well,
it's amazing, it's great. I'm like, okay, so I don't know.
It's very much a character-driven show, and he's like the focus of it. But don't think of it as like I need to know more about Cassian. Think about it as I need like what he is he is a view into like the things about Rogue One, for example, that were so great was it gave you a view of the Star Wars universe from the ground level. Not through the eyes of Luke Skywalker, not through the eyes of Han Solo, not through the eyes of.
But Andor does the exact same thing.
And Andor takes you, and it's like this entering into the Rebels aren't even really in it yet, but you get to see like the view of the Empire and a view of the Rebels or the Resistance or whatever from like what is this galaxy?
So he's our eyes essentially, like we experience it through.
Yes.
But and they've said that before about other shows, like they said that about. I can't remember from which. I don't know. It's one of those buzzwords that I feel like I've heard this in marketing, but like Andor is actually like the creators actually have a point of view. Like it doesn't feel like something they made to make it feel like Star Wars. It's something they feel because it is a story that they have to tell that happens to exist in the Star Wars universe. And so as a result, it's not like, oh, here's all these Star Wars references wrapped around a story.
No.
It is just a story, and it's almost like this would be a good story if it wasn't in Star Wars, and that you can't say that about like any other Star Wars. Like Boba Fett would suck if it wasn't Boba. I mean, it sucks anyway.
It still sucked, right? I was like, it still sucks.
But like you can't.
It's all subjective.
Right, but like you can't like take the Star Wars out of Boba Fett and have it like stand on its own. You can't take the Star Wars out of Mando even really and have that be like, oh, Mando would be so great even if it's not Star Wars. Andor is just good.
Andor is good political science fiction on its own.
Yeah,
without the Star Wars logo.
I almost feel bad, and I'm not saying this because I'm to like even temper it down, but it's frustrating for me to even talk about it that way because I feel like the bar is pretty low, and so I don't want to be praising it as this like it's the greatest thing ever, but I also don't want to say like it's the only good one and therefore it's good because it is solid, but also for me there is a little bit of a contrast against all of the things that I have complained about with the other shows are fixed with this one.
And the last two have been some doozers, so I understand.
And listen, I come from the other side of that, John, where I've enjoyed everything that we've seen so far from the Disney Plus Star Wars. I did enjoy the Book of Boba Fett, even when they gave him 2 weeks off and gave a show and decided to do Mandalorian episode 1 and 2 of season 3,
2.5,
right? Basically, yeah. I
generated
still enjoyed those episodes. I enjoyed Obi-Wan despite the light issues that Steven went over in great detail. I enjoy Mandalorian obviously, and I look forward to the rest of it. But even as I enjoy I'm on the rare island of there's no bad Star Wars for me subjectively. But I can look at this show through 4 episodes and literally have conversations like this might be the best Star Wars thing we're watching. Like as far as depth and as far as like the strength of storytelling and also the strength of the casting, because I think this came out a lot in the last episode where like you see why Stellan Skarsgård was cast.
Oh,
You
Stellan
see
Skarsgård.
why
He's got a moment in this
Well, he's
newest
great in
episode
every
where I was like,
fucking thing.
"Holy shit, he is amazing!" That
Yes.
moment when he puts on the costume in the new one, and then he does
Yes.
that flare, I was like,
Absolutely.
that is
And
flawless.
I'm also really happy
But-
for, for all the shit that Disney Star Wars gets. I'm really happy that one of the things that they absolutely corrected was the disgrace of Genevieve O'Reilly. The fact that she was originally cast as Mon Mothma in Revenge of the Sith, and her scene was cut, and she spends, so she never gets that exposure as like the younger version of the rebel leader. They give her the role back again in Rogue One, and now she gets to play that out even further and develop it even further in a series. And she is already at this point, that is a character I'm like, I cannot wait to see what else the rest that she does with this particular role. And I am really happy for her that she's gotten this chance to, and it wouldn't have happened if Disney hadn't been like, hey, let's go ahead and cast this actor who was cut out of the when it was under Fox, was cut out of the third movie. Let's give her another shot at this and give her more range, more room to build on this version of the character.
I was talking about Lucas earlier as a creator, and so building a little bit on that. But I think what really is exciting about it for me is, and I know probably people will take exception to this because not everybody likes Rogue One as much as I do. And people would probably say that the description that I'm going to give, that The Last Jedi fits into that, and that's fine. If people, I can see an exception being made for Last Jedi being this also. I just didn't care for it as much. But it is the only Disney Star Wars. This and Rogue One for me are the only Disney Star Wars that feel like they are creator driven, in the same way that Lucas stuff does, where you watch the Lucas stuff and it's a person made this. A person had a perspective and a feeling, and they put it into a story on film. When you watch Luke Skywalker, and you hear like the binary sunset, like that is a moment that is created by an individual or a team of individuals, like emotion and perspective. And then you get stuff like that in the other Disney Star Wars, but so much of it is like almost riffing on the Lucas stuff, not imbuing this new energy into it. And the only time I've ever felt that way in the new franchise stuff is with Rogue One and now with Andor, where it's like, oh, somebody has something to say, and that person or those people are putting it up there, and it's not primarily how do we make a Star Wars thing. And that's just really, as for any franchise, I love seeing that.
And I respect that because I'm on the opposite side of you with The Last Jedi. That's why I love, like, to me, I think that's a masterpiece of fucking Star Wars. Telling you is The Last Jedi. Can't bite is it's a little hurtful.
Even though I don't love the movie, I will say I really appreciate that it exists, because I think that it stands in contrast to
it's the only one that challenges you on the lore of what we know.
It stands
of Star
in
Wars.
contrast to The Force Awakens and Solo, and I even like Solo a little bit, but it stands in contrast to Solo, and especially to The Rise of Skywalker, where it's like Rian Johnson made something there, and I don't want to discredit him for doing that. I have my issues with it, but I would agree that I think it's a filmmaker product, and so I do appreciate that about it.
For sure. And it's like, and so when you say things like that about this, that does get me a little bit more intrigued for Andor, because like I said, for the same thing with Last Jedi, I just like when somebody takes something and challenges you from something differently for what you already know and have been given and think is the end all kind of be all for the story that you want to tell. So if it's like, if Andor is kind of giving that and a whole new outlook and performances and everything like that, I'll give it a try. Because like I said, I just was not sold from the get. I was like, I don't care. I'll probably never even watch it. And I haven't. But I keep seeing a lot more, and a lot of people I trust and can find. And I'm like, okay, they're saying the same things you are. So I'm like, okay, I might as well kind of check this out then. I kind of have no choice but everyone saying all this shit. So I don't know. It's good to hear that in more depth for you saying that, for me to check out for sure. Yeah. So we'll see. We shall see what Mr. Andor.
Especially if you've been let down by the other series. I
have outside of Mando. I have.
Yeah. It very much is an improvement.
I think you'll
from
like
the,
it. I think you'll
the
like
shrink wrapped kind of like here we airbrushed Star Wars onto a piece of cardboard for you.
Yeah, I mean, when it came to Obi-Wan, it was like, all right, there were certain moments where we're like, oh, that's cool, but there was some where we're like, oh shit, I don't know about that. You know, when it
Obi-Wan
comes to
hurt,
Andor,
Did
Andor
we ever
doesn't
talk
have
about
that
the 2.5
stranglehold.
hour cut of Obi-Wan? I actually really liked the someone did a fan edit to turn it into a movie that I still had some issues with, but with what they were able to
They did a good job. Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
actually enjoyed watching it that way as opposed to watching the show. There was just too many moments of
But-
like,
Did it have less Leia?
Oh
So
Jesus!
you weren't a fan.
Okay.
You weren't a fan of that. Okay, but when
Okay.
it comes to Andor, John, it's like this is something different where you go, okay, we have like, oh man, you're seeing the world of Star Wars that you haven't seen before. It's like, oh, you're seeing like, oh, we have a fugitive right here. People are like looking for this dude, and then he's like doing his thing, and you're like looking at the underbelly of all this world. It's like, what makes these ships fly? Oh, you're seeing like these workers work.
Well,
You're seeing shit like that. You're seeing that kind of stuff when it comes to this, because he's like got connections with people and all this kind of stuff, and it's just different. You're like, whoa, security on this planet.
the
That are
Rent-A-Cops.
looking for this dude. You're seeing, yeah.
No, I'm serious, John. They're Rent-A-Cops. They're Empire Rent-A-Cops.
Rent-A-Cops. Yeah. Yeah, and then like I haven't watched episode 4 yet, but episode 3, man, when there was
You brought it up because some Logan,
yeah,
who I do the film cave with, he mentioned that there's and you just said Rent-A-Cop, that I guess you talk about the same people, that there's one dude there. It's just like the epitome of just like annoying.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Because I was like, because we were talking about House of the Dragon, and
and
to me, that's the queen. He was like, oh, if you hate her, you're gonna hate this dude.
And his boss is Commissioner Savage from the Batman. Same actor. Same actor.
Which one? You're gonna be in big trouble. That guy?
No, the guy that was like, happy fucking Halloween.
Oh, okay, that guy.
That
Okay,
guy.
gotcha.
The one who got killed with the rat trap.
in the Batman. Yeah.
He is absolutely in this show, and like I forget, damn it, I cannot remember his name, but like, yeah, he's that guy. He's not that guy's boss, but like that guy's actually his boss.
Yeah.
Crazy enough, but he's like a Empire true believer, like someone who just buys into the rhetoric and the bullshit, you know. And that's the other great thing about the show is instead of telling you how everything works, you see how it all works. You see how it is affecting, you know, like the true believers who buy the bullshit from the Empire, and the others who are like, oh my God, this is bullshit. What the fuck are we gonna do? Right?
Not to mention, John, there's a time jump. There's like a simultaneously story that is told when it comes to the main character of Andor, of like, hey, when he was a kid and present day, they jump back and forth, and it's a correlation, which I thought was really cool how they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it just jumps back and forth is like, oh yeah, when he was a kid, and there's like the people that he got involved with, and then you see the same people in the present day that are older. And I was like, oh, I actually kind of dig like the fact that it's like it's jumping back and forth, and then there's like a parallel to it. Also, I haven't watched episode 4, but episode 3 really showed that, where it was like,
what you come to realize without spoiling anything is that it's not just how the Empire is affecting him as in his adult life, it's how the Empire has affected him his entire life.
His
whole life has been fucked over by the Empire in
to the point
a
where
crazy
it's like
way.
he lived like an indigenous. He's like lived in like basically in an indigenous.
We're
life.
spoiling a bit of it, but yeah, like that's.
I know.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say it like,
but no, but that is.
Yeah.
But no, that's the allegory. You're right. They are indigenous. You're absolutely right. Yeah,
and I like that because there was a certain scene in episode 3 where I was like, oh my God, that's kind of cool. It's a small little thing where, you know, it's the certain part of the story, the younger part, you know, of him where he, you know, does something where I'm like, oh wow, yeah, he would not. I don't even want to say it.
I know what you're talking about.
Because I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's just like he's seeing something of himself, and it's like, oh, he does not know that because he's indigenous almost. You know, it's like it's pretty crazy. So yeah, we're selling this. Travis, you haven't really talked about, like, have you been watching this?
Oh yeah, I've been watching.
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just making sure.
It's fine. It's a fine show.
It's fine.
I think it's a show for me that has more, because everything that Steven and Mary's talking about, as far as like the set stuff, how it feels like Star Wars, yeah, absolutely. That I'll give an A+ for, because the Star Wars that of late of Disney Plus has felt very just. I not hate the volume, but hate kind of just some of the things we've done with it. I hate when Mando is going across the same corner 5 times in a row, or I hate when Obi-Wan and Vader are chasing around the same sand. So the thing, like, visually great, like it feels like this big budget thing. Yeah, it's just, for me, I think there's great moments. I'm just not every week jazzed to go see it. I'm definitely not on the camp where I think this is like some of the best Star Wars ever. I don't think that. Like, I would still put Last Jedi above this. I'd put Force Awakens above this. It's kind of the similar level of Rogue One. I don't love Rogue One like other people. I wouldn't put this anywhere near the original trilogy. It's good, but I just think it's just some good moments. I think there's also some very cheesy stuff too. Like the Rent-A-Cops for me don't really work for me, even as someone that's watched Rebels. And that's the other thing too, where like Steven's describing a lot of stuff, and I know he's read books and stuff too. But for me, a lot of people, when they're describing things that they've wanted to see in Star Wars, I'm someone that's like reading the current books right now. So between books of now, the past, animation, games, I feel like I've gotten a lot of this before. So people are like, oh, I finally want to see this. I go, I guess I've seen this before, and for me, I've seen it like done better. There's certain characters, like there's a whole kind of very cheesy love thing that happens in 1 to 3, as far as just like characters in a romance. It's just very paint by numbers, like a soap opera of like, oh, this is what we're doing here. This very just kind of general. I can't say without spoilers, but for me, it's just, and the fact of the way they go, okay, this is something I've seen my mom watch on General Hospital for years. So I just
General.
It's very just like a man. Just being like, I'm a man.
I think that's harsh, but
yeah,
I see where his perspective is.
But that's where for me, it's like I feel like people talk about lots of things that are great, but then there's other things for me that's like I bring it up and people go, yeah, that's fine. But look at the sets, like it looks so real. It's like that's true, but for me, I'm more about the character. And with Andor, even in this last episode, I feel like Andor's just kind of around. He's just kind of there, which is fine. You can do that, but he just listened to a lot and he has a couple lines like, okay. So I think it's still a good show. I still pass it overall, but it's nothing that I'm dying to see right now. And I think, John, if you're on the fence, what I would do is wait till it's over and watch it all together in that way, because then you get a few episodes and then you already got 4, but at that point you'd really know if you're in or not, because I think it's like 12 episodes.
It's going to be 12 episodes.
Yeah, so it's a lot longer.
So we're only a third of the way
12
through the
episodes.
Yeah, so if I wasn't reviewing it, that's the route I would take, where I was like, I would wait to the end and watch it all together.
Here's the other thing to know, John, is that they're going to do 2 seasons. Yes, and the show is going to lead directly into Rogue One.
Okay, that part I knew about leading directly. That one, but I know 2 seasons. I guess I missed that part.
Yeah.
Okay.
12 episodes.
Because at one point it was rumored way early on, people thought the show was going to have 5 seasons because they're filming all these episodes. But then they came and said, no, it's 2 seasons of 12. But with the Disney Plus doing the 6th event, people thought, oh, that's like 4 seasons right there. And that was the whole scuttlebutt. And everyone's like, what the fuck? 4 seasons of Andor? Like, what's going on here? But now 2 seasons of 12.
Wasn't there like a whole thing where like, hey, they're gonna like, you know, change Rogue One's like ending or something like that? I don't know. But then Diego Luna, he was like, he's all, no, we can't. You can't do that.
Tony Gilroy is like an executive producer on this show. He's not going to change his own movie.
Gilroy,
guys, wait. First of all, pay attention to your mom, and yeah, it's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Oh yeah, it's officially my birthday. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Wait, it's your birthday?
Yes, it's my birthday. It's October 1st. It's my birthday. So cheers, guys. Yeah.
Happy motherfucking birthday, man.
Yeah, I appreciate
that.
It,
was important. I totally meant to cut across all of you for that.
Oh dear God, one step closer to the grave.
Thank you, Mom. Yeah.
We're all on our way out.
I'm not 40 yet, William. Not yet.
John, it's okay. Me and you can just say fuck Andor. I'm sorry, your mom's here. F Andor, and we could just wait for Mandalorian season 3.
She don't care.
I'm definitely waiting for Mando season 3.
I always feel weird swearing in front of people's moms, though. It's like weird.
I'm waiting for that and Ahsoka.
About
Ahsoka's gonna be great.
I don't entirely disagree with what you were saying about that stuff being formulaic. I think that's something that, and I I always hate this argument, and so I'm being a hypocrite saying it. But with I would support the, if you're not sure about it, go ahead and wait until the end. But one thing with this show is that like there was some formulaic stuff in the first three episodes, maybe.
McKenzie.
Especially with the fourth episode, though.
Thank
a
you,
lot of
Nikki.
that stuff is just kind of typical backstory setup stuff. Like that is not like a season
Barbie
arc
too?
love triangle situation that is like, oh, this is like the story of the show. That was very much like, here's how he starts, and then they get him out of there, and then this last episode gave us a view of like where this is kind of going from there, and the fact that like that is not something that needs to be carried. 'Cause if that was like going to be a thing that was carried through the whole season, I'd be like, oh, all right, we've seen this before. But the fact that that is like his backstory and not what the season is about.
It's not what the season's about at all.
Makes it more interesting.
And one thing I will say, like, even though I sound negative, someone like they were talking about Stellan Skarsgård, Luthen, I think could end up being one of my favorite Star Wars characters. And that's where it's like in a show that like, oh, I'm liking. Every time he's on screen with his character, what they did so far, I'm like, oh, this is fantastic. I love everything about the twists and turns. It's a different, and this is where I feel like it's the first time in Star Wars I've seen, oh, this is a really different dynamic of how they're covering a character dealing with the Empire. And that's like, oh, I've not seen this before.
The character, but also his performance.
He's so good.
He did some stuff in this new, especially in this new episode, but also in general, where I'm like, wow, I haven't seen a performance like that in any Star Wars movie ever.
And it gets to breathe. That's a good thing with the 12 episodes. It doesn't have to be that breakneck with the 6-episode event. And I do like that.
No,
because,
it's slow burn Star Wars. It really is, because you are getting, and that's why the casting is so important, because you can't just have anyone play these characters. Like you can tell through the first 4 episodes that like, okay, no, there was time and effort into who they were going to like. Yes, Stellan Skarsgård is amazing, but it's even more so that you cast someone like him in this role for a very specific and very important reason, because he will pull off what you want conveyed on screen at that point in time. And this last episode is a perfect example of it. He has an exchange with Genevieve O'Reilly that is fucking outstanding. Like, and it's not just outstanding in terms of how he plays it; it's also incredibly well shot.
Also,
like I love what they do with the camera in that sequence.
I'm surprised I haven't seen more praise for the music, because the music has been
music's great.
Stuff.
Oh,
and
I'm a sucker for music.
The score is
it's
great.
rare that I see. I've noticed a lot recently, especially because there's these shows now that like the new thing is like, oh, we turned a movie into a show, and the thing that always fails to meet that same movie level is that I don't know what exactly it is about the way that the score is done. But music in shows rarely works in the same way that it does in a movie, where it's clearly scored to it, where the rises and the falls matching. The way, not just the writing of the music itself, but the way it is mixed with the show feels very cinematic in a way. And also it feels Star Wars, but it's not like the same like Star Wars remix that you get with a lot of this is just emulating Williams. But it feels,
every episode that shows that the opening title,
there's been multiple moments where I'm like, oh, they are showing me something with film, and playing music alongside of it, and they are telling a story with that. It's not like, oh, here is just a emotional sounding music with something emotional happening on screen. No, it's like, oh, this is actually storytelling.
The music has a purpose.
See, that's
the music absolutely has a purpose.
I am huge on music. Like I get sexually orgasmic, but like when it comes to music and like film or TV, so that's a big thing I look for. So that's
it's the only Star Wars show other than the Mando theme and stuff like that. I really liked. But it's the only of the Star Wars shows that I've watched where I'm like, oh, I want to look up this score and listen to it on its own. I haven't felt that way with any of the other shows.
Score.
It is a very atmospheric score that serves to support what you were seeing rather than drive it. Like it's not like the score. It's not like the music is driving what is happening. It is enhancing what you're seeing.
Well, like that moment that I was talking about with like the binary sunset. In A New Hope, that's what I think about when I think about like Star Wars. Is like Luke looking at the sun, the binary sunset, and you've got the Force theme going, and like that type of Star Wars moment and that feeling, the music doesn't always work with the shows in that same way. You don't create those same moments, and this show has many of those.
I will say one in Mando that did it for me though was in season 2 finale when they did the build up for Luke coming, because they don't play the Force theme until he takes the hood off, and I love it's a friend track. That's what it's called. Yeah, I fucking the build up of that Ludwig. So I had a couple moments. I agree with the Andor score being great, but there's a couple of Mando like that finale. Man, that was one of those of like just the anticipation slowly building, and yeah, friend is a great track.
And Let Him In is a great one too.
Yeah.
Yes,
they got to Let Him In.
But
thing,
all together though, to sum it up, like it feels crafted. It is the show is crafted. It is storytelling and it's actual, not just like I said, I don't know. It's I'm gonna try to avoid talking about it more because I'm gonna start getting into here's why the other ones are bad and this doesn't do that, and I don't want to do that anymore. But
you know what?
Stream will go on for another 3 hours.
Stephen, I feel like in a lot of ways it's almost an unfair comparison because it really is that different from the others, and that's coming from somebody like me who likes the others a lot more than you do. I still can acknowledge that this show is very different than even The Mandalorian. It's very different in tone. It's very different in structure. With respect to how it's telling the story.
Well, you won me with soundtrack and score, so let's see. Well, that was a sprinkle. You got me in. Yeah, because it's people tease me about that because it's just always been like a niche for me. Like, because right now I'm in a.
Why do people tease you about it?
I don't know why. Because like I'll literally just go around
like your music scores
singing and humming fucking scores, right? And it's all over my phone. Like I'll just sit there and just start humming the shit when I'm working or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck are you singing? I'm like, mind your business.
I've been a film score addict for like decades.
Oh, because right now I'm in a film score hole of The Woman King. That is my shit right now.
Who did the
that
score for that?
Score is fucking ridiculous.
Who did the score? I haven't seen it yet, but who did the score for that?
There's so many fucking movies out right now. My God,
there's a lot of shit out right now. That is true,
dude.
Terrence Blanchard,
dude,
did
The
Woman King.
Terrence Blanchard,
yeah.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
Look at those eyes.
It is phenomenal.
No, dude, Terrence Blanchard is a fantastic jazz trumpeter. And like he scored he scored a bunch of Spike Lee stuff. He scored Inside Man. And Inside Man score is
Inside
Man. Amazing.
Enough love.
Yes. Terrence Blanchard is
my name
really
is Dalton Russell.
Man.
Now listen carefully because I choose my words carefully and I never repeat myself.
Yeah, don't say.
Now I've told you the Who.
Yeah.
what
no, but like when it comes to scores,
like call me and leave that entire monologue as a voicemail.
No, when it comes to scores, like I've been really impressed by the horror scores that are out there, like Black Phone, Barbarian, and I just saw
Barbarians is really good.
When I saw Smile, I watched Smile, same thing. It was like
just came from Smile today. Really good.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, these guys, like with the horror scores, just bringing me back to like, you know, when I was a kid watching these like movies, and just like the score just adds to the atmosphere and the element to these films. And I'm like, fucking A, man. I mean, this year has been a good year for like horror scores.
And the Master of Horror Score is coming back later this month.
Oh, yeah. Carpenter.
I don't have faith in the movie, but I got faith in the score. At least I got that.
I know, dude, Travis, I'm with you on that, man. Yeah. I'm so with you
this
on
one feels different. I don't know, man. Kills.
I'm hoping, dude. I'm hoping that Halloween ends. Is like,
yeah, I'm hoping Halloween ends all right. I'm really hoping I can get a reboot in 5 years with some better shit, you know? I was so excited when Blumhouse happened, but no, that's what we were talking about earlier about listening to scores before a movie. I remember listening to the entire Halloween 2018 soundtrack before the movie, and my God, that is one of my favorite all-time scores. And that got me so excited, and then I saw that movie, and it's been a few years.
You know, when it comes to the first Halloween,
the Doctor, John, the Doctor, you got a bunch of fucking weird shit.
You're the new Loomis.
Yeah, I know, no.
My
Kills,
favorite,
you won't get a fight, but the first one.
My favorite this year so far is still Giacchino's Batman score.
I
listened to that 3 times before watching the movie, and the movie just enhanced it.
It's my house cleaning music. That's what I put on it. So
I don't know what my favorite is of the year so far. That's tough.
Let's say he's got.
Okay, Saggy, what do you got?
I'm fighting my eyes right now, so I think it's that time.
You know what? We're gonna wrap this up. We're going 4.5 hours right now. You know, and I was like, you know what? We need a good. We're talking about scores right now. You know, we're to the point where we should end this whole thing. So let's go ahead and do this right now. And I appreciate everybody who joined the panel. This has been fun as always on Friday night, talking about various things. And our featured guests, go ahead, Saggy, go ahead and promote your channel, promote anything you got right now.
I have a channel.
Yeah, you do. Apparently.
Saggy Melonz with a Z. If you like drama, that's mainly what I do. Sometimes I talk about movies, but no one shows up for that, so I talk about drama. I also do other things. I don't know if I can plug that because that's like more of the adult content. I'm just saying.
You could do it. I mean, I actually was going to ask you about that. I mean, how is that going?
Got the oath?
Yeah.
It's going good. Yes, I have the oath. I do have the OnlyFans.
Being called the oath. Yeah, the oath. That sounds like something that gets cast in the smile or something like that.
I'm gonna plug it. Listen, that's the grift. The OnlyFans is the grift. YouTube's for fun. The OnlyFans is the grift. So I do lewds, not nudes. So don't get too excited, boys and girls. I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's basically it. That's what I do. And thanks for having me. This has been fun. I loved everybody here, and also Steven exposing himself for asking black people about chicken. Never forget, Steven. Never forget.
Fried chicken to be
fried chicken. Yes.
Learning that a black man doesn't like fried chicken was also interesting to find out. I am a black woman, if you haven't noticed, very light skinned, but still black. And I learned a lot today. So thank you for having me, Dave. This is very educational for me.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Hopefully you'll join again. And then we got Mr. Travis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how to follow that, but yeah, you can follow me at Travis Peace now. Talking, I'm usually podcasting every day or second day at Geekverse, talking about just stuff and everything like that. And like Scott tweeted out today, yesterday was International Podcast Day, and it was fun to do this all with you. And when I can be on, it was just good to connect and talk about movies and have a good time. This was got a lot of good laughs, and look out for my oath in 2023. So
yeah, there you go. Right? Yeah,
I'll be the first subscriber.
Good. Yeah.
Right.
Love the mayonnaise.
Go ahead, Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast. You can find my blog and my podcast at theflightcast.com. We're talking about the Deadpool stuff definitely tomorrow. We got the feedback show, the Hexagon on Sunday. And I've also started doing the sports show again. I have a show called The Sports Ball Zone where I talk sports from the nerdy's perspective every Tuesday. I want to thank you, Dave, for making this the fried chicken panel being one of your blackest panels. I do appreciate being a part of one of your blackest panels for that.
I think that should stick. The fried chicken panel.
Yeah. I'm gonna change the name.
Just don't tweet that out too much. Don't tweet out the fried chicken panel.
Be a little careful with that.
Yes.
Maybe only let the three of us tweet that out. For sure.
Yeah. All right, John.
Well, you can find me at fried chicken. New
podcast coming.
Right.
Fried chicken
you
podcast.
can find me at John Knight _ on all forms of social media, and you can find me right here on YouTube at Night Entertainment Network, where I do reviews, skits, and host a weekly podcast with the homie Logan Swish every Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So be sure to stop on by and shoot the shit with us. It's a good time.
There you go. All right. Yeah.
Tomorrow, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, yes, tomorrow. Times are hard.
He's gonna crush grapes with his feet. And then
balls.
we got Colonel Sanders. Steven, go first. Sorry. Steven, go ahead.
I was gonna say happy birthday, Dave.
Thank you.
Before the stream stops, make sure you drop your super chats for Dave's birthday. Happens once a year, so make sure you get your super chats in there.
He hates all of us.
10% of all the ones that come in when I request them, so do them now. No, but yeah, I am.
It might be the last vodka stream, so send them in for sure. You know?
It might be.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert, and you can find my writing at screenrant.com. We talked about a little bit of the stuff I've been doing there. Ezra Miller, and a while back, I haven't done Ezra in a while, but recently I wrote, been writing some about Rings of Power, and I've got another sort of theory that I think kind of explains the whole what's going on with the first season that I'm going to have up probably on Monday to check out. If you want to know what's up with Sauron and whether or not some of these retcons are actually retcons. So keep an eye out for that. And you can also hear me and Andrew Dice breaking down Batman v Superman. We are finally out of, or just at the very, very, very end, last minute of the rooftop scene with Lex, and we'll then be moving on. Lots of exciting stuff coming immediately after that as well. You can find that at SnyderMinute.com.
There it is. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to ACS and everybody on the panel. And make sure you guys smash that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel, and don't cancel me because my first job was at KFC. So, yeah, just letting you guys know that. That was my very first job. So everybody else, we should be good. Anyways, guys, we love you. Thank you for watching the Vodka stream. We will talk to you later.